Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome into the grand finals day for the Arena Cup Series Season 3. My name is Cracked Wisdom, bringing you all that balding knowledge when it comes to the beautiful game that is Escape from Tarkov. And as always, alongside of my precautiously placed flashbang of a head, I've brought myself the main man, myth, and the legend with all the hair to complement my lack of it. That's right, Mr. Hot Sauce joining me for the final day for 3 days in a row for the Super Weekend Slam to finish out this tournament. Hort, how are we doing? And are you looking forward to what is going to be the best day of entertainment we have seen in competitive arena thus far to date?
I couldn't ask for any better way to wrap up this wonderful weekend to be in the booth with you, my brother from across the pond here, casting the wonderful Tarkov Arena action. And honestly, this bracket has been amazing. We've seen some journeys kind of feel like it played out to the majority of the way we thought, but there has been a little bump in the road here or there, and now a real opportunity for some teams to make some big moves here in this lower bracket run. Going to be a tough day for Sicario and or Pandaric Apex, but what a day for Pandaric Apex if they could find a way to do the unthinkable.
I mean, there's so many different ways that this plays out today. We start off our days worth of action with a home turf derby, EU versus EU, for a chance at redemption. The Sicario team that dominated that Season 3 EU run without a loss has now come to the Arena Cup Series and found themselves under a lot more pressure than their standard regional environment. And Pandaric are going to have a chance today to take advantage of that pressure and potentially cause an upset to begin that miracle run that our Mr. Hot Sauce is looking at. In addition to that, we've also then got the victor of that match taking on their next challenge, which is going to be the CIS step to try and get themselves up into that grand final to potentially take Virtus Pro for what could be a 5-game barn burner, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a best of 3 for that grand final. We've got 5 epic maps with a potential entertainment for you. And if you've been paying attention to any of the competitive scene from any other titles before this, ladies and gentlemen, you might have caught a glimpse of the Falcons and Vitality finishing off their CS2 IEM Grand Final, which went to 5 maps and a double overtime. So fingers crossed, competitive gaming has been blessed by the gods today for long, fruitful, entertaining games, and I am right here for it.
Yeah, and honestly, we've seen XPA who had Virtus Pro number throughout the entirety of this tournament until yesterday when Virtus Pro just turned it on, baby. It clicked. Everything clicked for them. And, it was a little bit surprising to me as well. So XPA will have an opportunity to work back toward that upper bracket. But for Virtus Pro, they get to kick back and enjoy the first part of this day, get prepped and ready, and they get to kind of get that eye in the sky of the competition. What strategies are they running today? What are they looking at? And going back to this first matchup here of Sicario and Pandaric Apex, I felt like Pandaric Apex has struggled a little bit starting things off here, but Cacao has now swapped over to this enforcer role, and things have all of a sudden just begin to ramp up a bit here. So they had to make some mid-series adjustments, but now all of a sudden they're working very, very well. As you can see down there, Sicario Pandaric Apex is going to be that first matchup of the day there in that lower bracket.
Yeah, it does feel like Arena Cup Series Season 3 comes with a little bit of a slogan underneath it, in inverted quotation marks, is respect to the shotgun. And it feels like every team that hasn't done so has been the one to pay the price, whether it be not performing on the same level as what we would expect from their top fraggers, or having the other team absolutely just tear you apart by being much more efficient on that kit setup. We saw a couple of shotgun versus shotgun rivalry matchups and heavily fought bouts yesterday that went back and forth throughout the game, but we did talk about how many times those initial points of conflict paid off for the team that was successful or not for the people that weren't into the latter ends of the round. That 2v1 advantage or the 3v1 advantage for the kill trades early on, making a massive gap in the difference between the two teams. We talked about the difficult ride today, regardless of who comes out of our first playoff best of 3 from the lower brackets in Sicario and Pandaric Apex. If they have any hopes of claiming the title today, they're going to have to play through a grand total of potentially 11 maps to get there, which is a huge task. Then you've got to remember the two teams that they've got to beat to get to that grand final And then you remind yourself that that current Grand Final first spot is held by the previous season's champions, the Arena Cup Series Season 2 champions in Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and more importantly, you take a look at this bracket right here, and we see some teams struggle throughout the group stages and the playoff bracket, but there's one team that hasn't dropped a single map throughout this playoff bracket, and that is Virtus Pro. They've 2-0'd their way to this final spot, including that day 2 matchup against XP Academy. So, again, just, showing why they're that returning champs and looking to be the back-to-back, the double repeat champions. The Polar Bears have a strong opportunity and a great case to make so here today, but I've got my eye. I don't know what it is. I've just got a special feeling about Pandaric Apex here today, and I think if they can take that first map against Sicario, we very well could see a 2-0 upset down there.
So here's my prediction for the day, and I threw out my unrealistic prediction on Twitter this morning so we could obviously prompt as much devil's advocacy as possible. But realistically, and given the way that I think the tables have been set, including the storyline left in place by that emergency breakthrough quest that was dropped yesterday mid-broadcast that we had zero information about before we even started in the casting booth, let alone the guys in the chat that got first-hand experience and access to that quest by being present on the day. Well, Sicario and Pandaric Apex, I'm going to be honest with you, Pandaric had their dream run yesterday. Today is the day that the Pandas are reminded by the Sicario sword of the EU season and where they belong. I have hope and I have faith, but I think the sword swings strong and true in the first match. And the reason being because alongside that quest that was dropped yesterday, Hort, was a beautiful little title called Clip Their Wings. And that XPA Academy logo looks just right for some clipping to the failure from the strength of that Sicario sword. So I do foresee an upset, but it's not in match 1 today. I actually think Sicario smoothly sails on and then comes down with the sword hard on the wings of XPA. And they clip that logo to pieces to be able to give themselves a chance at taking on Virtus Pro. But if I'm going to be genuine with you, Hort, I'm sticking true to the morals and I'm sticking true to the quest. And what doesn't have wings? Well, it's a bright red, really dangerously eyed polar bear that's looking to reclaim another title. And I think Sicario might give us hope, but fall short at the last hurdle. And I think that would be the way that Virtus Pro is able to command a second consecutive title in the Arena Cup Series.
For me, I've got a couple ideas in mind. I think if Sicario beats Pandaric Apex, they fall to XP Academy. But I think if Pandaric Apex can upset Sicario, this is a team that can also upset XP Academy. And we might be looking at that Virtus Pro Pandaric Apex final. If that happens, I think Virtus Pro takes it probably in 3, maybe 3-1. But on the other verse side, if XP Academy gets back into that final today, it's hard to bet against Virtus Pro with the way they've been playing, but I got to go with my original gut feeling. I had XP Academy in those finals, so I think if XP Academy is able to make it into that final, they might just be able to topple Virtus Pro all the way through 5 games.
And here's the real upset for the day when we move through onto the Versus screen to look at the first 2 teams that we're going to get to feature in today's spectacle. Is a small reminder, this Sicario squad, the first of the 2 teams we're featuring in the first best of 3, they've not seen Virtus Pro this entire tournament. Every other team has. And I think Sicario today are going to come with that mentality that they'd like their chance to take down the previous title champions and do one better than everybody else in the tournament so far. But that for the future. For now, the present and the gift of the game in front of us. Sicario taking on Pandaric Apex in the first best of 3. The lineups on the table for you today. Sicario's Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes. Well, they're going to have to take on the Pandas, Hort.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Sicario got put into the lower bracket by Virtus Pro. So, they certainly have, they've met already in this tournament. It was Virtus Pro that put them out in Season 2. It was Virtus Pro that put them down into that lower bracket here in Season 3. And so I would love to see Sicario get that opportunity, but I just don't think it happens here in Arena Cup Series 3 today. But they have to get through Pandaric Apex first if they want that opportunity. And you talk about the lineup over here. You've got the cookbook of Bikizi. You've got Kakao, who, yes, struggled just a little bit in these opening matches, but has swapped over to that Enforcer class, who has just been having a field day over there. That ace on the snipe, one of the best to do it. We've seen so many incredible clutches out of that ace already. You toss in the likes of Codex and Rapid there to supplement these other three players, and man, are they looking strong late in this bracket, especially with those late bracket adjustments, mainly Cacao swapping over to that Enforcer class.
Yeah, it does look like I'm absolutely cooked, and I've forgotten the action from yesterday, as there was that much of it that my mind has overflowed the memory bank. Absolutely correct. Sicario did go out to Virtus.pro yesterday from the 2-0 that put them in the lower bracket here, so it would be redemption should they find themselves all the way in that grand final. It is actually a chance for both teams in our first match here today to claim some form of redemption. Panderic for the EU season, trying to upset Sicario and, maybe put a question mark on next season as to whether they really do have that top spot under wraps. Panderic Apex, for those at home not familiar with the EU scene, formerly known as Oil Rig, and I think consistently agreed Hot Sauce, the number 2 team in the EU scene, given seedings currently at this moment in time.
Yeah, honestly, and if you're not familiar with Panderic Apex or formerly Oil Rig, then you must have been hiding under a rock, because these guys have been dominating for a while. I can think back to one of the first base game tournaments I ever casted with you, Cracked, and it was Cacao, Codex, that ace, a lot of these dudes that were dominating in those base game tournaments. You put them all in a 5-stack here for a squad. They've been running an arena for a while, and I wouldn't call it the pleasure of running against them before in arena, because it certainly wasn't a pleasure on my end. These guys are really good, but that's the problem here with all of these teams. You look at all of them, and yeah, you can pick an underdog here or there, but there's so much talent that any given day, any one of these teams can pop off and topple the other.
And it's all possible. You're absolutely right. You look at the ability for teams to pull things back from the clutches. I mean, we don't call it Brazil for nothing at a 7-1 scoreline. We've not seen teams go 0-8 and to be able to fight back with 8 consecutive rounds in a row. But if it is going to happen, if there is one place and one time of an event that kind of magic is going to come to the table, it's going to be on finals day, and it's going to be between some of the most closely contested matches that we've not seen as of yet. Right now, this is the battle for EU. And one part that's going to play very heavily into this, Hort, is the map selection process. So let's take a look at where these two teams have decided they want to fight over their fate and in which environment.
Well, Panderic Apex, we saw them ban Bay 5 yesterday, which is a map that they typically play very, very well on. But realizing that they had some struggles on Skybridge yesterday, especially against some of these other teams, I think it's a wise decision here from Panderic Apex to go ahead and ban away Skybridge. Sicario on toward Bowl, but man, we know how good Panderic Apex is on Fort. I don't think they've dropped a single map on Fort yet in the Arena Cup Series 3, so we can see why they're headed there for their map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And there'll be lots of predictions to go alongside of these map picks for the day. There'll be lots of chances for all the guys in chat to get involved and express their opinion as to what they think the map and the match picks are going to come out as. Slight duplication in the wording there, but not duplication in the maps for now. Don't forget, though, further down we get in the day and we go to a best of 5 later on, we might find ourselves revisiting a map twice for a revenge solution. So like we said, spicy potential on the horizon. But today, the Bowl, Fort, and Bay 5, the first 3 for our viewing. How do you feel? Fort and Bay 5 as the backup of the 2. I mean, we spoke about Bay 5, like you said, the Pandas used to find this as familiar home territory, but that being the decider map, feeling Sicario favored in the map picks, and I'm going to be honest with you, Hot.
It's tough for me. I think this first one's going to be close, and I think if Panderic can find a way to win Bowl, then they can close it out in 2-0 fashion. But if Sicario wins Bowl, Panderic wins Fort, you feel like Sicario is that slightly stronger team on Bay 5. But then I keep thinking back to Cacao switching over to this Enforcer class and the amount of success that he's had on it. And all of a sudden, Bay 5 gets tossed up in the air for me, and I start to think, this is, something where the stars could align. We could have that crazy Cinderella story here for Panderic Apex. And, well, we're not going to have to wait too much longer to find out just how it plays out.
And the one thing that we do have to put on the table today, and a shout out to the CIS region for their prowess and power that they have brought to this tournament is that the CIS region has already locked one team in that final. There's a hefty chance. There's a 1 in 2 chance that it's like a third of what's left of the competitors will be a non-CIS region team. One of the 2 EU teams is going home at this point in time in the tournament. This is their last chance for both Sicario and for Pandemic. And then they have to knock out every other CIS competitor's chances to be able to take out the 1 slot that's already been locked in by a CIS region. So I am looking at map 1 today to see if either of these 2 teams can prove to me in the casting bench that they have what it takes to be able to go the whole distance and pull off this miracle run.
I mean, I believe, baby. But again, I think Pandemic, even if they don't win Bowl, it has to be incredibly close to give them a shot at Bay 5. If they allow Sicario to come out and steamroll right away in Bowl, it could be a short day for Pandemic Apex. There's just so many different possibilities, and that is what I love about this close-knit talent between all these teams here in the Arena Cup Series 3, because you begin to ponder all the possible outcomes and the reality that there's a chance for all of these to play out the way that we might think they would. So honestly, I'm glad that it is about time to end the speculation and quit the yapping and just let the players and the guns do all the talking, baby.
Yeah, I mean, we are about 60 seconds away from the hour, and as the clock tolls, the bell ticks, the game will roll, and we shall be cooking on into some action and gameplay. But whilst we allow the pitch to settle for our players to go on to a perfect stage, we'll take a moment to talk about the statistics and some cool factors going into today, those map picks. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we all need to get a moment in the chat and put our hands together and a rest in peace for Skybridge. This map has been rejected, dejected, and left in the wayside for the majority of this tournament, with only 8 selections across the entirety of the group stage and the playoff stages thus far. Bowl and Bay 5 only shortly ahead of that map too, with 10 picks apiece per map. But right now, it's Force, Fury, and Fire in our hearts, and a portcullis to potentially protect ourselves with, as Fort dominates the map picks at this moment in time with a total of 14 selections by each of these teams. Now, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Hort. Fort's the hot topic right now. It really was not considered this when it was first released, but the more and more teams have gotten familiar with this, oh boy, tight corners, close quarters, confines, chaos inside the cathedral, and rats on top, baby. Tucking in tight into those pockets with the cheese. It's built for CQB. It's built for the Ash 12, and it's definitely built for that shotgun.
Yeah, as much as we say that, though, I mean, you take a flashback to that ace, and he's been dominating with that TRG on Fort, and Fort's the most picked map, so you'd think Pandemic Apex, that's something that favors them as well. And so I think a lot of these teams stay away from Skybridge because XP Academy and Virtus Pro both dominate on Skybridge time and time again. So if you can take that out of the repertoire for these 2 CIS teams, then you got just a little bit of an extra edge maybe to help push you right where you need to be in toward that grand final. But it is interesting to kind of take a look at the stats and see how they play out as this Arena Cup series has gone on, because even though Fort's that most picked map and Pandemic Apex hasn't dropped a map there, they still find themselves at the bottom of this lower bracket in a do-or-die situation here against Sicario.
And I'm really excited, I'm not going to lie to you. I know we've got 2 games to go before we get to the grand final, but personally, this is going to be our first experience of a best of 5. This is potentially the first time that either team is going to force the other to go across all 4 maps. And that is a big thing for Escape from Tarkov Arena competitively. Normally, teams are either given, you select one, we select one, and there's a decider. Or it's a one-on-one match piece where a draw is a possible scenario. Arena Cup Series, we don't like unanswered questions, do we, Mr. Hort? We'll either make sure that both teams thoroughly know who's on top by the end of the day, and the only way to do that is a best of 3, or in the grand final, a best of 5. We can only hope for a long and fun-filled day. I'm sure the broadcasters and the producers are swearing blind in the background at Crack to stop yapping about a potentially long day at work, but I'm all here for it. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen in the background, you better lock in, because I feel like today is cooking up some action. The first match, Pandemic and Sicario battling out for the pride of EU at this moment in time.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro, they haven't lost a single game in the playoff bracket here once we got past group stages as well. And so there's been a lot of 2-0s there, but when you add in that best of 5, it's a little bit tougher to get that 3-0. It's just to consistently win time and time again and play that well without having any minor mistakes that another pro team is able to capitalize on is almost a rare thing here. But enough of the yapping. We're ready to get into it. Game number 1 on Bowl. Sicario taking on Pandaric Apex.
And if only you could hear the roar of the crowd, because ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to be entertained? Smoke up as we see Sicario's goes. One of the newer players to this Sicario roster, somebody we've spoken so much about fulfilling his spot on that team and being able to adapt and improve and excel. Now he looks like it is at home on board here with Codex. As the Pandemic team follow this very defensive setup from the ball positioning, where the line of scrimmage is held 2 very deep, 1 tower lane, 1 headshot, 2 towards the B site, and a default overstack with that A site positioning.
I mean, it's not often that it takes about 30 seconds to where we even hear our first noise cue in a matchup, but both of these teams have really slowed it down. Nobody wanting to make any mistakes here, trying to clear all the angles. And now we hear the explosion, but it's Bakizi to cook up the first one with an 8 kill, and now Codex follows in suit as Zaki goes down. The flick from Rapid, but it doesn't quite connect here. Lingering through the smoke, he's got a teammate to the right there, but by ambulance, we can see goes on the other side. They continue to exchange bullets, but nothing hitting the mark here just yet.
And I'm going to be honest with you, despite the pace in the casting booth, it feels like the Pandaric squad have just really taken the tempo and just sat back a little bit, just slowed it down. You saw the chaos come through, and it just felt like Bakizi on side was dun 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 dun. 2 more members go down. Goes as the last left alive on the Sicario side, but he is going to find a ridiculous headshot onto the prone Bakizi. The captain's skull crushed. But the bomb's still in a dangerous spot, and only 8 seconds left on the clock. This looks like the Pandas will have gotten out of round 1 alive. They will survive, and that ace puts the final bullet at the end of that sentence.
I will never, and I mean it, I will never get tired of seeing that ace put bodies into the dirt with that sniper. There's just something about, we can talk about how the PKP can just sing out some bullets, but there's something about the solid area of that single loud boom ringing out and just seeing that name in the kill feed there. It feels good. I'm sure it feels even better for that ace.
It'll feel better if he gets that ace. So far in this tournament, I think this man has had so many 4Ks that I think he's had an ace's worth of them before collecting the full 5-piece in a single round. That aside, though, that ace will not care one bit about the kill feed when it comes down to the final scoreline on the day. And the Pandaric squad have really risen to the occasion for the Arena Cup Series in Season 3, purely based off of the fact that their seasonal performance in the EU HPL was stifled by a Sicario stomp throughout the entire undefeated season.
Shout out to the observers there as well. Beautiful aerial drone overview of the battlefield as we see another round 2 here. And again, these rounds have been so much slower than we're used to. A lot of time eaten up here. Nobody wanting to make those early mistakes or give up those early picks. And then all of a sudden, that beautiful chaos begins to explode. So it should only be a matter of moments here before we get that action in round number 2.
Yeah, we always say patience is key when it comes to designating players apart for this attacking approach. Entrance onto site is extremely crucial in Escape from Tarkov. You can't just run in willy-nilly. You don't get the chance to do so. As crossfires and good angles with a short TTK will have you collapsed instantly. Mostly at the moment, the way the meta rides is this Bolty, the TRG. You see both Furlex and the member we're on board with that ace carrying that extremely deadly weapon, playing a very mobile playstyle, trying to look for the first pitch to open up the round. Shots from Curtain for Zaki, takes out the head of the captain of Bakizi, gets a second as Rapid on Gen goes down, but Codex, that ace and Codex together in the combo, come back for a 3-piece of their own.
This is what they need to find those trades at a bare minimum to continue having that player advantage. And Sicario finds themselves with no time on the clock yet again. 4 seconds here, and there's just going to not be enough time to plant the device. They can send one in, that's Cacao, and one to hide in case they need it. But Cacao says, no problem, finds the kill. And, well, I told you. I know it's early, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I had a feeling about the Pandas here today, and so far they're starting off on the right foot, but consistency is key. Consistency is king, and that's what they're going to have to do. Continue to play flawlessly here if they want to topple Sicario, a team that they have struggled to beat in these last couple seasons of HPL.
Not only that, but look at the difference. Look at the play out of Codex and Kakao, the confidence they're playing with today compared to yesterday. After having quieter games throughout this tournament so far, they both get given the shotgun and get told to go wild a little bit. And that confidence reasserted in the mentality is coming to the front in the gameplay right now. Panderic are up by 2 and 135 into round 3. They've also got a great setup for counter pressure on that flank. That ace is probing his way around, and as the spectator swings, so do we! Segue, smoothness, both in the production and in the gameplay.
I mean, to find the snipe on the Furlex, the other sniper here. I mean, we're basically watching enemy at the gates all over again, and Codex down below here. It's Panderic time and time again getting that player advantage. Sicario hasn't been able to really manage the clock as well either. We've seen in these last 2 rounds, not enough time to really find that plant, desperately searching for these final kills, so they need a sense of urgency. And Zaki, what with a 2K, he answers back, but goes eventually able to find the trade, but Keezy's right there to answer back, and we talk about finding these trades at a bare minimum, and Derek is doing it today.
Oh my gosh. What a steamroll out of the gates from the Panderic squad. It's 3 on the defense, and it is on the defense, though. You do have to make this crucially clear to people at home is that the defending round, especially on the longer range maps, not necessarily Bay 5 and 4, but Skybridge and Bowl, if you play your cards right, you have a lot of pressure to be able to apply or give to allow an enemy to walk into a net. And I've got to say one thing, Hort. If the spectators are taking snapshots considered as headshots, and the MVP from this game is going to be back in the production lounge. What a set of shots from that one there.
Oh, yeah. You was thinking.
Easy.
Oh.
All it takes is 1 pixel, and he'll claim it.
You're not wrong. Same could be said for that ace as well, and I think that's why it's so much fun to see these 2 juggernauts go head-to-head here today. But Sicario, the slow crab walk toward B here. A-site has not been working, but they're doing a good job of making some noise over here. But for Panderic Apex, they're not biting. They still got 2 stationed over here, trusting in their teammates to find those picks. And Codex finding Furlex early.
And Kakao's info, he's going to know this is coming. He's ready for 1. The first goes down, the second goes down. The Kakao gets 2 clean headshots. He's going to duel up into the top of apps, but the entirety of that attack has already been suffocated before arrival.
I don't know whether to give the Ric Flair scream or the this is Sparta yell, because there is just so much amazing action going on right now, but it's all in the hands of Panderic Apex. They have done their homework, and right now they have all the pages to the book of Sicario. 4-0 starting out here for Panderic Apex on Bull, which was Sicario's map pick, and they've got Fort next. If Sicario can't find a way to make something happen here on Bull, it could be a very short tournament here for them.
Yeah, and in the invitationals and the regionals, these kind of plays do work. You can distract people by sending a couple of people with audio from footsteps over to one side of the map, but honestly, when it comes to this level of competition, teams are not going to be swayed unless you manage to get a pick on that site. And that's what the Sicario squad was missing from that there, was they didn't put enough pressure down on A to convince the rotation to come out of the defending team. And Codex and Kakao together, they play their positions perfectly. They're sat there to gather the info, and as soon as they do, they adjust slightly to a more defensive position, so they're at least trading 1-for-1 for the space.
I mean, you take a look at Sicario right now, and they have 3 members with that donut, not able to find a single kill just yet, as Panderic has read them very well throughout these opening 4 rounds. And again, we see Sicario just not really sure of where they want to go, and that ace has Furlex's number today. The man, he's just the master of disaster. Turn on the beat to rock the ghetto blaster, because Rapid's making that gun sing as well. Zaki goes down, and it's a 5v3.
Oh, speaking of dropping a beat, that's a triple platinum album coming in from the generator. Those Kiyoshima and Luki come together for a combo. It looks like it's a mashup, but it's a mashup of red, leaving the blue dead as Ghost swinging straight on down into sight. Bakizi's got his hand in the pockets, and that's the wrong time to be caught with that one.
Great opening picks from Panderic here, but it was Sicario able to bring this one back. Why wouldn't it be that ace left to try and pull off a crazy clutch? He starts it with a kill on the Luki, and he nearly misses that one. Jumps across, shots ringing out. The quick scope, it doesn't connect. He knows there's one on site. You talk about the situational awareness, and that ace here to display it.
He's going to be able to swing. Second up, it's a really tough angle to swing, though, as the left-hand side up high on the box. The angle's going to be perfect, and Goes has too much to be able to do to make that ace's life difficult. Sicario survive out of that round after an exceptional re-challenge onto Generator 3v, re-levels the numbers in their favor.
I feel like the most important part here when playing in the Arena Cup series for any of these pro teams is you have to have the ability to put 2 or 3 rounds in a row on the board. Pandaric starting out with 4. It's going to be up to Sicario to find this response. They've got to find a way to put a couple on the board. If Pandaric can stop them here, that momentum for Pandaric has been huge, and that ace continues the domination.
I've got to be kidding me. 2 goes down. Kakao has Zaki. Luki has Kakao in the back of it, but it's all about the big boom of the multi opening up the round. The second one goes down, and I'm about to start singing alongside the beat of the tempo because the bang on the drum is closing doors for this Sicario attack.
I mean, I feel bad for the games after this. How do you match this excitement from Pandaric Apex? They are looking near flawless at the moment, and it's a 4v2. This is their round to win as Kiyoshima, Luki begin to pressure forward, and now Codex finding Luki. Kiyoshima's in a world of hurt as Rapid drops him down, and Pandaric Apex. Who would have thought we were saying it's 5-1 as we get very close to the halftime?
Of course, we're going to jump on board with the replay. How couldn't we at this point in time? A nice, slow, steady setup looks like it's going to be a relatively tempo-based opener, but that ace is up on the tempo himself, and boom goes one of the Sicario swords before it even makes it to the tower lane.
Unreal. Unreal here from Pandaric Apex. And if they can find a way to close out this first game, let that spill over into Fort where they haven't lost yet in the Arena Cup series, it could be all the momentum they need to head in toward XP Academy and talk about clipping their wings. You said it earlier, and we might just get it here today as Rapid finds Luki and Pandaric continues the tear.
Back to back, shoulder to shoulder. Sicario try and just slow it down a little bit, bring some composure back to the round. And Util setup and Zaki just poking away through the scenery. Notice the discipline out of the Pandaric squad, though. They're not even over-aggressively peeking the angles they're holding so that you don't get that pick. Kiyoshima is forced to make an aggressive play onto site to get a great pick onto Codex. It is only 1-for-1, though, and Kiyoshima, you look how much damage he's taken on the heads-up display. You're more than half of the health bar cost for that kind of a move. Easy creeping top apps. Not Bakizi even. That's Kakao up there. Furlex not going to hit the shot. We wait with bated breath to see if Rapid gives him the pixel.
I feel like I got to mute my mic while you're casting because I can't quit yelling in excitement as Bakizi finds Kiyoshima. Furlex finally finding a snipe of his own, though, and looking for that single spark here. The shot will ring out. Can't find that second one. It's still a 3v3 here, though, and Sicario needing to find a way to put rounds on the board. Again, it's only 1 for them so far as they continue to work toward this B site, but you take a look at that mini-map, and there's a big flank play coming in.
Positional play from underneath. Kakao gets caught on the pixel. Top shelf. High overbore in the angle, down from above. Puts him in an awkward place. That ace is there to save the round. Gets 1 from a common position in orange. Gets 2 as the bomb goes down. He gets almost the 3rd as Furlex challenges, but the time is out and the bomb's not going to be planted. Pandaric have closed out the round, and again, that ace makes it happen in the clutch.
I mean, I said it yesterday, and I'm already feeling it again for that ace. He's like Jim Carrey in The Mask. Somebody stop me, baby. This man is on fire. How do you slow him down? Quick scopes, no scopes, quick shots, close ones, far ones. It doesn't matter. Pandaric Apex, that ace, firing on all cylinders here today, and they're doing what they need to do when it matters most. But the important things is, in these big games, you have to be able to close out. And can they do it against Sicario? That is the big question. This is a team they've struggled against in the last couple seasons of HPL, but man, are they looking good here today.
The crucial point about this right now is the participation from every member of the team in the lineup as disaster turns to despair. As Red on Red, the new member to the Sicario lineup, is told he's got to take a moment out on this round, sit on the bench and watch from the sidelines. Look at the effort being put in from Codex. 8-3, Rapid on 6-5 as well after a couple of quieter matches in the group stages. Every Panda has eaten the breakfast this morning. That nade up towards Hop-Up as Rapid tries his best to avoid it, but took as hard as you can. You can't hide from Kiyoshima.
Dropping beautiful nades here. Kiyoshima, only 3 kills on the day, though. A slow start for him. As he looks to get things going, Lukey. Bakizi just on the other side, a breaths away from death. As they continue to inch forward here, the crab walk, we can see that smoke begin to dissipate. Now from behind, the spray is good. Lukey finds one, but Codex, a quick trade here. Kiyoshima right back in the action. There's only 2 standing here for Pandaric.
And Sicario have finally started to work that sword with a little bit more detail and complexity. They access site 3v2 with the numbers advantage, and the Balti in a good position to repel that ace. This is where Furlex has to stand for his team. This is where that ace has time and time again broken the round apart. And we know Furlex has the potential. He was known to fold people like envelopes casually for Christmas. Here's a second going down. That's the Furlex that Sicario will remember.
I will say one of my favorite things about Furlex running this snipe as opposed to a lot of the other players is he's got that little VPO with the AP ammo there, the 366, which we really don't see a ton of players using, but it's a very strong round as well. We see right there able to put a couple players into the dirt and clutch up that round there for Sicario.
And that's the half. The first of 3 potential maps in our first of 3 potential games today. No, we will be having 3 games. They're not potential, but whether they go to best of 3s or not is for us to find out. So far, this one has absolutely delivered the kind of level of surprise and excitement that we expected. But with Pandaric up 4 rounds in the lead and moving on to the attacking side, they only need to make 3 rounds successful to close out the first map. Sicario, however, here need to show that Bol is defending side favored, or it's going to be a very quick result from the first map.
I mean, did you say it's halftime already? Because blink and you would have missed it. And Derek 6-2 already. And now a real opportunity to close this one out here. Kiyoshima onto the spear, though. We talked about it. It is can be a very defensively sided map, but 6-2 is such a great scoreline to start with that Pandaric has so much breathing room to work with now. And that ace already 10 on the board, first into that double-digit kill mark.
And it feels like, again, today we might have traded places, just like whilst we were doing the setup, we were on each other's side of the screen, Hot. I think the Sicario sword that was supposed to clip the wings is feeling a little bit lacking in the sharpness section today. The statistics, maybe that one, the dump stat. Characteristics going into color and camaraderie rather than damage on the day, as they are down by 4. Relatively even scoreline. 4 and 6 for Kiyoshima, 3 and 7 for Zaki, 7 and 7 for Goes. Probably the member that Sicario need to look to right now to make the play to reinvigorate this lineup.
We'll see if they're able to do just that. I feel like they really need to come out and take this first round on defense. And that ace, almost able to find that flick there, just a skosh off, if you will, and in rare form doesn't hit that shot, but we are all human here. He will get a second chance opportunity, as you can see in the background, continuing to teeter with death, but it's Lukey to find Bakizi to open things up here.
Yeah, that ace and Zaki now having a duel. I think it's a good play from Sicario to put a different player on that Balti than Furlex, who's kind of lacking in the confidence in that for the time being. Get Zaki on it, who's also shown exceptional skill. Meanwhile, Kiyoshima picks one of his own, but then gets taken out by the counter-rotation match from Rapid. That ace does finally find a home in the dome for one of those bullets, but it's not the adversary on the Balti, it's Lukey that goes down.
And you take a look at the mini-map and where that ace is. He's in great positioning. They have to either push into that ace or right into the waiting arms here of Codex. And so I think they have a relatively good idea of where this push is coming in toward now. And about to step in toward that firing squad. Codex looking away from the flash. The spray is there. He finds one, the jump across, but he's got to reload the mag. As Zaki on the snipe will find Rapid. And now in the prone position, Codex calling for a bit of help here. He's able to find the first one, the 180, the spray transfer, and what the hell is going on?
You've got to give it to the Pandas. It's not even just down to the great gunplay. Don't get me wrong, the cleanup is absolutely cinema, but Rapid gives his life for the squad. Codex sprays out the magazine. Rapid knows he's only got a finite mag. He gives his life so the Balti can't pressure, and it makes space for the play of a century with a two-piece and the 180 whip flick that makes my wrist feel like it's got 180 degrees of free movement. What wildness on the scenes.
I mean, that 180 from Codex was insane. It just goes to show you that Pandaric Apex is absolutely feeling it here today. They are on fire, but Go says, let me extinguish those flames real quick with a nice little two-piece.
Is this the round that goes wild? This is the Sicario round they've been looking for. Zaki's got the better of Rapid on that Balti, though. Codex puts Zaki down. In for that ace as Furlex doesn't find the shots. The full auto loss to the Balti. What?
Funky little bounce on that nade, huh?
The Smoke's decided it's got its own mind for the time being, but short of a little bit of wonky utility, I don't think that's going to dissuade or put off either of these two teams. 2v3, though, the Pandas find themselves under pressure again. That ace. He's not going to check the corner. Lukey's got him free. Bomb walks in second, and there's nothing else to be said about this one. Lukey playing discipline shows that Sicario maybe just need to slow it down a bit, Hot.
Well, I mean, certainly I think that works on defense. We saw him almost play a little too slow on offense those first 3 rounds, not even able to find those plants. But yeah, I think you're on defense just kind of taking a deep breath, trusting in their ability to win some of these gunfights. I flash back to one of the first times I saw Lukey on this map where he had 27 kills and 27 headshots. So Sicario can find a way back into this game, but I just don't know what the way Pandaric's playing. Like, obviously, it's possible. They're a great pro team here, but I expect Pandaric to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, I'm more a fan of chicken. That's one of my favorite great proteins. But right now, we're seeing the pro teams clashing over again. Kakao has the better of Lucky. Goes and Kiyoshima come together for 2 apiece of their own. One Codex and back goes as he goes down. Kiyoshima, Zaki, and Furlex still alive. Bomb planted on site. Pandaric have secured access. You see 3 members, 2 with different silhouettes of color running in the same direction out on the left-hand side of our screen as 2 come for support from Split for Sicario.
Zaki did very well yesterday on the snipe as well. A monster scope. Rapid just on the other side. Zaki maybe has an idea. Is he going to fully check it? No, Rapid does find the headshot. Now the spray from Furlex, who finds one, but Codex quick to find the trade, and it's all down to Kiyoshima here.
And there's always one more. There's always another Panda. After the red kill comes through and the Sicario sword strikes the heart of one of the members of the Pandaric lineup, his best friend's there to take him back. And you see Plaid stripes in the kill feed, round after round, falling in the favor of the blue colors. Pandaric moved themselves to 5 chances at taking map 1 versus Sicario. Whew.
I mean, it has to feel good if you're a Pandaric, especially knowing that Fort is next. But at the same time, you can't afford to get ahead of yourself. We talked about it yesterday. Take things one step at a time. But Bakizi from downtown, page 3 of the cookbook, will find that one.
Well, what a way to close the story. Rip a page out of your own cookbook, slap it on the end as the epilogue, and ladies and gentlemen, kiss your dreams and hopes goodnight of map 1 being favored for Sicario. A trade 1 for 1 merely reduces the numbers, and Pandas will be happy to trade all the way out to the back end of the victory in ball. 4 versus 2. Shots from Lukey, potentially the one thing standing between this Pandaric lineup and success as Rapid denies that opportunity, and down goes Zaki by Rapid again for the 2-piece, and Pandaric in map 1 have taken the lead.
They don't just win that game. They dominate that game. 9-3. A team, again, we can say it all day, they struggled with in the past seasons of HPL, but they've got their number here today, and they've got to feel confident getting ready to head into Fort, a map that they haven't dropped yet here throughout the Arena Cup series. And whew, I don't know, man. Things are looking real good for them at the moment.
I just had to double check on my lungs. Make sure we've got enough capacity for today, because this is setting up to be spicy. I mean, I'm a believer just like you, Haw. I do love me a good bit of Shrek, but right now, These Pandas are going to have to make the ugliest comeback of the season throughout the entirety of this lower bracket. And they're starting off the right way. 9-3 is not just an exceptional defeat versus Sicario. That is not confident, but crushing. I don't think we've seen as strong a map since Virtus Pro knocking them down in the upper bracket semifinals. And I'm actually going to go and double check that.
Yeah, again, Pandaric Apex just looking so good here. They've got to feel confident again, and you talk about how tough this route for Pandaric Apex is, but then you think back, these are the moments that we live for. These are the stories that we enjoy telling here, and so Pandaric Apex certainly has the ability, the pen, the paper, to write their own story here today, and that was kind of the stipulation I gave at the beginning. You know, if Pandaric Apex could find a way to win this first map, they should be able to take forward. And I think that Pandaric Apex is also the team that is capable of clipping XP Academy's wings and maybe getting that opportunity to take on the juggernauts of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, maybe I misread the metaphor. Maybe the clipping of the wings was from the sharp claws of the bear, not from the sharp sword of Sicario. Maybe I slightly misread the future, and the fog and the crystal ball has me misguided, but we're going to get to see. It is only the first map, and the one thing I do really want to point out, Hawk, is that map selection process and where we are going next. It really is going to continue to be a test of how good that ace is on this Balti, because we're going to Fort, and he is one of the only players in this tournament that we have seen keep that weapon in the close quarters environment and still be just as lethal with it.
Yeah, I mean, that ace certainly does not have to prove to me how good he is. We know just how good he is. He's an absolute menace with that TRG in hand. But we saw Sicario making some late game adjustments. We saw Zaki over to the snipe as well. Unfortunately, there was just so much damage done in that first half for Pandaric Apex. So I think those adjustments just coming in a bit late here. So we might see some of those changes spill over into this next map on Ford and see if they can find a way to get some footing. But man, we will take a look at these highlights, and some good highlights they were.
There absolutely were risks being taken left, right, and center by Pandaric with that ace on the Balti, Rapid, and the rest of the team in their positioning, playing their roles exceptionally well. Notice how when Sicario tried to take ground after not having a pick to access it with, every time Pandaric are just holding that space exceptionally well. And that ace, I mean, he's doing so much work time and time and time again, just picking off crucial players. We see here, Rapid not wanting to let the bomb get through Curtin for free, steps out, gets a good shot, but Keezy trying his best on sight, but when the Sicario sword swung, it swung strong and with multiple members ready, but it felt like the Pandas, for the majority of the time, just had a better pace and tempo. You see it here. That ace straight off the spawn, has his counterpart in Furlex dead to rights before he's allowed to take a shot.
Yeah, honestly, I'd love to see some slow-mo replays of that ace with a stopwatch on the side of the screen, and the amount of time it takes from seeing a person on screen to finding that shot, because it is split-second decisions, milliseconds of pixels, and that ace continuously hitting these shots. It's been insane. We saw some late game, late round success here from Sicario, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough for them to find a way to come back here. Pandaric just had their number, and that spray transfer, that 180 from Codex right there, was one of the best we've seen here on Bull.
And the thing is that it dwarfs that two-piece from Goes that walks through Curtin after an aggressive play out on the defending side. This is the kind of risks that you have to take at this level of the competition, as we're going to watch Rapid close out a great fight on Generator here, and then Rapid for the two-piece to close out the map for Pandaric. But we've got to see more risk-taking from Sicario. They did the one time on the defending round send Goes through Curtin, and he got himself a two-piece as the Pandas tried to push that aggressive approach. I think we didn't see enough of that from Sicario on the defending side. I mean, you saw that ace time and time and time again, finding one by constantly moving about the map, which is down to two things. One, that's his playmaking and his taking the initiative of trying to be proactive about how he's working the map. But also, it's on his team playing their lives really well. You have to have confidence and trust that your other teammates are not going to be picked off whilst you're making that work. You need time. You need confidence and security that you're not going to be flanked from an angle whilst you're trying to find something that particularly requires you to be very static. So I've got to give it to the Pandemic squad as a whole. I think every member showed up in this first match, and I don't want to BM too much, but we've got to talk about Sicario and we've got to talk about Furlex. It's not quiet. It's near invisible at this point in time, and I think that Sicario really need to grab a hold of Furlex's shoulders and shake him, just remind him who he is. This is the same guy that was folding people week after week after week in the EU season, and it wasn't difficult. Like, he was brushing people off his shoulder like it was a casual thought. Now it seems to be the opposite way around.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, you take a look and there was 3 players with donuts through those first 4 or 5 rounds or so. So, Furlex certainly needs to step it up a little bit in that snipe department, but it's the team as a whole, I feel like, collectively. This is not the Sicario team clicking on all cylinders that we're used to seeing. There's just something that's not there. And then on the reverse side, Pandaric Apex, everything is clicking. And so it's really just the complete opposite pool. And it feels weird, but one round is so important in a series like this. 6-2, 2 rounds on attacking side is just not enough. But ironically, 3 is. It just that one round can be a huge difference here. So for Sicario, they have to find a way to get more than 2 rounds on the attacking side.
Both of these teams are in the losers bracket now. Both of these teams don't have a second chance if this doesn't work. So as we go on into map 2, and we aren't going to waste any time waiting, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to slide straight on into map 2. It's Sicario taking on Pandaric on Fort, where Goz is going to open up immediately. Cacao for one back on that shotgun again as Bakizi, the captain, comes through to crown the 2-piece.
Cacao on the Enforcer class back on Fort could mean disaster for Sicario. It was Goz with an opening pick, but Pandaric always finding these responses. They've been so good at winning the gun battles and finding the trades at a bare minimum here today. The plant already down, and Furlex up into the face of the competition goes down to Codex. He's swabbed off the sniper, but he still can't seem to find any success just yet.
The sniper is here, though, present on Zaki. That ace as well. Well, we know the presence is here with the sound of the Balti in the background. That ace finds his man again. And Zaki is the last left alive. And Hawk, I'm going to say it, cast a curse be damned. I never thought there would be an environment within which my sentence would start. A Pandaric get a 2-0 sweet, quick way through the first match of the day. Well, that ace is deciding to punctuate that one with a full stop too. And it might be foreshadowing. It's definitely foreboding.
I mean, I don't know what it was. Normally, I would be with you on that. But like I said at the beginning of the stream today, I woke up, I just had this feeling in my gut for Pandaric Apex today, especially after those changes we saw late in the series yesterday from them, including, like I had mentioned earlier, Cacao swapping to that Enforcer class. There's just something about this Pandaric squad that I felt in my belly today, and I'm glad that they're not disappointing, because as good as I am at being wrong, I do enjoy being right from time to time.
So true, so true. And we love it because at the end of the day, all we try and do in this casting bench is give everybody our opinion. Just like everybody else's is just an opinion. Sometimes we like to fluff it up with a bit of extra vocabulary and verbiage, but Cacao is not fluffing anything, including of his shots. The Piranha gonna fold Furlex as the first blood in round number 2. As this device is being planted, there is some relative security from Sicario and a 3-man strong squad from Spawn, but there's just too many pandas already present on site. Rapid has the first. Goes down. Lucky gets a great grenade as counterplay, though. That's a utility usage we haven't seen out of Sicario today yet.
Rapid eating some shots here. Lukey's going to find that first pick, though. Now we see back to a 3v3. Kiyoshima tucked on towards site here. Just so many different little angles to check here as well. The pre-fire comes in. The nades rain down. A lot of bleeds to deal with as that ace finds the snipe. Kiyoshima, Bakizi back and forth, and Kiyoshima dancing with death. Still alive, but the bleeds are heavy, and Cacao on that Enforcer class will put him down. It's now 2 rounds in a row here for Pandaric, and they are looking good, baby.
It's wild that that ace has to swing out so far to find his man. He exposes so much into the holding member of Sicario as all those crossfires come to bear over the B site. But even still, even under the pressure of 2 other members shooting at him and the aim punch that brings, that ace still finds his shot. And the trade goes 2-1 for the Pandas.
Good start for them. especially on the attacking side. We talked about how you have to get more than 2. Well, they've already got 2 here against Sicario, and Sicario feeling that pressure, much like on their map pick here in Bowl, but it is rapid to find this first pick on Luki. Kiyoshima at least finding a response. Kakao going down, so that's at least the Enforcer class that's out here. Is Zaki rocking this snipe, but Bakizi finding a pick on Goes. And again, Pandera consistently winning these fights.
And look at the captain. This is the map where Bakizi does come to bear, and we know he's got a couple of bombs packed up in his pocket to bring to the table later on too. 3, 0 and 0 deathless so far. He calls his team to his aid, bomb on his back, and looks to push through the midsection of Fort into this member of Kiyoshima, whose back is turned but tucked. Well, this is about to get very hot in the mid. Ooh, now this is smart. Potential fake out to Colt, but Kiyoshima swings at the right time, but it's that ace there to bring to bear the Balti again.
Yeah, Furlex, Codex back and forth. We see Furlex at least getting on the board here a bit earlier, but again, it's Sicario that always finds themselves in that number disadvantage, and well, they've hit the razzle-dazzle here because they're going to find this plant with ease. It's going to be up to Zaki here to find this rotation, a 2v1 on that snipe. And although I do love the scope that Zaki's using, I prefer that scope in the base game, not really so much in arena.
On the backside, Zaki, however, he's going to blast him into oblivion with that Balti. Spear versus TRG. What do you favor, Hawk?
I'm sorry?
Spear versus TRG. Zaki versus Bakizi. In the clutch up here, what do you favor?
I'm going to favor the spear in the hands of Bakizi right now, just because of the way Panderic Apex is playing. Now, if it was that ace on the other side, then I would say TRG, though. Oh, I told you I'm good at being wrong, baby.
He's got him. Square to the home and the dome. Hot sauce is bread. It's a little bit overcooked. It might now be toast, but I'll tell you what, wrong is right, and we're here for the delight. The headshot is crisp and clean. Zaki confuses everybody by claiming a round back for Sicario. What a shot. Oh, what a shot.
I do love toast, but I prefer French toast if we're going to serve me up something here that's might be a little overcooked. You know, it's a little early over here in the NA region, so... But I honestly, I couldn't think of a better way to start my day. The sun's rising, I got water in my cup, and I got beautiful action, hailstorm of bullets and blood splatters across the screen here as these two teams battle it out in the Tarkov Arena. Panderic Apex looking to close it out in 2, though.
Now, who'da thunk it? A cultured taste from a man with a hairline and a mustache like that. Who'da thunk it? What a shock. Smoke, speaking of which, oh, shock horrors! Bakizi goes down to the headshot. That ace has got a response with the grenade, but Zaki is bringing their own power when it comes to this Balti. Bomb is down in... it's a mid to awkward spot. It's kind of tucked behind some scenery, but Sleeping Lions aren't going to be claiming that too quickly, Mr. Codex.
I mean, Zaki has been great here on this snipe, and we talk about how it's one of the things that can really combat that Enforcer class. We saw that opening pick there from Zaki onto Kakao, and it's just a point proven and a stamp made here.
It's another shout out to the APAC region that's also been building its rise to the Tarkov Arena comp scene too, where it's a very favored scope is that Monstrum, the compact 2x scope used very familiarly on a lot of platforms, the AK-12, the Spear, and this Balti. So, yeah, a little bit of a shout out to Hadigo, one of the Australian players that actually familiarized that. Sorry, one of the APAC players that was the first to really bring that prevalent in the scene. There's someone they use commonly over there to a great skill. Shot. Oh, rare miss from that ace as Kiyoshima claims to score.
Goes finding Rapid here as well, and all of a sudden Sicario starting to find something that's working here for them.
It's confidence, Hawk. A couple of one gunfights, and suddenly you see the Sicario squad starting to move. Codex is left in a 1v4. He is going to claim the first, but this is where they need to apply that pressure. Don't give him too much space, because Codex will have you all for breakfast if you're given isolated ones. Now that 1v3 is not going to be a free one to peek into, especially on the left-hand side, and Goes falls into the trap.
Into the trap they go. Sicario, 2 on the board here already. So we talked about the importance of finding at least 3 rounds and a half here, and so inching closer toward that. I think these mid-game adjustments here, I think Zaki over toward that snipe has been a great adjustment there for them. Furlex still struggling just a little bit on the day. I would love to see maybe some of those teammates just hit him with a little bit of a pep talk, rub the shoulders there, relax a little bit and see if we can get them all fired up.
It's actually good resilience from Goes there to step back into the three-piece setup so that he has to walk in. The last member from Panderic there could not be given free isolated ones. Speaking of free isolated ones, it might not be free, but it's definitely the first blood, and that's going to be that ace. Making his name hit the kill feed as first blood again.
We saw that rare miss last time, and
Oh,
you don't ever
my
see a miss
days.
twice. And he said, I'm on this round. I got the snipe. I got the nade. I'll hit him with the Kobe. No joke. As we see him now, that two-player advantage again here, and Goes just on the other side. Some really great patience, even on the attacking side here from Panderic.
Yeah, you see the second nade goes out towards Headshot. Nobody home this time, but it gives Kakao space to swing out to 90 and take out the member holding Cave. A Piranha chomping away. The sharp teeth coming through. Codex gets one, but Furlex has his back. This is going to access entrance from Colt. There's only one member left alive, but if there was ever a time for Furlex to evolve, now would be it.
Unfortunately, in a 4v1, it's just a really tough retake, especially with all the crossfire action they got going there. So Furlex not quite able to ignite that flame just yet. Was the only member with a kill in that round, however, though, and so we'll be credited with that. But Panderic able to take that lead here once more as they'll rise up to 3. But again, that ace consistently leading that kill board there as well, and on the snipe nonetheless.
Yeah, and where Panderic might have just popped into the pub for a pint thinking they were going to be quickly out of this game, Sicario have got minds on a full 5-course meal. They are hoping for the 3-piece and the best of 3 now, as this looked to be their single step back towards drawing the ties level that 1 apiece for maps and going to the decider. Furlex now wins a confident fight out on cannons, but the battle buddy system from Panderic has Codex claiming his head. Crucial positioning in Beacon goes down as Kakao slams that shotgun into him.
Been interesting to see the it's mainly Piranha, but we have seen a few players running that Flechette as well. But I feel like Piranha certainly favored. We've seen a lot of players blowing out the legs here as well. Now on the peak, Kiyoshima has been spotted. They'll toy with the pre-fire here a bit, has a little help, and it's Kiyoshima to find Rapid first.
I mean, Rapid does a great job to try and be able to create some space there and slow them down from that kill coming through, but he is trapped between 2 members and a pincer, and those 3 members of Sicario are now going to slide on through to the Balti. Boom goes the headshot of the first. Kiyoshima's going to swing. He's actually going to get a free pick off there. The second shot doesn't land. Oh, the third does, though. Oh, he's just cannon fodder. He's on the site. Somehow that one does not connect.
Well, Codex and crew will wrap it up once more. And with that, Panderic able to double that lead up toward 4. 2 has been that tough number for Sicario to overcome. They've got to find a way to topple it here in that first half if they want to give themselves a fighting chance in the second one.
Starting to develop some confidence back at Sicario, though. Some of these gunfights, it might not be rounds on the board, but even in rounds lost, when you're winning good challenges like that in cannons, when you are 2 versus 1 and still going 1-for-1 for your life, that's going to help some of the less successful members of Sicario to pick that mental back up and get the head back in the game. Bomb towards A site, 4 heavy for the Panderic squad. 1 member playing a really deep anchor, actually, mid, out towards the stairs, not even contesting for heaven or hell control. Just playing info and audio. This is a really interesting approach.
I almost really love this silence that we get to hear before we hear that snipe shot, that TRG, just put that impending doom sound across the battlefield here, but very slow pace to start off this round here.
Down comes Kiyoshima from Colt. You watch the bomb over to that side if his back's exposed. Never mind, Kakao turns at the right time and Kiyoshima is flattened. Colt access open. And you see that Furlex is off to the background as Zaki takes Rapid out from behind. But Codex is here to help Kakao. Zaki's going to take out that ace as well. And as the Balti's called out on the other side, I think Bakizi and company have decided they're going the other way. Furlex is positioned perfectly for this, though. Timing.
Whoa. I think Furlex may be going for Kakao there. Codex having the back and finding a nice pick as Goes begins to linger around toward Cannon here. And Bakizi not aware that Goes is over here. It's an easy kill. The trade comes in from Kakao, but Luki on the other side of things was able to pick up onto Codex. So it will be all down to Kakao here, and he's looking to maybe isolate some of these ones. He has an opportunity, but Zaki, we talk about the ability of this marksman class to really be that deciding factor in putting down the enforcer class. And once more, we're going to take another look at just that.
It's one of the strongest weapons, if not the strongest weapon considered in the game right now. And when you have an impact player that is able to consistently put shot after shot after shot home, your numbers dwindle so quickly because one shot removes an entire player. It really is that devastating to the lineup, and especially when your aggressive half of the squad or the aggressive majority of the squad runs headfirst into that Balti. It's almost like a brick wall in front of the aggression.
Sicario, at least able to get past that 2 mark here in this one. They've gathered 3. Can they get more? Luki finding Rapid. Kakao on the trade. Plant Stripes in the kill feed as Kiyoshima Bakizi will both be credited with a pick here as well. Furlex on the rotation, but Codex goes. Plant Stripes remain in the kill feed, and we're right back to a 2v2.
Deuces turn into ices as a single lone member of Sicario is left to try and stave off this site. Bakizi has teammate in strength, takes a little bit of damage on the peak. Information gathered as Ghost tries to swing on the aggressive for Codex, but doesn't manage to land the shots. Slowly. Ghost trying to make his way towards where the spawn plant's going to come through. I don't think he has time to challenge this. I think he's just going to have to let it go. Bakizi does get the bomb down. Smoke on site as well as making Ghost's life even harder. And maybe 15 seconds have to wait out now, or challenge. Notice the rounds. Second gun. Only about 12 or 13 left on the spear. Has the Piranha to help.
Yeah, I feel like Ghost really needed to find that pick during that plant there to give himself an ability or a chance to isolate some of those ones. Now pincered in, he goes over the top, he finds Bakizi, but Codex, the pincer play is there. And Panderic takes another important round. It's a 5-3 half for them and a winning one at that on the attacking side.
Good decision-making from Codex there, actually, as Bakizi could feel a little bit rough for being sold out as he manages to get up and over onto the box. I mean, realistically, he should be dead before he vaults up and mounts onto that, but Codex plays it smart. Instead, he takes the animation time to close the gap so that he guarantees that he cannot tuck behind scenery and avoid the trade. Well played from the Panderic squad to close it out. And as we go into the half, oh, we've got a game on our hands here.
A game indeed, and Panderic Apex, they have been feeling it here today. A beautiful game win on Sicario's map pick of Bull. A dominating win. I think 9-3 was that final score. Now they've set themselves up for a winning half as they coast into this defensive side of things. And again, this is a map that they are incredibly comfortable on. All this weight, all this pressure now on Sicario. They need to find a win or they're going home early.
This first round is going to tell us a lot about what we need to know for the next short future, at least for the conclusion of this game, whether this one is going to have longevity or whether the Pandas are going to strike twice in a row. This malleable attack from Sicario has telegraphed a lot of audio towards the middle section. You see the rotating responsive member of Panderic from short is actually moving up to try and support mid or the B site, but Sicario starting to move the Pandas around to their tune of the music. Going to find themselves with a 3, potentially 4 versus 2 numbers advantage on this site if they go quick enough. Short's coming to support, 4v3 now in tow. Scout's close. Swing first in the shotgun, strikes true. Codex for the second.
I think hearing that nade animation, it was a great peek from Kakao Bakizi, and all of a sudden they begin to fall like dominoes. Kiyoshima will at least get a consolation prize, but he's going to need 4 more if he wants to wrap up this round. And that device down in toward the hallway here. He's got to try to find a way to get a couple picks before even considering a plant here as the shots continue to rain down through the smoke, and Kiyoshima just looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, first it was Virtus Pro to destroy the flow, and now it feels like Panderic Apex are putting them through the stress test, and right now, Sicario look more stressed and very tested.
Honestly, it's refreshing a little bit to see Panderic playing this well, especially against a team who has won back-to-back HPLs, and a lot of teams have struggled with dealing, at least in the EU region, with dealing with Sicario, but Panderic doing their homework. They've come with a game plan here today. They've been executing it near flawlessly, and now they just need a couple more rounds here to close this one out.
And Sicario look off tempo. They look sluggish. The bomb was left in spawn there, and Member had to turn around and go and fetch that as they realized that's part of the objective. So clearly tell that it's just something not quite clicking inside of the Sicario squad today. They're just waking up on the wrong side of the bed or just being put under so much pressure by the Panderic squad that they are shook. They need to find some form of a resurgence now, or this game is going to go from 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 extremely quickly.
Kakao patiently waiting on the other side. Both of these players flirting with disaster. The step out of Kakao again on this Enforcer class is so devastating. He finds one, but it's Lukey with a two-piece. Rapid able to find Zaki in the mix. Lukey took a ton of damage there, though, but it's still at least a 3v3 for the time being.
Yeah, it's settled well. Sicario got a good couple of picks there, and on the attacking side, you do want to remove defenders from a site. Now 3 versus 3, Sicario know that they can use some of that good rotational play to their advantage, where we've seen them very confidently move members of Panderic about. But if you can't win the gunfights whilst the rotation comes through, then it's going to be all for naught. Lukey has barely enough health left alive to speak of, and only a stray shrapnel shell will find him falling over. That ace somehow doesn't manage to make it happen, but Codex has killed the last, and well, Lukey's minimal health is all to speak of for the last of Sicario's hopes in round number 10.
Too late bleeds, basically a chicken nugget at this point. And he's got to get through 3 members here. Meanwhile, they're deactivating the device, and you hear the audio cue as well. Panderic, easy to fuse here as well. Now just 1 away from match point. It was 9-3 in the first one. It's 7-3 right now, and Panderic just setting themselves up here for success.
Well, this is not what we had written in the script. This is definitely what was not set down on the paperwork before we got into today's matches, given the previous
Hey,
most
don't put that
recent
on me,
results.
Ricky Bobby.
I mean, hey, you were right. You were right, sir. As wrong as you've been in a couple of scenarios today, right now it's looking like the Pandas are about to make you a profit. 7-3 is very foretelling for the 9-3 double down. Imagine double 9-3 knocking Sicario out of the tournament in the lower bracket for Arena Cup Series 3 from this Panderic squad. Most recently signed by the Panderic org. Stepping away from the oil rig brand, or the icon at least, but keeping the identity of the players. Rapid, Codex, Kakao, and Codex for the 2 as the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and final comes falling down. Bakizi, Azaki, and we are on match point, Hot.
Match point with 5 opportunities to close it out, and Codex 14, Kakao 12, the whole crew firing on all cylinders. They are that well-oiled machine that we wanted to see, and we talked about the big money moves that the Pandas have been making in these off seasons. They picked up a lot of different teams that have a ton of talent, and they're looking to make wakes amongst this arena scene, and man, they are putting a statement out here today.
I mean, we have to talk about the adjustment made by Panderic on the players of Kakao and Codex, because that has made all the difference. That ace has been captain consistent. Rapid and Bakizi always pulling their weight alongside of the squad, but right now it's the Codex and Kakao show, and the 2 Cs have been crowning King Champion as they just cause calamity and chaos inside of the action. The bomb's not even allowed to enter. Zaki's lone remaining bomb from the utility finds 1 kill, but it's 2v4 before the round's even really opened up.
They are looking good to close this one out. Goes life slowly bleeding away there. Zaki, the only 2 standing members here for Sicario. And again, not an ideal situation for them. Kakao took some damage, but on that Enforcer class, still lurking in the shadows just on the other side here.
But it's still possible. Very difficult, but 2 versus 4. And with a relative amount of information, theoretically, the more people that are alive here, the more likely you are to have somebody holding an angle. So when it comes to clearing, this becomes a little less difficult unless you get caught in a crossfire. You see it here, Zaki just trying to isolate the deep box. Gonna go for the jump shot, trade. The health knocked off of Zaki, tanks a headshot himself, shots as a swing, 1-for-1 goes. Bakizi claiming 1 apiece.
Goes, tucks in. Shots were decent, but he doesn't know there's one lurking over here near mid, and Rapid finds it. Panderic close it out. 2-9 threes as they advance to take on XP Academy, and they're looking to clip some wings, baby.
I think you need to say that to me again. I think I need to pinch myself to convince myself it's true. Panderic with a double absolute masterclass in a combination of different formats is the thing that has me the most impressed. It's not just the long-range weapons where that ace is showing us exactly why he is part of this Panderic squad and so relied upon for being crucial at making picks happen. But you come to Fort, where that Balti can be challenged and tested by the angles and the corners, and instead, it's the two members that, like you said, the nostalgia blast, the initial strength and surge out of this lineup from when they were XPA, Oil Rig, and everything before. Cacao and Codex, 14-6, 13-8, 4 MVPs and an MVP for the game. Codex there, thoroughly deserved in Fort.
They absolutely deserve this win today. I mean, they played their hearts out. They had some great strategies. Like I said, they came in with a game plan and they executed it flawlessly. They haven't been able to topple Sicario in the last 2 seasons of HPL, but here in the big boys in the Arena Cup series, they were able to topple them here in that lower bracket run. We talked about that Cinderella story here from that lower bracket, and now they've got a real shot at taking on XPA Academy.
Absolutely, and as we do say goodbye to Sicario, let's take a little look back at their journey throughout this Arena Cup Season 3 series, which is Kiyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Phil-X, and Goes did start off with a tough group. They fought themselves off against Tarkov Help, Ancient Fighters, and 8 Sins, but they topped the group, coming out with 2 wins, a draw, and no losses, and a 5-1 map split, which is an exceptional performance in that group stage. But we did say that we'd seen some of those members struggling, the likes of Phil-X being quieter. It was down to some great performances out of Goes and this team firing on all cylinders that they did so well through the group stages. But when it came to the knockout stages, Hawk, maybe a curse of elimination over their head, whatever it is, but 2-0 was the only result that Sicario saw, and it never fell in their favor.
Yeah, again, we saw some adjustments late yesterday for Panderic, and they've been able to kind of power through with that even here today. But you got to feel like that ace is just a big standing backbone for this squad. His ability to consistently hit these shots time and time again, to thread that needle, and especially in those clutch situations when it matters most, has been a big deciding factor here as well for Panderic.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Panderic squad have got in store for us as we continue on through this lower bracket. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, for Panderic today, should they see themselves with any thoughts of eyes on the top prize of that €10,000 prize and the title Arena Cup Series Season 3 champions, they have to go through the gauntlet. 2 best of 3s and the best of 5 to get themselves a chance at being able to claim that title. They've already made it one step of the way, so 1 out of 3 done. They say 2 out of 3 ain't bad, Hawk. Well, that's the next step.
That is the next step. We talked about it yesterday, actually. You take it one step at a time. They say, how do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time, baby. It might be a bigger picture out there, but as long as you're just taking it one step at a time, you have a solid opportunity. And honestly, with the way Panderic Apex is playing today, I don't know if they can continue this same type of performance into that XPA Academy game. They certainly can beat them. We've seen them beat them on Fort before. We know they're comfortable. This is the interesting point of how those map bans come out. And if XPA Academy gets to ban that map, will they ban Fort away? I imagine they do.
You've got to think so, right? Given the way that the maps have played out, who picked what based off of yesterday as well. I mean, we look at Panderic. Fort is definitely their map. We cannot argue that. I mean, the victory versus both teams actually in their group stage. I don't know, man. Like, they took Fort off of XPA. They went 1 apiece, but they did lose to them in the best of 3 yesterday, as well as across maps, I think, which favored them. Is the change up for the Pandas in this next best of 3 to look at the maps as perspective, or is it about keeping that consistency in the kit selection, allowing them to unlock their players? Because I've got to be honest with you, That's where I'm looking to this. And we've got to remind ourselves of some of the players that are coming to the table here, because it's the matchup versus matchup of individual players in this that's going to see us deciding this one out. Codex and Kakao on those shotguns in some of these maps are going to have to be better than Moyanri, than Top Aim Sabiri on this scout, who has slammed people left, right, and center all the way through the tournament. Matter afloat, arguably, I will say, the least scary of the shotgun players, if you can consider that a thing, by the way. Not that they have been underperforming, but in comparison to the likes of Rask from Virtus Pro and Moyanri, which we saw that epic duel going down with yesterday, it's just been the shotgun players that have created the highlights, right, Hawk?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen again, that's kind of think that fun battle, right? We've seen these enforcer classes really having a field day, especially in VIP and Skybridge. But you take a look at people like that Ace, and they have that ability, even Zaki there, to drop that enforcer class and kind of be that negating force there. So that's one thing I look forward to as well. But I think for teams playing, it's funny because Pandaric Apex used to dominate Bay 5. But for me, their two strongest maps are the two maps we just saw, Bull and Fort. They have such great strategies, especially on defense on Bull. A lot of times we see Kakao locking down that B site almost by himself with that Ace kind of flexing in between those lanes there. And so they're able to trust in the confidence of their teammates to hit those shots, to find those kills, and get those trades at a bare minimum. And it's that type of confidence and trust in your teammates is what you need in these big moments.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong one bit. And one thing that I'm looking at right now is a consideration of the meta. The one thing that really does favor this Pandaric squad right now is where the weapon classes sit when it comes to strength, inconsistency. That Ace, playing on the TRG, considered the most impactful on your impact player. The second most consistent and the hardest to remove from a site when it comes to defending, or the best kits to trade out in a battle buddy system when you're on assault. The shotgun kit, Kakao, and Codex, otherwise swapped out for an MCX scout class for Kakao and Codex, who both play both of those kits exceptionally well that we've seen. You then go into the other trees and you consider your options that are left, with two enforcers and a marksman. So I can have two scouts, I can have two assault players. And as we move on into the highlights, we're going to look at the assault players, because you've got to look at how consistently these spears are putting down damage. You look at Bakizi and look at Rapid. The spear is a weapon that both of them are extremely comfortable using as well. So this Pandaric squad, it just, it really does feel confident inside of this meta right now. Kakao in these highlights here with that Piranha shotgun and Rapid on that spear, like I mentioned. It just looks so easy.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we saw Furlek struggle a little bit here today. A lot of the crew for Sicario just couldn't quite find things that were clicking. They weren't winning some of these gun battles. They weren't finding those trades that Pandaric was finding. We saw that Ace popping off, supplementing in those nade kills as well. And even at times when they were outmanned over toward that B site with just two players there, Pandaric was able to lock it down and just make that stand with only those two players. So absolute lights out performance from Pandaric here today.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I don't know. This is an entirely different Sicario from what we saw 2 days ago. And I think that's the difference in the talent here, is that the performance out of Pandaric has not just been exceptional, but it's been consistent. And Sicario have, at time to time throughout Arena Cup series, shown a lacking in inconsistency from a couple of members. And, well, at this level of the competition, Hawk, that's the kind of differences that get made when you get down to the nitty-gritty. This is the last day of the tournament. This is finals day, and although this may be lower bracket, that's all to play for. It's your last chance at keeping your hopes alive. So equally as serious, potentially more climactic even, being in that lower bracket. I think you progress through the upper bracket, you have a second chance. There's a little less pressure on the line there, but this really is, you fail, you fall out.
Oh, I'm getting a phone call from Nikita.
Ooh.
Oh my God. Yeah, that game was bananas. BANANAS, baby. Pandaric has come to play. I was feeling it this morning, and I'm excited for them as well. But we've got something for all of you in chat to get excited about as well. We've got a giveaway for an EFT Standard Arena key. And we love our peoples over at Battlestate Games, but if you want to get in this giveaway, it only happens on the Hunt Premier channel. Get on over in here, pull up the chairs. I want to see you at the front of the stage, ! ACS. for your chance to win a free arena code and get out here in the action as well.
We are going to love ourselves a good bit of cheese, just like Hawk for the Rats on top. Well, Cracked couldn't be on the casting booth without a good bit of sauce. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Always got the cracked sauce to the bear. And at the end of the day, well, just like McDonald's, we're loving it. The action so far has been absolutely insane. The roof on the cathedral didn't even get built. They forecast this kind of an action, so they didn't even waste the money on the resources. This is called the Colosseum, the Grand Cathedral, the amphitheater of action for exactly that, because the best of the best in the competitive arena scene are all here from the EU and CIS region. And today they're battling out for the final title of Arena Cup Season 3 Series Champions, as well as 10,000 euros for that first place prize, 5k even for second, and then 2.5 and more respectively down the table. I mean, the bottom 4 teams, they've already locked in their gesture for participating. But the top 4 today, now the top 3, as we say goodbye to Sicario, they're fighting out for the big bucks.
Yeah. Let me take a look at the prize pool right there. We can see Ancestral 8 Sins going home with that 1,000 euros there as well. Tarkov and Ancient Fighters able to lock 1,500 of their own respectively. Sicario, an early lead here today, a bit unexpected for some, but nonetheless, still taking home 2K in euros as well to line the pockets. It was certainly a fun experience as well, but you see those TBAs up there. We know Virtus Pro has guaranteed themselves at least one of those spots in those top 2 positions there, but there's still some room to be undecided here as, again, Pandaric Apex will have their opportunity once more to clip the wings of XPA Academy.
Yeah, and with that victory over Sicario, the Pandaric squad have also, like XPA, secured themselves a minimum of 3,000 euros, regardless of the result in the next match. What they've also both earned themselves from this is a chance at 5,000 guaranteed and a chance at 10,000 and the title. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to quickly whisk you out for a short intermission. But before we do, a small reminder from myself before I pass on to Hort to send us out on our way. Exclamation mark ACS in the chat, and a terms and conditions reminder for you all, folks, ladies and gentlemen. This is a giveaway being done on the Hunt Premier channel. Make sure that you put exclamation mark in the Hunt Premier Twitch chat so that you are entered into that prize draw, which we will confirm the winner for after we get back. So, Hort, more to come.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I need to stand up, stretch my legs, and go scream into a pillow full of excitement after all of that, because I don't know how to contain myself. But guys, I can assure you, you don't want to go too far, because when we come back, we've got Pandaric Apex taking on XPA Academy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are about to get cooked up for match number 2 on the final day, the grand finals for the Arena Cup Series Season 3. As always, I am Cracked Wisdom, sat on the casting booth bench alongside the main man, myth, and legend with the mystical mustache, who has been guiding us on our way through this prophetic adventure so far, calling the shots and at this moment in time, in very unlike Hawk fashion, as he does like to be wrong on the majority of. He's calling it straight from the shots today, right from the crystal ball.
Hey, it's like they say, even a blind squirrel can find a nut every now and then. And so, maybe I just get a little lucky out here every now and then. But here we are. So again, I enjoy being right. So I'm happy that I've made it this far. But I think this is where that real mix comes into play. And I had a gut feeling here for Pandaric Apex. I would love to see them be able to clip XPA Academy. We know they play well on Fort. We saw them do very well on Bowl, and interesting enough, they were able to win that coin toss once more.
And as interesting as it is, we're going to have a check into the maps that have been picked out very shortly, and we're going to have a really detailed conversation about this because there are big implications for how these maps play out, not only for this matchup that we're going to get to see on screen, but also that foreboding for the future, right? Regardless of which way this one goes for Pandaric Apex or XP Academy, this information is undoubtedly going to be banked by Virtus.pro right now. They will be watching this matchup intently as they go into the best of 5, especially for map selection.
Yeah, and I feel like Virtus.pro would probably rather play Pandaric Apex, but I don't know if that's true on the day with the way that they're playing here. I mean, Bikizi, Cacao, that ace, Codex, Rapid, everybody is clicking. They've been able to trust and confide in their teammates to win these gun battles, to find those trades at a minimum, and they've been near flawless throughout the day on it. So I'm excited to see what they've got to offer against XPA Academy. We've seen them take at least one game away both times, but they fell just short in that playoff bracket when it was a best of 3. So a real shot for them here to gain some ground, to power in toward that grand final and see what they got against those previous returning champs.
I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. I was actually looking at the combination on the XPA side. I mean, Moyanri, Zarol, Top Aim, Sibiri, Cords, Disabler, and Matter of Flow, the starting lineup for this team here. But Evgen was playing yesterday in place of Cords, Disabler. And that then also is something to play into this. So curious to see which starting 5 drop onto the table for the day. And as we get to look at the map picks on screen for you guys at home with that graphics to help display that pick and ban selection process, like Hort so wisely said, Skybridge being banned out as in the previous best of 3, and the maps follow suit. Bowl, first selected by XP Academy, Fort by Pandaric Apex, leaving Bay 5. That deciding map, should we go to 3? Now, in the previous matchup between these two teams, Hawk won apiece for the first 2 maps on both occasions. We've got to see Pandaric Apex realistically put a dent in that storyline by taking that first map here on Bowl. You would have to think if they are going to continue this spree through the lower bracket.
Couldn't agree with you more. Pandaric Apex has to win Bowl. They have to come out with the same performance against Sicario. They have to take Bowl. It doesn't matter if it's by 6 rounds or by 1. They have to win Bowl here, I think, to go on and win Fort. I really don't want to see them back on Bay 5 where they have struggled just a little bit to close out those games, especially against a tough XP Academy. So I think that probably is the win condition here for Pandaric Apex.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not just a win condition, it's a win factor at this point. And something I was looking at for the teams is that combination, like we said, speaking regarding the meta. Both of these teams have exceptional marksman players. Both of these teams have exceptional shotgun players. Both of these teams have exceptional MCX players. There is a variety throughout both of these lineups. And when we come to talking about whose team style and play style fits the meta the most at the moment, I think these two teams, you could argue, are probably the best fit. I mean, Pandaric Apex running that double spear, double shotgun, bolter combo is something to be feared. And I expect that XPA are going to match them fire with fire in this best of 3.
Yeah, for me, again, I've got my eye. I know the whole crew is great here for Panderic, but I've got my eyes locked in on that ace. I think he, especially on Bull, has the opportunity again to be that big difference maker to really set them apart and to give them a good opportunity to win a lot of these early rounds. And if they can do exactly what they did to Sicario here to start off, I mean, it could be wonders for Panderic. If they can find a way to squeeze out Bull, we should see them solidify for it, but I just feel like if they don't take Bull, we could see some trouble heading into Bay 5. I feel strongly about them winning on Fort, though.
The one matchup that's looking concerning to me in this one is not actually the ball map. I have belief that Pandemic can produce a similar performance as to what they did in the first best of three today versus Sicario here for XP Academy. What I'm not sure about is whether that level of performance is going to be enough to get them over the line versus this stronger team. Flip side, I'm looking at Bay 5. I'm really looking at that third and final deciding map as to whether that is going to be where the Pandas can sink or swim. I just think that XP Academy have shown so much play when it comes to bowl that has been flawless. It's not a case that they're just that level of skill above. It's that they aren't making the mistakes for other teams to capitalize on. And at this stage in the tournament, that's what's really deciding the nitty gritty and the small close parts of the rounds. So I have absolute faith that this can be pulled from the depths by both of these two teams. And arguably, I think that's the situation we're in, Hort. I don't think this is favored either way now. And I think if XPA walk into this match thinking it's favored for them, I think that's the tripwire the Pandas are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, and I just flashed back to yesterday. I don't know how many times I saw that ace kill a player from XPA Academy and then repeat and kill Moyanri specifically, who was proned. Always proned in that second kill for that ace, and he's finding it. Now, I also think about that crazy jump shot from Moyanri onto that ace to clutch up a round yesterday on Bull as well. And so you're absolutely right. Both of these teams very dominating here, but again, I think if we end up going to Bay 5, that might be where Panderic falls. So they need to try and close it out here in 2.
And ladies and gentlemen, introducing you into map 1 of your lower bracket grand final. The last two teams to fight for the final spot in the overall grand final to take on Virtus Pro for the Arena Cup Series Season 3 champion title and 10,000 euros. The first grenade from utility goes off towards sight, but Codex's health is only halved by that hammer for the beginning.
And speaking of legends, we got one in chat. Cabo with 4 Bs. You've won an EFT Arena standard key. So hop in that Discord, make that support ticket so we can get that Arena key over to you as quickly as possible. But much like in that last series, it's a very slow start here to round 1 as Panderic just being patient, holding true. But Moyanri spots him through the smoke, and it's an early pick. Rapid, Codex, Medora, and Evgen, who is back in for Cords, finds a 2-piece, and things are clicking early here for XPA.
Okay, the last person left alive in this one is on the scout. Sticking with this MCX in hand, we see a similar match of the class from Moyanri as well. At 1 versus 4 with the smokes on site and the time draining away. This is merely going to be a confidence builder for Kakao. Pandas will not be afraid or shook by a single round loss, but not the same dominant performance out the gate that they displayed in the first best of 3. Madara should have been dead twice over. That helmet's tanked 2 sets of shots, by the way.
Yeah, and we're used to seeing Kakao in that Enforcer class, but he does run this here on Bull. He had a nice shot onto Evgen, but again, you look at the numbers, a 4v1 situation. I would probably say, 7 to 8 times out of 10, you're not going to be able to find that clutch when they're playing consistently well. So a good start here for XPA. Panderic needing to get a few rounds here on the board in the row in the defensive side like they did against Sicario. I expect to see some big snipes from that ace again. That's what I'm looking for to be that big difference maker.
I am also keeping my eyes very, very subtly to the sidelines and the stamina bar for the Pandas. They have a long gauntlet to go through today, and I am very curious to see if at all, if not when, any forms of fatigue start to set in. There's only so long you can play at the highest level in this kind of gameplay, and this is going to be one of those marathon tests of that fatigue level and endurance today.
On the jiggle, that ace not able to hit that one. We'll take a little bit of damage. Up the stem to heal up here. The smokes have plumed out. Rapid finding Moyanri, though, on an early pick. was more Yanri to get Rapid opening up in that previous round, but Rapid finds a two-pace. That ace, the snipe on to Evgen, and Panderic back to Panda things.
I feel like Evgen feeling himself a little bit worried about his woes there. Breaking one of the golden rules of Tarkov, never pick the same angle twice into AI, or a that ace carrying a Bolty. However, Top Aim Sabiri decides the smartest way to remove the deadly man is without giving him something to shoot at, blow him up with a grenade. Wise choice, I would think, on their part. XPA, even with one member left alive versus just 4 now. Just 4. Only 4. Very, very tough chance.
Similar situation for Kakao in that previous round, but Sabiri, I will say, has been an absolute monster with these nades here. A ton of great lineups yesterday as well, trying to sift through the smoke. The outline will be spotted. Rapid, we'll put him in the dirt. Panderic able to find a quick response here as they'll tie it up once more, 1-1.
That's a good sign for the Pandas.
Yeah.
It's one short of an ace from Rapid, and not that Rapid has been underperforming in this tournament so far, but the Rapid from the EU scene that was very talked about for a couple of seasons in a row because of how talented he was has seemed to be quieter. Arguably because he's surrounded by so much talent himself, it's hard to stand out when everybody's shining so bright. But given that being said, that is a great confidence booster for a young talent in a strong lineup that needs to come up against it today. And that ace is going to start off this round with another one of those pieces of pinball pocket pain.
I tell you, that ace is probably one of my favorite players, if not my favorite player. He is definitely won over a hot fan here, but Zard and crew have been able to stampede onto the site. They're going to find this plant so quickly here due to that utility in place. It's really kind of kept Panderic at bay here, and so 45 seconds, XPA Zerald able to find that first pick as well.
And could you imagine it? It's another point to talk about, is Bakizi's been away from the game for a fair amount of time doing a lot of live stuff. He's just gone back into it twice. The double swing from the Pandas comes through, but it's red, and the kill feed as the Pandas bleed. 3 versus 1. The last left alive is going to get folded on the site as the captain goes down with his crew.
Back and forth we go. Much like in some of those other tighter matches, it's going to be which team is able to put those round in bunches. Who can put 2 or 3 in the row on the board at some point in this game and in that back and forth tug of war. That's going to be the big decider here for either one of these teams. But for now, XPA has been able to regain the lead here momentarily, and doing so on the attacking side as well.
This is exactly what we would expect from right now. 3 rounds in, a little bit of a tempo shift. XPA decide there's 2 sides to this game. Let's see if we can pull them about a little bit. Let's try and pressure the other side and see what that action's got talking to itself. And actually, to that effect, Panderic, now 3 rounds A in a row, decided they might be attempted to overstack the A site. Instead, the 2 floating players are going to retreat through spawn and around. Common support from Green. There's a tough angle to fight from this section from the defending side, though.
The Cowbell going to open up with an early pick. Zerald, that ace with a snipe on to Siberia as well. And that nade raining down won't find a home just yet. 2 pressuring in, but it's Panderic with the numbers as well. And that ace on this jiggle, just trying to spot. I'm not sure he was aware that the device was down. Evgen was able to pick it up there as well. And now we see Kakao going down to Zerald.
Yeah, Matter of Flow's positioning right now is really good as well. I mean, the audio from the top of apps and the wood there is going to give that ace the cue that he's just there now, but Matter of Flow's been in the back lines for a little while, and that's given the bomb access to side. That ace is going to swing and pick off one. Matter of Flow goes down. So does the bomb.
A little bit of a calming there for a moment as Zerald will find Rapid. Does that ace know there's one tucked into the corner, though? He doesn't. You got to check your corners, as my boy Blue would say. Evgen finds that one. Bakizi up top from the top rope. Can't find that kill.
Yeah, you strip away a few letters from Connor and you get left with 2, an N and an O, and that's the sound that you're making as you come around the corner and you forget to check the corner and you go, no, 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 as you realize that Shadow's been exposed by somebody just tucked away, chewing on the cheese, ratting as he pleases, ready to claim your life. And, well, it's one way to kill a Balti Hawk. Tuck tight, play the stealth game yourself, be out of sight. We see that ace fall. It is a close game, but XPA have done as you've asked. 2 rounds in a row now. Can they keep that snowball flowing?
That is the important thing here. We talked about that's going to be the big thing for either team, putting those rounds in bunches. For Panderic, they've got to find a way to stifle this push here from XPA. They look to put more rounds on the board. Moyanri Ford ambulance here, Zero on board here now with Evgen as well. And Panderic in great positioning, very far back here as they like to play these lanes with that snipe as well. And often only putting one member toward that B site.
On board with the nade. Sad sights as it doesn't see itself finding a home, though, and the swing onto Curtain gets immediately nullified. Top Aim Severi has a better response with his, though. Rapid goes down, not so quick this time. That ace on the secondary finds Evgen. The APM inside of that AK plowing through its adversaries. Codex tucked in a great position to challenge. There's still here. Hop up presence. That ace on site. The Balti flicks. Top Aim Severi claims one. Zyrol's going to have to try and transfer, but Codex wins that one out.
Now in good positioning here. Panderic a 3v1. Sabiri, we saw some crazy clutches yesterday, but it's not happening today. That ace with a nice snipe shot to give him a free little 6 feet dirt nap. And with that, Panderic will slowly inch back into this one. It's important for Panderic not to allow them to put many rounds on the board. And so far, doing a good job at that.
And where XPA put 2 in a row together, now the Pandas have to make up and do the same thing if they want to keep with the tempo inside of this game. XPA putting 2 in a row together gives them the lead, and it will allow them a chance that if they drop round for round all the way up to the latter parts of this game, that they will have the chance to be able to push it to 2 in the lead rather than it being kept at a close tie. So, on the attack and on the offensive this time, XPA will look to change the flow again. And it's a B-site push, but the one thing we saw from here yesterday was the Cacao is an absolute menace. Oh my god, that's 4 in such quick time. It's the entire 5. I'm done, I quit, I retire. And so should he after that kind of a play. What is that?
Cue up the music, baby. The ace of spades. My man is steamrolling them out here. Cacao cooking them up with a nice cup of hot cocoa, baby. We talked about the importance of Panderic finding a couple rounds in a row, and they're able to do it. We find ourselves tied up 3-3.
In all my life casting and commentating, I have never, ever seen 5 members fell to one holding angle in such quick strength, and from that, the Pandas are coming back with fury in their eyes and fire in the heart. The grenade from the cookbook master himself is the first, and Rapids claiming the second.
From Akizi's cookbook to the absolute pandemonium from Cacao in that previous round. The Pandas, they're feeling something here today, and I think we all are watching it. An opportunity for them to really shine and showcase the talent, but Cacao will be taken out by Sabiri here.
I am shook, stunned, shocked and surprised. Call me stupid because confused is what I am after the conundrum inside the yellow van. Next round on, though, 3v3, Top Aim Sabiri takes out the key factor in that ace. As now, a game of Sleeping Lions takes over the scenes in Escape from Tarkov. Moyanri's head prone, leaves an easy home for the dome of Bakizi's bullets. Can't miss that one as that's the first point of contact. Is he going to read the second, Hort?
Just a couple slithery snakes slithering through the garden, but Bakizi's a mongoose, baby. He's eating them up, and now Sabiri all alone. He's got the help of the teammates here as well, and the defuse will come in. XPA not going to be able to get there in time. Codex will put Sabiri down, and now Panderic, for the first time here on Bull, will find themselves up on top and in the lead. They've solidified a minimum of a tied half here.
Everybody has a different opinion on this, but from a coaching standpoint, proning out on the ground leaves you a lot of problems. Lack of mobility, chance to adjust your aim, so on and so forth. Regardless, that's the first example where XPA has been put under pressure, and I think in the entirety of the Arena Cup series, we've seen them drop an unforced error to such great discipline out of another team. The captain, Bakizi, showing us how it's done. Clear your corners and the floor properly. There's just no way to counterplay it.
Yeah, and I think when you're playing prone, you almost need to have someone on their feet very close to you to find that trade at a minimum or keep their eyes up off the ground there. But Cacao over toward this side has been doing a great job. He's going to find an early pick here as well. And now Panderic having an opportunity to solidify not only a tied half, but a winning half here. And that could be all the momentum they need.
Pandas have been putting in the reps between the games. Been taking that regular time in the hideout in the gym to just pump some lead, get themselves some extra endurance and strength points onto the character stats because they're going to need everything in the bag to be able to make it through the gauntlet today. And boy, oh boy, are they making a good start to their run at it. Grenade onto site is navigated well by the remaining defending A-site member. Mikizi just dancing around those grenades, knows the cookbook, he knows the rhythm of that dance. As Rapid finds one from Gen.
Madara will step into the firing squad of Kakao and crew. Sabiri able to find one, but Codex a quick answer, and they only lose one member in the round. Pandaric Apex, baby. They are on top of it here today. Everything seems to be clicking. Rapid, Kakao at 9. That Ace 6, Codex 4, Bakizi 3, but everybody just filling their role nicely. We talk about the confidence in each other to trust to Kakao, excuse me, to lock down the B side alone. And man, did he, that ace there in that previous round. I mean, Pandaric just has to be feeling good right now.
I don't. What did you swallow in your cereal this morning to predict this kind of chaos, Hot? What crystal ball were you looking into when you read that Pandaric have just got what it takes today? What smell was there on the breeze that came through the morning window that just convinced you that this was possible? Because whatever it was, I'd like to store some of that and bottle it up in a tank, and I'd like to take off the label copium and label it with hopium, because right now I am enthused with the performance from this EU squad. They are absolutely representing and showing out when it counts in the biggest competition in the EFT stage right now.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. When I went to bed last night, I put a picture of your head up on my ceiling.
Oh, my.
It's, I just manifested it. So here we are. Oh, but the first attacking round here for Pandaric. They've got a nice 2-point cushion. If they could find a way to win this first round, to double up that lead, all of a sudden, XPA really begins to feel that pressure.
There's just as much slander in the casting booth as there is savagery on the pitch right now. It's Hot Sauce laying it all out on the line. Not spilling his words. He wears his heart on his sleeve with pride, just as we would hope and expect from one of the most exceptional casters in the scene. That's why we love to be here, the best of the best, at the tip of the top. The best yapping, the best gameplay, and the best quality production, thanks to the partnership from Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games. We're having a little bit of a moment for some downtime chat. I'm going to just let it settle a second, as both of these two teams have decided now's the time, at the swapping of the halves, to reassess this game plan.
I mean, they've got time to work with here. Still 40 seconds on the clock as you see that nade lineup coming here from that ace toward the site. Unfortunately, nobody's tucked on that. And you take a look at the mini-map, and XPA has already begun to shift this direction.
Yeah, notice that XPA is positioned well for where that ace is peeking. Nobody behind Shark as that ace pre-fire peaks that one. Kakao does win his trade into the adversary on Evgen. Rapid from Generators into top aim Sabiri as well. That's a big pick. Bakizi does get flattened by Moyanri's good crosshair placement, but the two-man swing from Curtin repels him out. Matter of Flow goes down as Kakao has the name of his head on his list. Moyanri has other thoughts.
Yeah, Moyanri really stepping it up, finding a couple big picks here, but Rapid, who's got 10 on the board, Kakao with 11. They've got the numbers advantage, needing to work that crossfire together, but they allow Moyanri to isolate the ones, and all of a sudden this round win becomes more feasible here for XPA.
1v1 though, and I would not like to be facing Codex right now after the performance that this man has been putting in. Do not forget that his counterpart Kakao had a 1-for-5 piece, and Codex will not allow that to go lightly into the wind, wanting to match his battle buddy with a similar forward dominance. Codex does close it out against probably the most devastating player from this XPA lineup given through this entire tournament. That one short of the ace. Moyanri, one Panda's head short of the full 5.
Oh, it was 3-1 at one point. Pandas have now been able to put 5 rounds in a row on the board. We talk about those win stipulations, and for Pandaric, if they can find a way to close out here on Bull, we might see that repeat performance against Sicario on Fort once more.
Honestly, if this map goes the way it's done, I'm like,
yeah.
I'm so shocked right now at how this is going, and it's just continuing to follow the same sort of flow. Again, Plaid Stripes in the kill feed until Evgen gets involved. Actually turns this one back in the favor of XPA. Step up from the substitute for XPA now, needing to make the mark. Oh,
I mean,
that bomb's in a hideous position too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Zaro, though, does find Codex here. Now it's all down to that ace. Sabiri touching up rounds when they need to as they look to inch back into this one here. XPA will cut that lead down just by a little bit.
Like, did a double take as you saw that go slightly not so great, and then look to where Zabom has fallen, and Zabom has fallen inside of the trap. There was a lot of people surrounding that, and suddenly, it's a tarp is very, very true. Star Wars fan or not, Star Trek fan or not, however which way you wish to paint it, XPA find themselves a fourth and close the gap back to 2. Now, this is where Panderic in previous matchups versus XPA have found themselves rocked a little bit. They've struggled to stop XPA pulling multiple rounds together consecutively. If they're going to succeed today, they need to change that by striking back immediately.
Zara up into the face of the competition, but it's Bakizi to win that battle. And you talked about Madara needing to have a good game. Only 1 kill so far. That ace raining down the grenade. And with that, the destruction will follow. Panderic able to maintain that player advantage here for the time being. But we saw XPA able to turn it around there in that previous round. They're going to need something similar here in this one as well.
Maybe we might need something stronger. Similar from the first match as an absolute, as that map was taken 9-3 in strength. But we're already past that point. XPA have crossed that milestone of putting 3 on the board and they're up to 4. Gap closed to 2. Smoke overhead shot as Alfame Sabiri actually looking to try and creep through that smoke to take the pick on that ace. Spotted wise as that ace as he drops off and avoids the aggression.
You see that device going down here for Panderic, and they've got the number advantage once more. You can hear the pre-fire shots ringing out. Zero about to step into the crosshair here, and has been spotted by a Rapid. Able to dip down here. Kakao is prone on the side. They check it though, and you talked about the lack of mobility while prone. Zorld finds it, but Rapid, the 2K, it's 12 kills for Rapid. It's 12 for Kakao, and Panderic now 1 away from match point.
Here we are, Young Prodigy. Rapid makes his name known as he goes 1-2 all the way down the tower lane to close it out, and Panderic's squad push themselves even closer to this first map success that could foretell a way out of this semi-final for them into the grand final. This is the lower brackets grand final, but for the overall tournament, this is the equation of what would be your semi-final. This is the last chance for either of these two teams, and also the chance for them to earn a spot and earn a shot at Virtus.pro. Madara Flow, first blood crucial. The change around for XPA. Zarol gets the second. The grenade on generator doesn't find Rapid and allows him to get that access onto site as Madara Flow goes down.
Rapid has been on an absolute tear this game. Now into that kill lead position as well as they begin to linger through the smoke here and wait for it to dissipate. Shots will ring out that ace. Just patiently waiting here. That device is going to go down, and now for this post-plant position, even though XPA has the numbers, Panderic in a very good spot here to close out this round.
Rapid gets one. Top aim Severi goes down as Moyanri does finally shut Rapid down. 3 versus 2 now, and the captain goes to the floor, finds that ace, scoring one more, but only enough to give himself a consolation prize. XPA will get access to the site and will defuse the bomb. Score is closed back to 2-round difference. XPA not wanting this to snowball too far out of their reach, but it's still in the favor for Panderic for the time being.
XPA not ready or willing to go silently into the night here. Panderic looking good, but they are not out of that deep water just yet. They're looking like sharks more than pandas. They smell blood at the moment, but they need to close it out here. This is an important... We talked about the win stipulation. They really don't want to go toward that Bay 5. If they can find a dub here and look to close it out in 2, because we talk about the dexterity on the day, not having to go all 3 in that first one. If you can do something similar here, it just makes that final path, that best of 5, a little bit easier or more manageable, if you will.
I mean, if you go through 2 best of 3s and 2-0 both of them, that is the most perfect performance you could do leading into the biggest game of the day, which could be a potential best of 5. So when it comes to the Pandas and the game plan they put on the table today, they have executed it to textbook perfection so far. We saw this from the attacking side as Kakao held this one. This time around, the table's turned. Evgen has his job cut out for him as the Pandas come with strength towards the B site.
Evgen being patient. I love the fact that in some of these rounds, especially early on, we've seen a lot, 30 seconds go off the clock with really not a lot happening. Neither of these teams really wanting to commit to any mistake here.
I mean, everyone's willing to play the late game meta. This top tier of the tournament, everybody's confident in their gun skill, so time pressure or not, they're willing to hit their shots. And the first is the captain claiming the head of Madara Flow.
It's a big pick there for Moyanri. Madara still struggling here today, but has the teammates to back him up as Zerald finds that ace. Bakizi's on a tear this round, though, as he'll answer back on to Sabiri.
Codex jiggling with the bomb towards Curtain's going to try and peek and poke and prod, gets information. Kakao finds one. Bakizi swings round off the info to Moyanri on the generator. And it's left with Zerald in a 1 versus 3 as the bomb is being planted on the other side.
Now, finding that one on to Zerald, and all of a sudden, you see those panda eyes getting bright white as they are now just one away from closing it out on the map pick of XPA Academy. And honestly, the Tarkov gods seem to be on the side of Pandaric Apex today. They won both coin tosses so far. They were able to ban away Skybridge. They've got the same layout map pool here as well in this one, and really just trying to manifest their own destiny here.
And for anybody who may be joining us for the first time for some competitive Escape from Tarkov Arena, first to 9, the rounds required to win the map. So Pandaric on the precipice of success in the first and the best of 3. This is only map 1. Scoreline 0-0 on the maps right now, but Pandaric are one step away from the grand final plan coming true. And step 1 is win ball. Step 2 is win the second. There's trades back and forth. See Madara Flow and Bakizi swapping, but Bakizi's not just good for 1, he's good for 2.
That's the big important part, finding multiple kills in succession, much like the multiple round factor as Rapid finds Moyanri, and all of a sudden things getting a bit better. But Zerald from behind picks up on Bakizi. Do they know he's here? That ace barely dodging the bullet, and now they know exactly where Zerald is. They can begin to close in. That device is down, but it doesn't matter. They have the numbers to work with here. They need to work off that buddy system.
Captain consistent, doesn't give his life. That ace instead taps out for the win. Pandaric take the lead. Ball goes to the Pandas. They go one better than the last time they've meeting this team inside of the head-to-head. And they take the first map.
9-5. I mean, it was 2 9-3s against Sicario. Now they come out here in 9-5 XP Academy. And you take a look at some of that drip from the Battle Pass, which is free, by the way. I hope you all are taking advantage of that. If you haven't been lucky enough to win an EFT key, if you don't own the game, I will be kindly enough to remind you there's a 20% discount, a big fatty discount across the board here. So make sure you get out there, get invested, whether you do it through the Battle State launcher or now on that Epic store as well. Tarkov Arena, a free battle pass, 90+ unique rewards, and a lot of fun to be had.
So much action inside of the arena, and so much gifts and given out inside of the chat doing so. Ladies and gentlemen, to get your hands on the prizes, all you need to do is have your Twitch account linked to your Escape from Tarkov account, and then watch. Literally that simple. As well as that, airdrops drop through the hot prize line coming throughout the chat all the way throughout the tournament. From the first 3 days to the last 3 on both weekends, we are giving away Escape from Tarkov Arena keys for you to get into the arena and show us how good you might potentially be in the future, or just so you can wear the colors of your favorite team so you can support them going through their competitive scene endeavors, as the Pandaric squad right now have drawn first blood in their second series on the day after a convincing 2-0 into Sicario. They are 1-0 up versus XPA.
Looking very strong here as they get to head on toward their map pick, a map that they've beaten XPA on in the past, a map that they continuously dominate on, and now a real opportunity for Panderic to advance into that grand finals, to solidify a minimum of 5K euro, and their shot at 10K and toppling the former juggernauts, the former champions of Arena Cup Series 2 of Virtus Pro.
XPA, interesting concept here. I think that Virtus Pro are going to be sat on the sidelines watching this one intently. Before today, I would have suggested that XPA would have liked to have been knocked out by Panderic in the eyes of Virtus Pro for the favor of the tournament. So that it makes it a little less scary, okay? You know, for that final match, I think Virtus Pro would see that XP Academy doing so well into them at this point in time throughout the tournament and previous recent results. They'd probably like to face the Pandas over XPA in that grand final. But I think as a Virtus Pro member now, after watching today's action, I think my mind is heavily swayed elsewise.
Yeah. You know, it's tough. Again, I don't know what it was when I woke up this morning. I just had a feeling here for the Pandas, and hopefully they can find a way to close it out. Again, you know, as much as we like to see any one of these teams win, there's just something about telling that underdog story, that Cinderella story from that lower bracket run. And I thought, you know, if they could find a way to beat Sicario, they would be able to clip the wings of XP Academy. And now they're looking strong here. They've just got to get through Fort. But that, I think, is the big thing. If XP Academy can find a way to upset them on Fort, a map they haven't dropped yet, then all of a sudden we could see some trouble in Bay 5. So we look to see Panderic close it out here in the next one. But we get another beautiful look at all these wonderful highlights. Speaking of that, beautiful snipe right there from Bad Ace.
And I think you asked for a slow-mo highlight of some of these Balti shots so you can see just how crispy clean it is. Well, crispy clean is the kind of action that you're going to collect inside of the highlights for the Cup Series there. Model dropping dead like a sack of spuds. But it was not a familiar feeling for Pekisi throughout this game. We're going to get to see later on. He was nailing heads with that spear, but that ace starts off the early parts of this game by setting the tempo alongside some exceptional performances from Rapid. Evgen here plays the game really well, tucks himself tight into the corner and catches that ace without awareness. But the further we got through this game, the more we saw this was destructive. I mean, you want to talk about a 1v5 situation where you don't need a team. Well, Cacao. Favorite flavor of hot cocoa in the morning now.
Yeah. A lot of people in chat might have lost a lot of gamble points in that last one, but all of a sudden, you take a look at the prediction, and man, is it drastically changed from game to game.
How many exactly percentage points are we looking at right now? Oh my good lord, 70,000 channel points against the 22,000. For Panderic, in favor of Panderic. Arguably a 3-to-1 split in the chat right now. For people that think that Panderic are going to be able to take this home, I mean, I think whether they take it home or not over the best of 3 for me right now, Hort, it's looking pretty promising. But the one that's really, really catching my attention, I think they take it home in 2.
Yeah, well, I think if they're going to take it, it's going to be in 2. I think if we go to Bay 5, all of a sudden we start to experience some trouble. But I mean, they haven't lost on this map yet, I don't think. They certainly haven't lost to XP Academy on this map. And so you certainly feel like it does favor them. They're playing the best Tarkov they've played yet throughout the series, I have to feel like. And so I feel like it truly is the Pandas' time to shine. And so, but it all comes down to these important moments. You know, how well do you play in these big games and these big tournaments? And right now they're showing that they can, but they're not out of the deep water. Like we said earlier, you can't get all the way to the finish line and then drop the ball. You have to be able to close out. So far, they've been great at that today, but they've got to get through this one here.
Virtus Pro awaits them on the other side. Whichever of the two teams comes out successful here, it is only map 1 of 3. And given the Virtus Pro that we know and we've all seen succeed through the previous Arena Cup Series tournament that took them to Series 2 season champions, well, it's not going to be a small ask for either side that makes it there. Not only have we got the first full featured best of 5 for a finals, but also we've potentially a team that's been here playing for the entire day since the beginning. and a total of, like I said, 11 maps a possibility. Now, shortened a little bit. They've banked 2, only a maximum of 10 from this point onwards, but looking like a potential maximum of 9 if they continue on the strength. Panderic, I mean, I'm starting to wonder if they stole the sword from Sicario on the way out of the first match today. The bamboo is sharpened, and it looks like we're dual wielding right now.
Yeah, it looks like they ripped that sword right out of the skull of Sicaria, and they're looking to use that sword to cut the wings of XP Academy. But the only thing I worry about is if they are able to get into that grand finals, their map pool hasn't been as vast. Bowl, Fort, phenomenal. Bay 5, we've struggled. Skybridge, we've struggled. Those are maps, especially Skybridge, that Virtus Pro tends to dominate on. Absolutely dominate. Virtus Pro, attack. What map? Attack. What map? Doesn't matter. Attack. They are a very aggressive squad that at times some of these EU teams have had a little bit trouble with, but even so, Panderic has had some issues with these other maps in the map pool. You just have to feel confident with the way that they're playing today. They're winning their gun battles. We talked about they're finding the trades at a minimum. Everybody's filling that role, and if they have a bad round, they can count on the other 4 members to step up and fill that void. They've been executing it near flawlessly. If they can continue to do so, we might just have absolute pandemonium on our hands today.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Rapid from that first map as well. A great performance out of the young talent from this now Panderic Apex side that, like we said, a little bit quieter throughout the group stages, but absolutely showing up in the first map here versus XPA. And after looking back through a lot of the results, I'm struggling to find a map at this point in time where that ace has not come out with double digits in the kill feed by the end of the game. I'm actually genuinely struggling to find a single match where that ace has not hit double digits in the kill feed. We talk about consistency is king. Consistency is key. But when you've got the king of consistency as your key to unlocking the potential of your team, Pandas are set up for success.
They are. They're set up for success. It's just we talked about. I think one of the first things we said when the stream got going today was consistency is key and consistency is king. And so far, Panderic has been able to do that. So, but can they continue to do it? We talk about a potential 3-game series here, a potential 5-game in that next one. Dexterity, mental fortitude. There's so many aspects that come into play here. All the while, Virtus Pro basking in the sun in their lawn chairs, watching the action unfold, strategizing and coming up with their own game plans as well.
Game plans aside, the mentality is going to be a big part of it too. And we've talked about this on a number of different occasions, but the further these series get into depths of complexity, the more maps that people have to go through to be able to gain a victory, the more that mental factor is going to become a part of the game. Like we said, a double overtime scenario, a triple overtime scenario is not unfamiliar in some of these scenes, and we've seen it before where we've gone to 11s to 13s, even sometimes required for a round required score for victory. So there is a potential for one of these matches today to go a long way, and that might take a toll on the mental where either side could find themselves falling to an upset due to not being able to handle the pressure. I mean, it's a lot on the line. It's 10,000 euros for the first place prize, and this match right here is for a guaranteed 5,000 instead of guaranteed 3. So it's 2K on the line for one of these two teams to be able to gain the advantage of a minimum 5K success on the day.
Yeah, and you look back to the group stage where Panderic fought XPA. It was 2 overtimes. XPA took that bowl 11-9, but it was Panderic 11-9 on Fort. So again, every time Panderic has faced XPA on Fort, they have got the dub. So it's going to be all up to XPA on this one. They really have to be feeling that brunt of that pressure, that weight on their shoulders. And so I think that's what separates some of those great players from those pro players, is being able to weather that storm and come out, battle through that attrition and come out on the other side and find a way to dig deep and get that dub. But man, do they have a tall task in front of them here.
I mean, it's a tall task because it's flying up in the sky. The XPA logo does not have an eagle carrying that logo around for no reason, I guess. Flying high is what they've been doing throughout the entirety of the HPL season, as well as their strengthening performance throughout the group stages. But when it comes to the elimination stages in the playoffs, they've definitely struggled more than a couple of other teams, especially coming against underdog squads that have really put them up against the wall and against the test. I mean, they have come out on top previously a couple of times before, but they've been close scrapes, Port. They haven't been as convincing as the victories from the likes of Virtus Pro. So, as we move on into map 2, XPA versus Panderic, where Panderic are 1-0 up in the best of 3 on maps. Time for the response from XPA. Evgen opens up with first blood onto the captain.
There's Kakao back onto the Enforcer class, blowing out the legs of the competition. Nobody's safe around Kakao on this Enforcer class. He'll turn any opposing member into Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, he ain't got no legs, but I'm wondering which of these two teams have got the legs to go the distance on the day. The shots from the shotgun are going to come screaming out. Moyanri responds with them of their own mode. Matter of Flow's gone onto the MCX this time around. Takes the life of Kakao. 3 versus 2. Bomb down over towards that B site. Numbers in the favor of the defensive squad. For how long?
That ace. Can he find this one? It's the Enforcer class. We talked about how you can drop him. It's Moyanri to go down, and we've been struggling a little bit with that Enforcer. That ace almost finding that one.
He's extremely hurt. A little tap from Madara is what I was really scared about for a second there, Hort. I mean, Rapid could potentially pull this off with a double swing on the isolation. Madara's going to call out teammate for help, and that means that is all said and done for round 1. Rapid did have a chance on the swing. Gets himself out in the right hand into the left hand, but 2 versus 1 comes true. Numbers are strong.
Numbers are strong. XPA starting out on the right foot here on Fort, but it's only 1 round in. We saw something similar, actually, on that previous map. It was XPA who got the first one. We saw one back, but it was 3-1 at one point before Panderic went to put on 5 or 6 rounds in a row.
Going to preserve a little bit of energy, both the commentary booth and the teams here. Panderic doing a good job to avoid the Archnade. As Rapid finds the first kill onto Zarold. Shotgun takes the legs of Matter afloat. That's a great use of the Piranha there. Snapping at the ankles.
Ooh, that ace. If he doesn't find it with a snipe, he'll get you with an aid. Moyanri, though, able to return fire on the Enforcer class. Not a ton of rounds left in the mag, just 5 here. We'll pop that reload here. Has a little assistance from the teammate, but you take a look at the mini-map. They've already shifted. They gathered control completely of the B site here, and so now we'll see that device begin to rotate around from the spawn. Codex picks off Evgen, and Panderic looks to tie it up.
Yeah, it's a great use of the snap of the jaws of the shotgun, using the audio to cover that grenade usage from that ace as he drops the bomb down. Kakao, unfortunately, does pick up that life of his teammate, though, as too many members alive does cause you one form of chaos. That's where's the last guy gone. Kakao holds his position, though, and his discipline. Moyanri does find himself the last sacrifice to round number 2. Panderic level the tides.
All tied up once more as history begins to repeat itself from that first series as well. It was XPA that went to get 2 more before Panderic put 5 or 6 up. So we'll see how this one plays out, but Kakao already 4 kills on the board. The Enforcer class and Fort just seems to work near perfectly here for Kakao.
It's close quarters, tight confines, tight corners. It's exactly what those kind of kits are built for. Breach, shock, and or entry. And oppression from a close distance. Shots from Zarold as one cross does not find it, but top aim Sabiri has got the grenade out there. Madara Flow loses the gunfight. But that ace is the member from Panderic that takes the death, and that is a big pick for XPA.
4v4 at the moment. Shots continue to ring out. Moyanri beginning to shift through mid. Tarl has spawned. Found one. It's Kakao to find Moyanri, though. Now we begin to shift in toward this lane here. Kakao is a menace and an arch nemesis here for XPA. He finds 2 more for the 3K.
You have to call him the final boss at this point in time, because Evgen's going to have to get back past him to be able to have any thought of diffusing or dissuading the bomb plant. Plant is going to come through clean and clear. Does give Evgen time to rotate around to try a different angle, but it's only going to go as far as Codex holding this 90, and out steps Codex to clean up the round.
And Derek, the importance of putting rounds in succession. You see now 2 in a row for Panderic. As we take a quick look at this highlight, it was Kakao to find Moyanri. He goes on to find another dirty 2-piece here as well, really utilizing that full potential of the mag to a T here. And with that, we'll see Panderic taking the lead.
For how long? Like you said, consecutive rounds being put together in a row. Crucial key to success in the Arena Cup series. And Derek up by 1, need to be up by 2, by 3 to keep that consistent tempo like they did on Bowl. Quick aggressive push from Kakao's going to get him caught in the jump. Rapid does trade one back, but Zarold's got the point. Pixel, perfect aim. For 3 now as the headshot gets crushed off of Akizi.
And you can hear that Moyan Reinforcer class ringing out. We'll collect that ace. It's all down to Codex, who's got into an advantageous position, but FGen will find them. And with that, XPA, a good relative response.
What an aggressive push out from Zarold here, and it's no surprise we're going to a replay. Catches the first on the over-aggression, insta-swaps aggression towards the end of the kitchen, and then follows round for the rotation on the bomb, just so aware of where the next member of that attacking squad could be from the given format when he finds the first kill.
2-2. You couldn't ask for a better series. They just continue to get better and better. I wasn't sure it was possible after that first one, but man, another nail biter on the hands. FGen able to find the first one. They can't get the trade. That ace, though, up close and personal, does it with a snipe, and Kakao, continues to blow out the legs of the competition. It should be a relatively easy plant here on the B side.
Madara is lurking to the right position, though. Rapid does tuck behind this box, commonly from the mid position. That's going to give Madara easy shots, though. Kakao has got his back. We talked about it in map 1 from the previous series, and the same in map 1 for this one. Every time a panda goes down, there's another panda to cover it off with a trade, and there's Codex on the wide lurk from Cannons. Top aim Severi goes down. Zarold, last left alive. Bomb is comfortably planted with only 25 to go, and who's there with the scope? Of course it's that ace.
Is there ever a question? When you hear that sound on the battlefield, whether there's 1 or 2, usually it's that ace left standing. Panderic will regain the lead once more. It's been back and forth yet again here on Fort, and we talk about the importance of finding a couple rounds in a row. It's something that can slowly begin to separate yourself from the competition.
Almost feel like XPA need to go and get themselves a bit of an exotic drink, take a sip of the monkey cola, and just get a little bit wild with it and try and change things up here and catch the pandas off guard. I mean, heck forbid they step into the jungle. You know the pandas will be waiting. But a bit of welcome to the jungle and some Guns N' Roses might just be the way to throw them off the track right now. Tempo slowing. Zarold has the headshot for 1. That ace is there on the utility again, though, and it's Zarold that pays the price. Each team's both back and forth looking to try and target these crucial players of the utility. Moyanri finds that Piranha pick onto Rapid. XPA look to smoke off this A site as the bomb starts to rotate its way towards Colt. There is a defending member of XPA about to sandwich. Ooh, there goes Bakizi. Down he goes.
Yeah, good pick here from Evgen, and now they'll begin to shift through mid here. Kakao, does he know? He finds the first one. Kakao is there! He gets the second. Can he find the third? And he does! I'm not sure what happened to Evgen there. It felt like no shots were coming out of that gun, but all of a sudden, Kakao turns it around on a dime. He's got 12 kills through these first 6 rounds, and now the device going down.
Top aim Severi's not going to get here in time to deny the plant. Now he has to play the baiting game. And shift and tuck. He does go jump shot. It's the best way to try and catch the left-hand swing off guard, but it's not going to get through that enforcer that easy unless he hits the headshot, and a couple of good ones at that. That 4-piece as well. Deary me.
I mean, he gets the ace on Bull. He finds this one. I'm not sure what exactly happened here with Evgen, but he finds that one as well. Goes on to get the plant, find the 4th and final kill as well. And ooh, Kakao, baby, ringing loud through the arena right now as they double up the lead.
Yeah, I'm going to say they definitely are bird of prey right now. working their way down to find the food. And they're eating good so far. Pandas up by 2. In the second map, up by 1 in the best of 3, although a wide exposed from Bakizi on a loose swing is going to leave the bomb left. Zarold and top aim Sabiri claim 2.
Oh. Okay, I thought the shot looked good, but the kill feed just slightly delayed there as he does pick him up. Almost got bamboozled there as Rapid finds a pick, but Sabiri, quick to return fire, will find Codex. It's a 2v2, but not a lot of health left here for Rapid.
Yeah, would have bamboozled us all. I think even the model falling over to the right, just off screen, center stage, didn't tell us the truth. We could have worried that it might have just been a prone duck and dive, as the dolphin dive is very common strat sometimes to get out of the way of the aggression. Evgen does, however, pick up that Balti, and like you mentioned, rapidly running out of options and health.
Smoke will begin to dissipate. We can see Sabiri on the other side, but he can really just tuck in there and wait to hear the audio cue of that device going down. So it's going to be up to Rapid to try and find one of these picks before they consider finding that plant. They still got about 30 seconds to work with here, but time slowly dwindling down now.
Ticking the bomb again. Almost like the heartbeat for the end of the round as XPA do step out as Evgen claims the last life of Rapid. Score moves back to 4 and 3. 1 round separates these two teams, but Zarold doing Zarold things right now, I'm going to say. XPA very commonly known for Zarold having a bit of a pop-off moment, and normally Zarold hits hard at the beginning of the game. You swap sides, and that kind of a performance out of Zarold is what motivates Muyanri, top aim Sabiri to pull off some of those deep round clutches at the back end and the backbone for this XPA squad that has put a lot of teams away in the second half. So Panderic again, I think we're looking to a 5 and 3 half to be able to see success on forts here. But XPA will be searching for that evens high 4-4.
Zarold's going to start off with a nice pick onto that ace, but Panderic has solidified again at least that tied half, and as strong as they are on attack here on fort, they're even stronger on defense, and so already off to a good start here. Could be a little bit smoother sailing if they could find this one additional round, though. For XPA, they really need to look to tie it up here as Rapid continue to flirt with disaster here, and shots ring out. Zarold from the side finds Rapid. They've got the 2-player advantage.
Tension builds, hangs on the edge of the knife. The knife now being held by probably the strongest player on the pitch for Panderic on the fort map. The first goes down as he swings strong. Second, he's currently carrying this extremely damaging weapon on a full-fledged Enforcer kit too, so he's got the ability to tank, but not from the bite from the Piranha. The ankles and the heels get caught, and Codex goes down.
It was nice to see Kakao on that op, or that snipe there for a second, but Madara finding Codex. It was Bakizi that found a kill to get that plant onto site, but now on a 3v1, he spotted Sabiri. Sabiri just trying to buy some time for the teammates to come in. It's Madara to wrap it up. They'll find Bakizi, and with that, XPA will find a way to tie it up here at halftime.
And it's been so long, and I mean so long, since I have confused the two C's of Codex and Kakao for each other when they are both firing on all cylinders. Arguably, this map, Codex having a slightly quieter one in the sense of the actual kills on the scoreboard, but that's purely because Kakao, he's unlocked this 8th gear. This is the normal form that we have been so familiar with seeing from Kakao when he was in his prime back in the Arena Cup series for Season 2 and for the ACS, for the HPL in Season 3. Look at the logo.
Arena.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Honestly, I said that on day one. I really love the additional graffiti that we saw. You see it on the side of the plane there in Bowl as well. And, you know, it's just subtle little quality of life things like that, that at least for me, maybe it's my old age, I don't know, but it makes me giddy to just see.
It's good as well for the gameplay for the folks at home as well. The community gets to enjoy that environment too, because it's present in-game in every game for them as well. They get their little taste of playing on that Arena Cup series environment and a little bit of atmosphere around it. You know, it gives them hopes for a future of playing themselves or just thoughts of playing with their friends on a competitive level in a different state. Well, as the scene grows, those potential chances will open up. And speaking of chances opening up, Madaraflow is playing the aggressive side of the half, taking some risks to try and find access to the site. Instead, what he's doing is left space for the rest of his team to take 3.
Dominating opening round here for XPA as they're hoping to shift some of that momentum in their favor here. Bikizi only 1 kill on the board so far through these first 9 rounds. It's been a little bit of a struggle. Rapid Codex need to work together here, but in a 5v2 retake, it's not impossible, but you feel like maybe just a little improbable.
Yeah, XPA have just about got the Boa Constrictor's wrap on this round. Only for Codex. Here's the one. Short angle on the close box. Gets top aim Siberia free kill. Just a few too many problems for dealing with at the end of the round. 5-4 XPA take the lead for the first time in a little while. The turn of the tables comes through as Zarold crosses the double digits.
And with that, we'll see XPA Academy back on top, which we really haven't seen since the beginning of this one. But Zarold 10 into double digits. Cacao 14 as well. We get ready here for round number 10. We'll see if Pandaric can find a way to answer back.
Gonna lock in and pay some real close attention to the minimap now because teams are starting to stretch and spread as this game gets deeper and deeper. It becomes less of a side of which strat are we throwing at the book and more of how much can we find from our opponent. Cacao with an early nade catches Madara on an aggressive push and discipline, and Evgen does the same back to the Balti of that ace. Oh, Bikizi with a headshot. Oh, skull crushing defiance.
Bikizi needed that, sitting at 1 kill prior. We talk about those sparks needed to ignite that spectral fire. It could be something to get Bikizi back into this game, reopen that cookbook. See if he can make us a delicious 5-course meal here. Bikizi tucked into a tough spot here. Cacao again with that snipe in hand here on the Enforcer class. Rapid's going to find Zarold, and all of a sudden, Pandaric looking to tie this up once more.
I mean, the bomb's trapped in a box inside of the lobby as Cacao pincers from one side and Rapid's on the other. The Balti rings true for once. Top aim Siberi does manage to alleviate some of the pressure, but the other 2 angles have closed in. The third is coming from Colt in short time. Might even just sit away and hold that Colt rotation just in case the bomb squeezes through the net. Swinging out towards the 90, trying to play the garden angle as the 2 members from Pandaric just apply the pressure even further. Top aim Siberi is leaking health every time he peeks out on an open angle, and finally, Pandaric do close the round out back to 5 apiece.
I think if there's one thing I've learned here in Arena as far as my style goes, I have got to up my sensitivity on Arena. I tend to be a low sense player, but man, these guys are just, the way they whip around these corners, bait out those pre-fires, find these quick swings. It just, I think I'd have to rotate my mouse like 3 swipes just to 180.
Yeah, I've heard that pro gamers make some of the best scrambled eggs you'll ever taste because their method of whipping the eggs together is simply otherworldly. The flick of the wrist is just a deft skill that only some players can mechanically master, and you get to see it at the highest level of competition. Some of these flick shots, headshots, reactionary hip fires, and, well, the calm calamity of Codex and Cacao together collapsing heads.
Speaking of eggs, it'll be Codex to poach Zarold there as Rapid finds Evgen. Now Moyanri back through cannon side here, trying to get in behind this team, but that ace has control of the spawn here. Doesn't hit that first snipe shot, and Moyanri actually wins that battle to turn the tides, but Bikizi and the rest of the crew will fall in line. Moyanri finding 3, but the ace is not on the cards. Bikizi will put him down, and Bikizi, after a little bit of a slow start through those first 9 rounds, has really begun to come alive here in these last 2.
I got scary for a second there. Moyanri cosplaying the Wile E. Coyote. If you're a Looney Tunes fan, well, thankfully the Pandaric squad had the Roadrunner on their side. Numbers to go the distance as that. Yeah, exactly. As he goes through, Moyanri was running quick on the point. He took 1, he took 2, he took 3. There was no time to wait, but one thing that they don't have there with a 20-rounder is enough bullets to take out all 5 people without hitting a couple of crispy headshots. You get through that magazine quite quickly on the full auto shotgun, and the reload takes a fair while.
It rains down, but no real damage done just yet as Codex finds one. Zarold quick to get the trade as Rapid will answer back on toward Moyanri here, and they've been able to maintain that player advantage. Lurking through the smoke, that device just on the other side as Madara picks on Cacao, and now Bikizi as well, coming in from behind, but he's got the zig. Does he have the zag? No, but Siberi with an aid will collect 1, and XPA will clutch up that round, and once again, Cracked, we are all tied up.
Top Aim Sabiri there, playing with the hearts and the souls of the Panderic lineup, just trying to do a bit of dirty dancing on the ramp to try and avoid death whilst the reload animation goes off. But you can't do that to the players at this kind of level because he won't catch you out. They'll just simply aim center of mass and you'll walk in and out back through the stream of bullets. And eventually, well, it's the law of averages. You throw 100 bullets down range, 25 or so are bound to hit.
Yeah, facts. Just put them downfield. Sometimes it's suppression. Sometimes you can find that pick. And that's why I enjoy seeing him spray through those smokes. You know, you never know when you're going to find one lurking, but it's Madara to get rapid here early. And with that, XPA, we'll see if they can find a way to regain the lead.
Panderic stacking up with 3 strong. Saw a similar approach from Sicario when they were looking to retake on 4 earlier today. Leading team on that retake. They're going to have the same success or failure as we saw from before. Evgen crouched up in mini. Information gathered by Codex as he pre-fires into the smoke. The close angle unoccupied for now. Moyanri's in a great position to power up high as Bikizi does find the first. The Pandas are starting to swipe at this site and slowly depreciate the defending squad.
And once again, Plaid Stripes in the kill feed to bring it back to a 2v2. Zarld waiting patiently, able to find that first one. Can Codex find a way to isolate it? No, it's Zarld again, and XPA up on top now.
It was like the Pandas got a little bit anxious there. Maybe went just a slight bit too soon, trying to play it through the smoke. But Bikizi gets picked from outside of Econ in the even scenario where the 2-2 and the settle falls relatively good for both sides, but forces an aggressive play out of the lone Panda left alive, and he has to push into Beacon expecting that defending member has full tuck to the wall. Defending member gets the opportunity to play the aggressive approach to that and re-swings that push. That's what closes the round out. XPA retained the lead back in their favor at 7-6, but only by 1 round. And I smell something of an overtime whiff on the horizon.
We talked about that OT prior to this one. Evgen finding that nade kill. Both of these teams have seen OT, especially on this map before, as Bikizi does find Moyanri, but it's Evgen back on to Bikizi to maintain that player advantage. We see this rotation coming into play. Codex rapid, that ace. And that ace, taking a book maybe from Furlex there. As Evgen will find a trade as well.
He manages to find one through the smoke as Rapid goes down also, and it's left on Codex to keep this one from falling to match point for XPA. Round ahead of the tempo that's been kept so far. Codex is looking to try and make magic happen by getting in on the aggressive play. Hook tight as Top Aim Siberia. Zarald on the long angle is going to close it out for XPA and move them to map point to tie the series up to 1 apiece.
8-6. 1 away now from closing it out. We're going to have to see what the Panderic Apex squad has left in this reserve tank. They're going to have to reach deep into the pockets here, into that final page of the Bikizi cookbook. See if they can find a way to send us into overtime.
Yeah, what's the play here? What if XPA got cooked up for the final push to put it over the line? I expect fast aggression. And I expect the Pandas are not going to take too many risks in the opener here, even though they probably should catch them off guard. But I expect this round's going to play out really slowly. Both teams will set up to try and match numbers. You see 2-3 split from the defending side, with 1 deep ready to follow. Madara has the opener, the MCX starting the initial damage. The Piranha again strikes the hearts of the Pandas as Cacao goes down. That lead frag 17-9, now benched.
I think Panderic beginning to feel that pressure now, as Evgen finds Rapid as well. And now XPA, a strong case to close this one out. They haven't been able to topple Panderic on this map yet. But now a real opportunity as time dwindling away, and there's not many members standing here for Panderic. It's all down to that ace, and he would need an ace to solidify as Madara will wrap it up, and XPA finds a way to extend the longevity of this series, baby. We're going all the way to game number 3, and we're headed into Bay 5.
We absolutely are. And you want to talk about evolutions throughout the entirety of this Arena Cup series? Well, the Panderic squad have gone through difficulties on Bay 5. Gone are the days where it was considered their familiar territory, and both of these teams have evolved. Panderic overcome their difficulties on Ball and take map 1 from XPA, but to answer back, After losing this map twice to Panderic, XPA have found the solution and take a 9-6 victory on Fort to level us up one apiece.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about. If XPA Academy could find a way to win this game, all of a sudden you feel that momentum begin to shift. Panderic, formerly amazing at Bay 5, but more recently have been struggling a lot on Bay 5. They're really going to have to buckle down and maybe channel their old inner oil rig self to see if they can get back to the dominating factor of Bay 5 here. But regardless of the outcome of this series, all 10 of these players need to hold their head high because they have put on one hell of an absolute cinema for us here today.
I'm just wondering which of the two teams is going to pull the crazy play on Bay 5 to be able to pull out the victory. I mean, there is going to be some stuff kept in the tank as secret for Virtus Pro, I'm sure, from both of these two teams. But I think if it comes down to the wire, neither team is going to be willing to save it if it's the difference between them making it there and getting to show it or not getting to show it at all. So this is going to be a tough one. And like we said, the endurance test starting to show a little bit, I think, from the Panderic side in the second half of that Fort map. Not only that, but got to give it to XPA. They haven't played so much today yet, and I think that's why Panderic looked so good out of the gates. And I think that's why XPA are starting to look better the further we get into this best of three, as XPA is now feeling a little bit warmed up. They've not played yet today. They've certainly had 2 maps worth of prep now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the dexterity, you talk about consistency, but the fact is to be able to win game after game after game after game, it's just not something that you see a lot. So it's only, only human that at some point we stumble and drop a game here. But now the big deciding factor is how do we bounce back from that loss? Are we able to respond to XP Academy? And I don't know. I still believe. Like I said, I woke up with this gut feeling here for Panderic Apex, but all of a sudden, now that we head into map 3, it's looking just a little bit grim. We're going to have to see what they can pull out here.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the highlights. So some of the shots here from Evgen to open up. And I'm going to put this out on the table. The substitute in Evgen, the second highest performer on the map here for XPA, doing an exceptional job to fill in for the likes of Cause Disabler, whose shoes would be considered huge. It's shots out from the shotguns. Kakao doing Kakao things in both the Assault class and the Enforcer class within this game.
I mean, Kakao, yeah, he was having a field day in the beginning, and we saw a lot of success there, but honestly, Bikizi struggled a little bit in this first half as well. You see through these first, I think as the highlights go on through these first 5 or 6 rounds, eventually only getting 1 kill. So just a little bit of a tough time there, a little bit of a slow start for Panderic that I think led to the demise here on Fort.
A slow start is actually right. The difficulty from some of the members, like you said, Bikizi 0 and 4, Rapid struggling a little bit at 2 and 6. But one thing I will say for Rapid is kill feed might have not been so high here on Fort, but Rapid did a very good job of trading his life around the map when the team was playing together. Kakao there on the Balti. I mean, that's not a bad look either. Maybe something the team might look to flex on to as a little bit of an upset. Maybe pop Kakao, who is having the games of his career at the moment, on that fully damaging TRG and see if they can help that ace out and leveraging a bit of an advantage. Grenades are good still, though. That's the other thing XPA have shown exceptional consistency with. Hot. Those V40s, they're naughty, they're haughty, and they're a little bit of a hot topic when it comes to XPA right now.
Yeah, honestly, and we saw that Ace having a lot of success with those nades, but we didn't see it this time on Fort. And honestly, some of these teams need to take a little page out of Andreezy's book when it comes to nades on Fort, because we've seen that man be an absolute monster out there. We didn't see any of those nades through those windows near kitchen there over toward that B site where, we saw a ton of picks in these recent games here. So I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see a little bit more of that utility favored side even out of Panderic Apex.
Fort is a map that is very difficult to throw grenades through. And there are a lot of people that say that there's, the rafters, the metal grafting over the top of the B site, even just the ceilings of the buildings over the A site and lobby. It's very hard to get those lineups down. And Some teams prefer to play with their guns. I mean, this is something that Panderic has used very much to their advantage, is leveraging the strength of that ace on the TRG. They're getting him out into the wide angles to be able to find the pick, or abusing the strength and skills that Codex and Kakao have in those close quarters combat and getting them into the thick of things before tempo can settle and teams can adjust to it. Reverse side to that, Top Aim Severi has time and time again, even if slightly late to the party as the Chaos has already started, he's still got that lineup, he's still throwing it to the same place, and it's still taking out a member every time. So I think Panderic could do with adjusting to maybe avoiding some of that utility. And I think XPA right now, they've got to maybe lean into that a little bit more, and especially keep enabling Zarold. Zarold had a top tier game on Fort, and that was the difference maker in this one.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't want to see him really get away from the utility on Bay 5, though, because Bikizi finds a lot of great nades. That ace as well. So I still want to see him utilizing that utility, but when the gunfights are actually popping off, we did see him kind of dip into that grab bag a little bit, caught in those animations. So I certainly understand that aspect as well, but Panderic Apex has been going at it all day, guys. They need a moment to stretch their legs, much like us here as well, and I'm sure all of you at home. So we are going to give them just a few minutes to stretch their legs, grab a little water. You guys can do the same as well. We are going to toss it to a short break, but I can assure you, you don't want to go too far, because when we come back, we've got the exciting conclusion of this best of three between Panderic Apex and XP Academy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Thank you for joining us for the final day of the Arena Cup Series Season 3. We are 2/3 of the way down our second match of the day, and this one is to decide which of our final three teams is going to join Virtus Pro for a shot at €10,000 in that all-important Arena Cup Series Season 3 Grand Final. My name is Cracked Wisdom. I'm here on the bench today with Hort Sauce to bring you all of the amazing action, as we've been blessed with this opportunity to bring the highest level of arena competition to you guys at home.
Honestly, you could not have asked for a better day of Tarkov Arena. Even though there was a 2-0 in the beginning against Sicario, it was unexpected, that type of dominating performance from Pandaric. The upset, it fueled the fire for everybody. Then Pandaric comes out, they take the map away from XPA, and all of a sudden you start to ponder the idea that they could make it into the grand finals. They haven't dropped a map on Ford against XPA, and then all of a sudden, the Pandas stumble a bit. It's been a long day. We talk about that dexterity, that mental fortitude. So they've had a little time to take a breather, mentally reset. It's going to come down to Bay 5, a map that they used to dominate on, more recently have struggled a little bit. So now it's an opportunity for the Pandas once more to shine.
And we talked about this in the pre-casting booth, and something you said, and I'm going to look to your knowledge today as the foretelling prophet, as you haven't been wrong thus far, short of a one-round mishap. Mr. Hort's been cooking, so you said in two. If the Pandas are going to find their way to the grand final, they've got to take it in two. So given that logic, you're feeling now that this is a very tough uphill climb from here. The XPA have done enough in their due diligence to be able to overcome that issue that was Thorpe as a map between these two teams in the head-to-head, and they've allowed themselves access to that third and final all-important map, which Pandaric avoided crucially earlier by not having to go to 3 versus Sicario. So this is unfamiliar territory for both teams considering today's action. I get a whiff of nostalgia though, Hort. There's something in the air today, and you're not wrong about it. Cacao showing form long lost from times before that was so familiar. It was something you didn't bet against. That ace playing probably in the peak of his prime right now at the top of his form, and arguably the best performing player in this tournament, I could say, with given arguments of a couple of close second and thirds, maybe either way around, but it looked good. And the one thing you mentioned, Pandaric, as oil rig. There was a biohazard all over Bay 5 for a period of time. Floor was slick. People were losing their footing, and they were falling prey to the Panda aggression left, right, and center, but it wasn't whilst they were under the Panda brand. The one thing we've seen is since Pandaric Apex, they've only increased and gotten better. Can they re-unlock that Bay 5 potential?
I mean, we talk about the dexterity, having to play so many games in a row, and that ace has been spectacular, but I felt like was a little bit silent on Fort. And so as far as this plays out, I feel like it's favored in XP Academy's favor on Bay 5. It's going to be up to Pandaric to pull out that upset, but we have that gut feeling today. If there's a team that's capable of upsetting a team here on Bay 5, it very well could be Pandaric Apex. And what a story they could write into the history books of the Arena Cup series.
It would be a story. It would be a tale. It would be a fairy tale at this point in time, were they to make it through from the stages that they'd gone through in the groups, especially with that foreshadowing match against XP Academy themselves. That one-to-one draw in the group stage really was a great little piece of information for us when putting together this puzzle. I mean, don't forget, chat, this is the first time that myself and Hort have really gotten to feature these 8 teams in this current form competing against each other. Rare is the occasion that Arena Cup Series comes round, and for good reasons. This is the top tier. This is the pinnacle of EFT Comp entertainment, and the top 4 teams from EU, the top 4 teams from the CIS region came to the table to fight it out. Whilst we're loading these 2 teams, Pandaric Apex and XPA, into their third and final match in this best of 3, let's just remind you of the 8 teams that made it here. Virtus Pro, champions from Season 2, back for the title. XPA, considered the first seed and favourites to be able to take Arena Cup Series Season 3. Tarkov Help, a dominant force that had also been doing an exceptional job in the CIS region, and the Ancient Fighters, who were an unknown factor coming into it, but built with names that were familiar from near and far. The EU side of the table looked a little different. The Sicario sword that had not suffered a defeat throughout the entire HPL EU season. The Eight Sins, a squad, new brand, all familiar faces, and a very strong dominant force. The Pandas, again, a new logo, but the same squad, and strength similar to that akin of the Campfire that upset the EU season in Ancestral, that snatched that fourth place from a couple of other more familiar faces. So, eight exceptional teams that took to the stage here. We've reduced them down to 3, and this last map, Hort, is going to reduce us from 3 to 2.
It is indeed. But I got to say, I think one of my favorite things about Hunt Premier is you don't actually have to play in these tournaments to win something. Just for hanging out, we're willing to give away something to you as well. And so, as a friendly reminder to all of our friends over at that Battle State Games page, if you want to get in on the giveaway, it only happens here on the Hunt Premier channel. So, again, we're going to need you to pull those chairs up into that front row. Make sure you type ACS to get into that giveaway for that EFT Standard Arena key. And, well, there's a lot of people in chat. Maybe you're not fortunate enough to grab that dub for that EFT Key Arena. Well, you are lucky enough to grab a 20% discount because that is statewide for everybody here. So now through the Battle State Games launcher, through the Epic Store as well, we would love to see you picking up a copy and getting out here in the battlefield yourself.
Yeah, and you get to see all of that wonderful information displayed just below us on screen. 2 Horts lower is the QR code for you to explore all of our channels, get involved in the social media, catch up with updates, screenshots, wonderful graphics put together by all the people in the community to represent what's going on in the competitive scene. And don't forget, folks, right below myself, drops are enabled. And if you've been keeping up with the intimidation on the socials, you'll know today is Cyber Green Camo Day. That's right, the third drop of the 6 available for you today is that Cyber Green Camo that came alongside that emergency interruption mid-broadcast yesterday, where they dropped the first secret quest, one we never knew was coming to the screens, short of that Tiger Stripe green paint that's been hiding in our inventory locked behind a hidden quest, Clip Their Wings. That, now active in the game as of yesterday, delivered to us live mid-broadcast, is also available for you to collect, as well as that ACS 3 Smoke Balaclava that was given away in the drops yesterday. I mean, the prizes have been mountainous, Hort. Battle State Games and Hunt Premier partnered up together, have brought everything to the table for people to immerse themselves in, as well as amazing action on screen. So, folks, make sure you got everything sorted out and unlocked. Remember, that quest does only unlock the paint for purchase. Doesn't guarantee it immediately in your inventory, but for the one for today, all you've got to do is be in it to win it, locked up with your account linked on Twitch, and make sure that you're present in the chat. If you're looking to mute the sound, make sure you still get the drops. Remember to mute the browser, not the actual Twitch itself, as that could potentially affect those drops for you. It's the easiest way to keep your viewership counted for the channel that you're watching from as well. And thank you to all of those guys that are joining us from the Battle State Games channel, as well as the Hunt Premier channel today. We know you guys are joining us across multiple different avenues, and we are thoroughly grateful for your attendance. Chat, you guys in the crowd in the amphitheater, Hort, what would we do without them?
Honestly, I had to look out my window and see if it was snowing because I thought it was Christmas with all the gifts that are being dropped over here. And I got to say, Battle State Games is cooking it up lately, from the base game events like the Labyrinth to the free Battle Pass with 90+ unique rewards. They are absolutely in the kitchen slaying it right now. And speaking of winners, shout out to our boy Bravo Bear 556, because you yourself have won an EFT Arena standard key. So make sure you get into that Discord, create that ticket so we can get that copy over to you. And speaking of Discord, we strongly encourage all of you to join that Discord, to follow the socials, including X, so that you can stay up to date with all the action we got going on. Because I can tell you, Hunt Premier is also cooking up a lot of wonderful stuff this year that we're just not quite allowed to tell you about. So you're going to want to keep those eyes locked on the socials.
I mean, foretelling things for the future, many a surprises hidden behind the scenes, and that's one of the things that grips people in the Tarkov environment, right? The community likes a good surprise. The Labyrinth event that just dropped as well, another big hit, thanks to all of the responses from the community being so appeased by hunting down Vengeful Killer and the Shadow of Tagilla, collecting those Labyrinth notebooks and the research documents. But it's a different flavor, all right? Some like the base game, some like Arena, but when it comes to the pinnacle of competition in Escape from Tarkov, it is Arena that dominates the pace at this moment in time, as with the prize pools. 10,000 euros is on the table today for one team to walk away with, 5,000 for the second place team, 3,000 for our third place team, and that little fight, an argument is being decided right now. One of these two teams here will be walking away from the Arena Cup Series Season 3 with $3,000, 3,000 euros, sorry, in the pocket, but not having a chance at 5 or 10K. We are going to be in game very soon. And Hort, what's your thoughts? Do you have a scoreline prediction for match 3, for map 3? Do you think that the Pandas have got it in them to succeed and strive just that step further to surprise another upset on the day? Or do you think this is the end of the Miracle Road?
I am leaning toward XPA Academy a little bit, but there's just something inside of it that's saying, you know, Pandaric, either 9-7 or 11-9.
Oh. Not a decisive match either way then. So you are not expecting a snowball. Well, I mean, I'm going to be saved by the Arena Cup Series Season 3 logo. I'm not going to get a guess. We're going to go straight on into the action and find out for ourselves. So, match 3, tied up a best of 3, reduced to a best of 1. It's down to Bay 5. Pandaric versus XPA.
It all comes down to this, an opportunity to solidify a minimum of those 5K euro. See him lined up, the crab walk slowly here. And again, we've seen a lot of these opening rounds happen very, very slowly. No one wanting to commit to any mistakes.
This is a really aggressive position from Zarold. Nobody's really going to expect to be here already. Cacau's going to see the top of his head, but he's not going to react. Zarold's going to get the first and the second, and the bomb goes down. The third, Zarold! It's not even round 1, and he's already 3 deep.
Ooh. Talk about a decisive round, though. I mean, it happened in a matter of moments, and for XPA, they don't even drop a single member. We are hoping to see that former Pandaric Apex squad that we're used to seeing on Bay 5, but they're going to have to make something click relatively soon because they can't allow XPA Academy to run away with it.
I'm waiting to see which one of the XPA players is the one that's taking the risk this time. You saw how far out, how bold, how confident Zarold was. Instead, it's patience as Matters flow on the door. Gets one, but traded out immediately by Rapid as the access from Pandaric is a lot stronger the second time around. Office held, door held. Evgen finds one as Moyanri kites out and keeps himself safe.
Moyanri having early success this time on the Enforcer class. Struggling a little bit earlier, but has found their stride, and Rapid able to find Evgen a consolation prize here, but they still got some work to do. That ace timing going to be everything here. As we can see, just on the other side, Zarold, they're beginning to rotate to the left.
This is crucial there. The fight between that ace and Zarold will free that ace up to come and help the bomb. He's just going to decide to leave him alone. I think this is a smart play right now, as 55 seconds left on the clock means that time is short. Jumping across Sandwich, that ace is going to get away without losing any of his health. Rapid's actually looking to rotate as well. Zarold has gone all the way through heaven as the bomb is going to sit towards triple. He's not committing to the B side. That ace almost through the top of con.
That would have been a nasty shot to witness. Does he realize Zarold's creeping forward, though? That's the question. Rapid's able to find Sabiri, though, and all of a sudden the round becomes feasible, but Moyanri's got other plans. That ace finds the snipe, and it's all down to a 1v1 against Zarold.
Bomb's available. A-site's available too, and he's going to know full well that Zarold will have rotated deep because he was last seen by the white van near spawn. That ace is going to have time to get onto site and plant this, and Zarold's going to have enough time to be able to come across and challenge. This is on that ace to play a super aggressive positioning or an extremely off-positioned hold to be able to catch him off guard. Zarold is going to come in with authority here. Sandwich to gap. Gap to the door. Office looks safe for now. Zarold checks the tight angle. 25.
Yeah, I mean, this is great from that ace. He's playing back well enough. Zarold has to kind of quicken that pressure. You can hear the audio cue. Timing plays out in the favor of that ace. It was a sketchy looking round for Pandaric Apex that they're able to squeeze out and 3 members over there with 0 kills for Panderic at the moment. It's only a couple rounds in, but they've got to make sure they start putting notches in those kill columns.
And we're going to stop making comments on single round plays because me and you have both learned from experience throughout the entirety of this tournament. It's not just one round that's going to make the difference. You have to put 2 to 3 together for it to really, really make a mark. I mean, that ace was one thing that was slightly missing from the previous map, but as Top Aim Sabiri takes out the cookbook captain himself, Panderic attack starts to unwrap.
Easy. The first one down here yet again. Madara will just tuck in and play time for now. 2-2 split for Panderic as they're just looking for a little bit of an intel. See if they can find an early pick before they begin to shift that rotation out. But for XP Academy, they've got a very great default positioning at the moment.
Madara's playing nice and tight inside a gap. Not wanting to give any information away. The Ballman buddy sat towards the B site. Will not be aware of any of the 3 deep positions. Top mid playing relatively exposed, but Beacon playing extremely reserved, covering off from the headshot angle from heaven. And the Harbor player is actually on the left-hand side of the peak already, which gives you the best cover to challenge a 2-man push from Forklift. That's a huge nade from that ace top mid.
Talked about those nades from Ace and Bakizi, but it's Zarld to find Codex, who still hasn't been able to get on the board. Kakao will find Zarld. Moyanri the trade back, though. And the player advantage still favoring XP Academy. They are on the site. The Vice down over here in a bit of a funky spot, but that Ace will spot the gun. Moyanri able to find one. He gets the second as well, and he's on a tear.
This is the pointer that we made at the beginning of the day. Moyanri on this shotgun was one of the factors that was going to be part of the success for the XPA squad. Rat-a-tat-tat goes the gat, and it's going to be taking people's heads off for sure.
Back and forth so far. I mean, neither team, you talked about it, being able to put a couple rounds in a row. Neither team doing that just yet here as we get set and ready for round number 4. An opportunity for XP to do so, or for Panderic to reel it back.
The rate of fire that comes out of this shotgun, it might as well be considered a Gatling gun, as it does the similar amount of damage. Bakizi. Now, this is a little test from the Pandas there. Bakizi's played a load of information. He's not at all conserving his audio. He's really trying to heavily telegraph something towards Forklift, but notice that Moyanri is playing reservedly on Con, and he's not hearing anything at all, so probably the call for XPA, a relatively easy read here, that Bakizi is on his own. May even see the 2 XPA members start going on the hunt to try and fish out this lone member and put some pressure on.
Still a minute 10 here for Panderic to work with, but Sabiri finding Bakizi, who will keep that donut. Codex not able to get on the board just yet, and they've got to find a way to start putting kills on the board as Madara will find Kakao, and now Codex eventually finding that trade. We'll get on the board here as they look to take control toward the A site.
I mean, I like the risk that the Panderic squad took, but Bakizi, I mean, the one way to nullify a risk is by throwing a grenade at him instead of actually having to challenge him with a gunfight, and XPA respond perfectly to the play. The bomb has made it onto site and is going to get planted, but XPA are more than content with having to retake this. Pressure from mid comes through, slant. This is a big crucial rotation, this fight. Probably the crux of the fight, and that ace, nice and clean. He spots the second, the bolt reload time is there for him as well.
That ace, he's been a difference maker. He's found 2, but he can't get the third. Zarld able to snuff out that flame. The shots from Moyanri are good on the rapid. The jiggle peak too much. And with that, XP Academy beginning to put those rounds in succession. That's that deciding factor for a lot of these teams today. But again, it's still early to really talk about it too much.
I mean, XPA are just playing the micro fights exceptionally well. The phenomenal micro of making sure that they're right-hand peeking, forcing the Panderic members into a left hand. That's twice, 3 times we've seen now that ace unable to win his fight, not because of the lack of skill, but just being forced into a tougher angle, having to expose more of his model before he can get that one important shot off. And the thing that's coming into it specifically important is it's into a shotgun that prides itself in doing a truckload of flesh damage, and if that's your elbow that's leading in, that's just as bad as a leg. Madara Flow has the first as Bakizi goes down again.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bakizi's been struggling here, both on Ford and now on Bay 5 as Madara finds Codex. Kakao able to return fire. Drop one of their own, and we'll see Rapid picking off Moyanri as well. All of a sudden, things begin to teeter toward the side of Pandaric, but it's still a 3v3 at this point.
Look at the confidence out of XPA. They're already up 2 rounds, so Evgen doesn't need to play anything over aggressive. He just reservedly holds his place and collects the audio. Here's the footsteps running away from his site, and well, he's just going to do a 180 and sit on that back alley in confidence that his teammates have got the rest of it covered. There is a very close matchup of players over towards the B site, one inside of red, one outside of. That's going to be an interesting point for this as the bomb starts to make its way through hell. Notice mid-control being challenged for here. Zarold's going to get caught on the angle this time. That ace has the right hand, and that goes his way. Sabiri creeps up onto Rapid and surprises him in the corner, though.
This is going to be a big gunfight here. Kakao needs to find a way to win it, and he can't. Sabiri coming out on top. It's all down to that ace, and unfortunately missing that shot, which is going to give the intel they need. For that, we can see Evgen begin to back off. Look to play this crossfire position here as that ace well aware. Will dip in. The shot is somehow that ace finds a way, and now a real opportunity to clutch up the round. That ace has been a big factor here for Pandaric today.
You've got to be kidding me. And the closer that Evgen gets, the more chance he gives that ace from able to have on a right hand of his own. That's it. Evgen's on the end of the fuel container. It's right hand versus right hand now, and that ace is going to get forced onto the left, but he still hits it. That ace. Pandaric move back to 1 point behind.
And that is exactly what Pandaric need to find themselves back into this. That ace is that fire here to be lit underneath the rest of the squad. Bakizi 0-5 has to get on the board here. Codex only 1-5. That ace has 8 and 2 big clutches now as well. They've got to find a way to start working together. That well-oiled machine that we saw on Bull needs to be revitalized here.
I mean, that ace has got to look to inspire a couple of the other members of the squad to start, giving him some support. You're right, Bakizi at 0-5 is going to look to try and break that curse. He tried it with an aggressive play over to the B side that didn't work out his way, fell prey to utility. Now the nade over to Gap is going to find that the player playing aggressively to mid avoids that completely as well. Left hand versus right hand on the back alley. Again, XPA hold the better positioning on the fight. Pandaric squad wise to it, though. Kite back.
Oh. Just a little high for that one to reach and thread in between toward Madara. We see a rotation and a big shift through mid here. You take a look at the mini-map, and XPA kind of mirroring that shift, but for Pandaric, they've left one toward the A side, and if he can creep on and gain control, we might see him just rotate right back the other direction.
Really important now in the map state, though. Pandaric have control over one of the crucial choke points for the B access, as well as control of deep mid to Gap sandwich as well. The shots from Evgen do win over on the A side, but the rest of the squad is stacked towards B. XPA are here. They're ready for it. Close tight angle on the 90 is going to catch them off guard. Harbor's ready to re-swing as well. First, as that ace finds the pick through Con. Challenge comes through as Moyanri and Top Abe Saberi find 2 back. The third is red in the kill feed, but Moyanri on that shotgun is not done, will not be shut down thus yet. Bomb out to Forklift. That ace on his own in a 1v3.
Not just a 1v3, but with only 20 seconds left here as well. That ace 9-3, certainly having a field day, but need to get a little bit more from these teammates here as well. You can't rely on one individual shining star, but that ace able to collect the device. Moyanri waiting patiently finds the pick, and with that, XP Academy will double up the lead once more.
Yeah, good patient positioning after the bomb goes down from XPA. Will claim them a 4th and extend that lead back to 2. The Panda's doing a good job at fighting back, but again, it's that ace left on his own in an impossible situation. You need to give him some support there. He needs just one more teammate still alive to be able to battle Buddy upwards, so that if that one true shot does not connect, he has the refrag potential for a trade.
That ace on these nade lineups has been very close a few times here, but not quite able to solidify that kill here. Moyanri with some early damage as we see the smoke tossing in toward the B side. A bit of a rotation coming in through mid here as well, and there is one lurking player here for Pandaric.
That smoke is going to be an absolute pain, though, on entrance to the doorway. If anybody's tucked in the 90, they have to be careful. I've both double-checked it. Actually, Ninja being occupied, as well as the close con wall. Bomb gets onto site. Ninja goes down. Bakizi takes out the first kill and actually just break the curse. This could be the opening that Panderic are looking for. The bomb's going down on site. It is planted. Evgen finds Rapid on re-entry though. Moyanri, Zarold, and Evgen have a 3 versus 4 to retake the legs of the captain. The next on the menu for the Piranha.
Yeah, but this time it's Kakao finding Evgen, now battling out. Kakao finds Moyanri as well, and they begin to turn the tides once more. Zarold, though, finding Kakao, now on a 3v1. You mentioned it, Bakizi able to get on the board here. We'll see if he can continue to build upon that. That ace, the snipe on the Zarold, and Panderic will close the gap within 1.
Hey, Shokora, that ace has got support at the end of the round, and it comes through. He's able to play his gameplay and just pick up that last member with support from either side of him. Pandas move back to 1 behind, 4 to 3. This is the moment where the Panderic squad could really put a question mark behind this XPA Bay 5 map. Can they go into the half even 4 apiece?
Yeah, I feel like Bay 5 is a little bit more defensive sided. Even if they can find a way to get a tied half here, but still 3 rounds, a good start. Winning that first round of the second half is going to be crucial for Panderic as we see Sabiri tossing out the nades. Bakizi, that ace and crew just lurking on the other side of here as one is in connector here for XP Academy as well.
Oh, nade out into 90 as top aim. Sabiri's waiting for it. He does then step up into the position, turns away from the flash. He is a little bit blinded here, but it has a good concussion on him to slow down the efficiency of this deep position. Confusion concerns the other way, though, as Moyanri claims both the lives of the members of the Pandas that are not on the right side of the map for the bomb, but the 3 squad strong comes through to the A site. The back challenge onto Ali does go in the favor of Panderic. Kakao claims the life of Evgen. This bomb is 1 member's death away from being planted if they can find the Ali position from the office. Madara flow. Stepping, Rapid. Madara gets 1, Madara gets 2, and that's just about said and done for. The bomb is fully down, and XPA have survived the switching of sites.
Rapid really needed to find that kill, that trade out there. Unfortunately, not able to get it. Kakao on the hunt. Those shots just barely missing as Madara will jump to that right side. The smoke beginning to dissipate. Kakao just looking for an opportunity to try and find one of these. But from behind, it's Moyanri. And with that, we will see XP Academy able to solidify a winning half here. So Panderic Apex will find their backs against the wall. It's going to come all down to this second half if they want an opportunity to topple the giants of Virtus Pro.
Got to talk to the strengths of XPA in that first half on the defending side. They did an exceptional job of avoiding the majority of utility. See the grenades coming out of that ace and company here into that B site where top aim Sabiri played his life exceptionally well, played the discipline even better, not allowing any damage on the health bar, let alone even the kill to go down as these grenades are thrown in for access, and then retaking that space immediately the second that the first nade comes out. I mean, if you get 2 grenades thrown at the same place, you dodge the first and die to the second, you'll take that from a defending side. That's a lot of utility used just to gain your site space. So, like, well played from XPA on the defense. The one favor for the Pandas, Hort, is it's now their turn to defend and slightly less pressure on having to make the first move.
Easy 1 kill, Codex 2 kills. Those are the only things I'm a little weary of at the moment. We've got to get these guys popping off here. But the rest of the crew of Panderic wants to have a realistic fighting chance here against this tough XPA Academy squad.
The one thing we knew that XPA would do is they are going to bring all full 5 members and force towards the site quickly without any thoughts of counter-aggression. Rapid does go down as Codex finds the trade, but Moyanri is back for the second. Codex, an extra kill on the board, but only 1 for 1 this time as the bomb and the other 2 members that are close by looking to come onto site. Con connects up and 1 left in heaven to watch the angle through the window.
Sabiri wasting no time getting this device down here as well. You can see Kakao on that backside lurking around. It's Bakizi to find Zarold, and this is what we need. Bakizi on a 2K and a tear as Bakizi says, let me awaken the beast within, and we'll see if he can clutch this one up.
I mean, this is the time for the captain to swing strong. Sabiri does finally shut him down after 2, but it gives space for that ace to swing on to the big man in Moyanri. Top aim Sabiri is left in the 1v2 with the bomb on site. Kakao with the tap to try and force it out, but Sabiri, we know he's good with the discipline. He's going to creep his way up. He's going to find this defuse.
Now it gives Sabiri the luxury of backing off here a bit. That ace. Does he go in for it? Pros don't fake. He hears the footsteps. He pulls off. The shot doesn't connect. Can he get the second one? No. And that is where the Bolty can suffer. That reload animation, it takes quite some time. Sabiri able to capitalize. And I would have liked to see maybe just a little bit closer of a buddy system when going for that diffusal. You got to be able to try to find that trade if they're picking off that diffuser. Sabiri able to get back and really play that game of cat and mouse. All of a sudden, XP Academy has doubled their lead, 2 away from match point.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. Too much space between the 2 remaining Pandas. Leaves a gap for top aim Sabiri to sneak into. Rob them of a round that should have been favored for themselves. Bakizi brings the cookbook to bear, though, and Madara is not flowing for this round.
Charles able to find Rapid, though. It's 2 early picks from both squads as Moyanri will take out Zerald. We haven't seen a TK in quite some time here today. And that will be the first one for XP Academy. Shots continue to ring out from that ace, and a little off the mark through the smoke there. Bakizi down toward the back of the site here as we can see the device and 2 others begin to push toward the B site here.
And although a smoke separates them, the shots from that ace are almost enticing Moyanri into the battle. Bakizi had the prone angle onto holding it, but Sabiri is going to be on site full planting. With the bomb down now, 50 seconds on the clock. Panderic have the numbers, but XPA have site control for the time being. That lone deep member in Harbor is going to be the big playing point from Panderic. I think they make a smart play here to just bring him round to battle buddy up with Kakao. Put them 2 together, Kakao and Codex. Bakizi for 1.
And the fact that Bakizi's finding a bunch of picks now really gives Panderic an opportunity to work back into this one around the side of Sabiri for 1. Kakao, and now Sabiri on a 3K! It's all down to Sabiri versus Kakao. And time slowly dwindling down. Sabiri's so good at this cat and mouse game.
Is he going to just straight defuse it now? He has to just commit to it. He can't do it without it. He's going to go for the kill. The confidence is there. He's not going to get the defuse, but Kakao is deciding that he wants that mentality edge. Next time I'm coming for you, he says. The round does sneak out in the favor of XPA, but this Panderic hold on the match is starting to tighten.
Yeah, I feel like Panderic really needed to win that round, and unfortunately it doesn't go their way. All of a sudden we were hoping for that close series, but this was my biggest fear for Panderic if they allowed it to go to game number 3. Just more recently, they just haven't been performing on Bay 5, and a tough start here for both Bakizi and Codex. They've begun to come alive a little bit, but you gotta wonder, is it too little too late?
I mean, top A Sabiri is one slippy customer. This player has been dipping, diving, ducking, dodging, and diving in and out of the gameplay all series long. Madaraflow bumps his head on the top of the office there and doesn't quite get the jump through the window as he'd expected. A little bit of damage on the health bar is the only thing he pays the price for it with.
You can hear those shots just continuously ringing out here. The pre-fire hoping to find at least one of these early picks to give either team an advantage, and it's Kakao onto Madara.
Smart choice. He doesn't overcommit for the second there. Just gets the one and kites back out. Slow and steady, this Panderic team can pick at the push. Just pick one member at a time off as that ace takes the one that pushes round onto site. Top aim Sabiri's going to hold slowly, and the last resistance of this XPA squad is going to scurry with its tail between its legs towards the middle section of the map.
I mean, one of these players, that's going to be Zarald, who's gotten to a very advantageous position. Now, there is still a lurker here for Panderic on that backside toward Forklift, so an opportunity to pressure in here. They've got the numbers to work with. They've got to make sure they find these trades at a minimum, and they should be able to solidify a round win.
Yeah, not like this Panderic. That's the one thing you've got to say. 2v4. Doors on the doors not to go to the match point that would forebode a terrible scenario. Instead, 2 clean kills come through as the Pandas move us 4. And they're going to move 2-4 and close the gap down to 3.
Well, they slowly chip away at the gap here. They realistically need at least 2 more rounds before giving up that match point round, but ideally, obviously, would want to take more.
I think you've hit the nail on the head. That match point is going to be the final toll of the bell. And you've got to think that it's 8-7 to push it to overtime. I mean, that's the fabled ground right now. You can't be thinking of the win until you start putting a couple of rounds together as Panderic. Just got to think one at a time, like we said earlier, step by step. It's a long day, and they've played exceptionally well so far, but XPA are no slouch and no force not to be reckoned with.
And that pick from Codex is a good one. Rapid finds Moyanri, and all of a sudden things begin to click here for Pandaric, but Rapid put back into the dirt here as Madara tries to find some space on towards site. Here's Bakizi, spots one, a nice controlled spray will find Madara. That ace with a snipe onto Sabiri, and all of a sudden Pandaric looking like the Pandas we're used to seeing.
It's only one. And I've seen some sick plays out of this XPA side, but it's not sick enough to spin Codex. The last one is going to be there. No looseness in the depths. The Pandas are tightening it up, and it's really starting to make the difference. Every member coming alive. You spoke to those at the bottom of the frag board. Well, Codex puts two together in this one, and the Bakizi. It's not the cookbook, but the captain's consistency is starting to come back as well. He was one kill on the board at one point, donutting 0 and 5, fought back up to 7 and 10. The entire Pandaric roster has woken up.
They have indeed, and you love to see it. Again, regardless of the outcome, both of these teams need to hold their heads high. They have put on one hell of a show here for us today.
I just think for the Pandas, the pain's not over yet. Should they somehow overcome the XPA mountain, they then got to reassert and reassert themselves for a best-of-5 final. Either way, XPA can consider themselves heavily tested going into it as well, so I don't think it's going to be an easy route for either team.
And unfortunately, Kakao taking out their star player of that ace who's got 13 on the board. It's minor mistakes like that that you can't afford to make against XPA Academy, especially when you're at a 2-round deficit and they're only one away from match point.
You got to think to yourself now, it's only one. But one mistake, like you say, is the difference between success and defeat in this kind of a tournament. Codex does make up for the mistakes. When life is claimed back, Kakao is playing awesome discipline. He gets one for his treasures. But Sabiri shuts him down immediately. The bomb is going to be planted on this A site with a 3-man stronghold after post-plant.
Sabiri is king of the 180 flicks, man. That guy's got to be like 3,200 DPI since 40. As Madara finds Rapid here, they've got the player advantage to work with. It's up to Codex and now Bakizi to work together. And you think back to the team kill at the beginning of the round, how nice it would be to have that extra player, including it being that ace.
Matter of Flow's positioning is phenomenal here. Tucked just outside of the office, inside of the door frame. His back is going to be exposed as Bakizi swings with good coordination to Codex. That's 2 versus 2. The time is starting to run down, but with 15 on the clock, Bakizi is going to go down to a double piece from Evgen as Codex falls for the first map. And series point goes in the favor of XPA, and they are 1 away from a step to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I felt like Pandaric had to get that round. They needed to get 6 before XP Academy got 8, because I certainly see Pandaric gathering a couple rounds in a row. They're capable of it, but 3 in a row against this squad on day 5, it's something that they haven't been able to do in this series just yet. And so it all comes down to this. There can be no more minor mistakes on the side of Pandaric here, because once again, XP Academy looks to survive the Clip the Wings quest and move on into that grand final.
The cookbook. The bomb's coming late too. If this catches the back end of the tail of this assault, this could be huge. Nade does not land. 3 members strong at the back. XPA look to set up a line of assault. That ace is in a really good reserve positioning to halt this. Bomb isn't overcommitted, but now that the pick on back alley goes down and the captain is felled, they start to fall through. Kakao has some resistance.
Oh no, that ace goes down here as well. And that is a devastating factor here. Kakao Codex, we talked about the C-squared brothers. It's going to come all down to them. It's a 2v4. It's a clutch. It's feasible, but it's a tough one.
The Piranha from Moyanri is going to claim the first. Codex, the last life of the Pandas, the last breath of EU, is going to step into 4 members. And he's going to have to pull off something for the highlights. It'll have to be absolute cinema. First goes down, but Moyanri has his cover, and XPA do manage to overcome the curse of the Panda. And they do step up to take on Virtus.pro in the grand final after an absolutely awesome 3-game series. The best of 3 goes the distance, but XPA have just that little bit more to close it out.
I was really hoping for the Panderic squad, but we talked about it earlier. They needed to win 4. They didn't want this one to go into Bay 5. And again, it was just a bit of a slow start from Bikizi Codex. I mean, it took them several rounds to get on the board. And once they got on the board, things begin to click. But we talked about it. Too little, too late. And that happened to be the situation here. Moyanri, who was struggling a little bit earlier, had one hell of a game this time. 15-8 with 5. Yeah, that's right. 5 MVPs.
Yeah, and you've got to look down the leaderboard to each of the teams comparatively. Although a slower start out of some of the members of Panderic, it is extremely evenly split in the end game report. That ace, I mean, as we do say goodbye to the Pandas in this tournament, there is an honorable mention to be made out of probably the most consistent performer across any team given any result, and that is that ace. Time and time again, striking the gong with the TRG and putting multiple people out of any thoughts of hopes of survival in a round where they were in a 1v where that ace is still alive.
I'll put my hot stamp on it, and it's not easy to do because there's so many fun and talented players to watch, but that ace probably, or most definitely, has to be my favorite player to watch, at least in this Arena Cup series. So many shining moments for Panderic, and a really great run for them, honestly. They should hold their heads high. They should be proud, really proud of their performance here in the ACS number 3. And even though they fell just short, again, they put on an absolute cinema, and you think back to how much trouble they've had with Sicario in the past in these HPLs, but 2-0ing Sicario, and those weren't close games. So again, steps and strides in the right direction, just a few minor mistakes to work on, and some of those big moments here for Panderic as we congratulate XP Academy, but we certainly maybe don't envy them as they go on to face the returning champions of Virtus.pro. Can they find that 2-peat? Will XP Academy find a way to upset them? I got a feeling that we could see 4 or all 5 games played out in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the Panderic squad have pushed their way through this tournament in some epic 3-game series, including a 2-0 victory earlier on today versus Sicario that did set them up for that miracle run. But not all fairy tale stories end with a happy ending, and the villain in this scenario, if you're a Panderic fan, is the XP Academy Black Hawk, or Vulture, I think in this case, as it did eventually descend down upon the Panda and strike for the hearts. The XP Academy squad have earned themselves a shot at 10,000 euros, a minimum of 5,000. And we're going to get to see this battled over across 5, a best of 5 series, potential 5 maps.
Yeah, I mean, XP Academy has had Virtus.pro, their card for a little while, but then in that playoff bracket, it was Virtus.pro with that 2-0 fashion. It was the first time recently that they've been able to topple XP Academy. So I think it makes this final matchup that much more interesting. It was XP Academy that had dominated on Skybridge initially, but we've seen Virtus.pro really lock in those strats. They're comfortable on attacking. They have phenomenal use of the utility, and I think that's going to be a big deciding factor here in the next one.
I mean, this is 2 titans of the CIS scene, as well as the CIS and EU scene combined now. Proven, tested, and written out on paper. That's right, we're down to the final 2. And these 2 are going to duke it out for the top title. I mean, it could be Virtus.pro all over. Okay, it could be the 2-time for the 2-time. We could be crowning new champions. I'm going to be honest with you, after the performance out of Top Aim Sabiri and Moyanri and Zarold in that last map there, in multiple different instances, as Virtus.pro, I'm going to be scared. Very scared watching this XPA Academy team coming back for revenge and for a shot at the title.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about these great games from Moyanri and the rest of the crew, even Evgen stepping in as this sub throughout the weekend. But, you think back to some of these players and how well they've played. For me, I think the big playmaker on this XP Academy squad has been Sabiri. And it's hard to pick just one because we've seen Zarold and the rest of the crew pop off. But in those key clutch moments, we see Sabiri just making really smart decisions and baiting them away from that the device at times, finding these 180 quick picks, spray transfers, you name it, really just kind of solidifying that skill as a whole here. So we look to see everybody popping off. I think when it comes down to these big games in these best of fives, you really can't have a member or two stumbling along the way, kind of like we saw Bikizi and Codex at the start of Bay 5. So now that you head into this grand finals, it's all about locking it down and locking it in.
Yeah, and I mean, the one difference between the XPA squad and the Virtus Pro squad so far is the fact that Virtus Pro, they have not faltered short of their group stage match versus XPA, which was Skybridge and Bowl. Since then, Virtus Pro have not dropped into a 3-match series. They've 2-0'd the way through comfortably, and that has left them where they are today, including set up to take this to XPA for the best of 5. We talked about the potential of Skybridge, with that map being one of the two that did go in the favor of XPA earlier on in the tournament. We've also spoken about how exceptionally well both of these two teams have played Skybridge, and it being one of the weaker maps for the rest of the field. Not necessarily in skill, but just in favor for picking it. When it comes to the best of 5, every map is going to be played if it is not a 3-0 sweep. So both of these teams will have to bear that in mind going into the order for map selection and how that plays out for side selection too. We've seen Virtus Pro Hort start on the attacking side as many times as they've felt as necessary. Are we going to see a similar thing going into the grand final?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. You know, I feel like the CIS teams are a little bit better at Skybridge, but you take a look back at that group stage where XPA was able to 2-0 Virtus Pro, and it was 9-3 on Skybridge, followed up by a 9-7. But you flash forward to that upper bracket run where they met against XP Academy, and it was Virtus Pro this time who was able to 2-0 with that dominating performance on Skybridge. So I think the first time these two teams met, Virtus Pro was almost playing Skybridge as if they were playing an EU team. The second time they realized it's another CIS team, they mixed up that strategy a little bit, was able to navigate that win. But enough about that. Let's take another quick look at all the highlights here from this last exciting series.
Yeah, I mean, the shotgun from Moyanri, the Balti from that ace, Evgen. Again, I'm going to point out, this is a member that stepped up for the last couple of days, given the fact that Cause Disabler has not been available. And, well, they've put in a hell of a performance. I mean, that ace time and time again has slammed multiple members, but top aim Sabiri, like we said, a super honorable mention. Slippery like a snake, in and out of places. You get shots from Moyanri and Kakao on the shotgun alike. This was a good look, 2-piece on site. Sarod gets shut down from that ace at the end of one of the rounds Panderic were successful in. And Moyanri immediately fights back with 2 sets of kneecaps.
Yeah, you know these subs are always ready to fill in at any given moment's notice, but it's tough coming in mid-series as well. We saw Cords Disabler through that group stage, but to come in and fill this role as well as they have and just been that valuable asset here for XP Academy, I mean, it really speaks volumes of them. We do see Bikizi eventually cooking up there, but again, it's just too late, too little too late. There's Sabiri. That was that crazy 3K, able to bait Kakao away long enough to not find that defusal as well. And it just goes back to reflect on those really smart decisions from Sabiri.
It's an exceptional performance out of XPA, and even towards the end, we do see some great highlights from the Panderic squad. The one thing that we can say out of this is they didn't give up all the way to the end. Did try to keep it cooking all the way throughout that best of 3, but dominant force strikes through. XPA strike the hearts of the Panda, and although it did survive the jokes that I was intended for the casting booth with the big Panda yesterday, doesn't quite make its way to the grand final, and the Rainbow Road suddenly turns to a little bit of red, white, and blue, as the CIS region now is super strong with both teams from the CIS region representing the grand final.
Yeah, and again, I think, Panderic really should still be riding this high. Obviously they didn't get the outcome they wanted here, but the fact that they toppled Sicario 2-0, they came out, took that first map from XP Academy. Again, it was just a great show for everybody here today, but there can only be one winner. And we are going to get a crown that winner here in just a little bit. It'll be up to XP Academy to topple the former juggernauts of Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro, the Polar Bears, they're hungry for that 2-time champ. They want to hold both belts and say that They are without a doubt one of the best of the best. They've got an opportunity to do so here in just a little bit.
Looking forward to seeing what the other 5 teams that have been knocked out of this tournament, now 6, have to bring when we come around to Arena Cup Series for Season 4. I'm sure in the future, all of these teams will be looking forward to coming back and fighting out these rivalries again. And I think it's something we're going to get more familiar with, Hot, as we start to cook up towards this grand final. The teams that are playing are starting to find familiar faces. Teams are starting to settle within their core grouping, as the scene is relatively fresh from the competitive scene. Now that members are starting to find the people they resonate with, we'll see teams to stay together longer, and therefore more of these team versus team developments will come out. They get some of those storylines developing deeper than just the brand versus the brand, but even in some of the interplayer rivalries where the likes of Moyanri on that shotgun might just become a particular target for a crosshair to be placed upon his head when the matchup comes up for the likes of somebody like Kakao or Codex that has found such success on a similar loadout. Interesting for the future. Thoughts for now? Well done to Panderic, and a round of applause on the way out, I think.
Absolutely. A standing ovation on the way out in my mind. And honestly, everybody in the HPL should be thinking about things here because Sicario hasn't really been toppled by many, but they were absolutely dominated here today. And so all of a sudden, as these future HPLs come into play, we might start seeing some new teams heading toward the top of those brackets. There's been some roster changes, teams picking up other teams, or orgs picking up teams rather as well. And so everybody just putting in that little extra bit so that they can, find that extra mile and see if they can win a championship here too. But we're going to have to take a breather to deal with all this excitement. We're going to take a little bit of time to get these 5 maps loaded out here and get these players in and ready for that next lobby. But did you have something to say there, Cracked? I thought maybe you had something for me.
Nope. I think, ready for the break, my good sir.
Yep.
Those gun ASMR sounds and the Velcro sounds from the armor from the first interval is going to be a blissful reprieve from our ears, bearing in mind how much the shotguns have been abusing us so far in the viewing section for the day. So, yeah, absolutely. Time to take a small breather, go and reload those drinks, snacks, and refresh the minds, I think, because I think we all need to close the eyes for 10 to 15 minutes because it really has been a day of blink on you'll miss it, right, Hot?
Yeah, we'll have to maybe ponder if we'll get to see a PKP out here at all today. But before we lead you to that break, we do want to remind everybody that there is a giveaway in chat. And if you're hanging out in Battle State Games page, we certainly appreciate you very, very much. But if you want to take part in the giveaway, you have to jump on over here to the Hunt Premier channel where we'll welcome you with wide open arms. But we want you in this chat. Type in !ACS. That'll get you in the giveaway here. With that being said, we'll give you some time to do that. We're going to stand up, get those refreshments, stretch those legs, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Grand Finals day for the Arena Cup Series Season 3. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and here today I'm on the bench in the casting booth alongside the man, the myth, and the legend, supported by that amazing mustache. As Hot Sauce, not only to be known just by the mustache, but also the immaculate job he does in the casting booth, alongside myself and many others that have blessed us for the Arena Cup Series Season 3. We've been here with Blue, Bepic, and Kirk. And the entirety of the action has come from the top down, and it's all ended up with this. We have a grand final on our hands where Virtus.pro are going to defend their title versus XP Academy. Now, before we get into that, though, something crossed my desk during the break. And I guess in what I should be known as stereotypical fashion now, we've got another surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen. It's called an exclusive for a reason, because it's the first time anybody's seeing it. And I mean literally between ourselves and you guys in the chat, the benefit and a present from us for being here present during the building of this amazing Escape from Tarkov Arena competitive scene is the gift of giving. And so we're going to continue giving. And Hort, it's not just a little bit.
That's right. It's only the tip of the iceberg. Battle State Games has been cooking up and now just dropped in our laps the same time as you viewers, the exclusive new map, Iceberg. This is a sanatorium on a cliff where teams will compete. And when can we expect this? Early summer. But before this map is released, we're going to get to see this video presentation here. We got a lot of phenomenal screenshots, the library here as well. And so it's going to be two different modes for this one. We've got Blast Gang, we've got Checkpoint, and look at the beautiful scenery here. You guys are getting the first look at the same time as Cracked and I and everybody else here as well. We've heard the new rumors about the new map, excuse me, and now we get to see that here on this sanatorium on a cliff. And well, I'm going to have to hear Crack's sane response about this map because he seems to be the sane one of the two here.
I don't know about saying, after seeing the last few images that are going to be shown here, I'm going to be going insane in the membrane when I get my hands on this type of content because, ladies and gentlemen, this is set to be ecstatic. And if you look at this final picture here, look at the amazing level of complexity and design that has been put in by Battle State Games. Not only are we going to be fighting on the horizontal plane, now the vertical plane has been brought into the game for your eyes and your weaponry to be able to destroy and wreak havoc across smooth tiled floors, beautiful blue cut with a stark bright white, including that amazing almost atmospherically lit library that we see in a spiral staircase tucked on the right there to access that upper section, and alike to something of a certain map called Ground Zero in that base game if you're a base game enjoyer, as well as this is almost a look on what it might be like from life. I personally takes me back to a memory from Insomnia. I-72, the first time that Escape from Tarkov featured a stall where outside of that event there were similar benches looking over a pond at the potential future for Escape from Tarkov. Well, now the viewers in the chat, they get their first look, an exclusive first look, as a thanks for being here at what's on the horizon for maps in Escape from Tarkov Arena.
And you take a look at the beautiful scenery here. This map really has everything. You talk about the verticality. You've got the serenity atmosphere of the outside, the beautiful scenes of the trees, the mountains, and then you've got this war-torn sanatorium here with broken glass. You talk about the verticality, the multiple different levels, and you look at all of these balconies around this building as well. I mean, there's so many potential angles to play from. You got a little bit of that close-quarter combat inside these buildings. You have some of those longer sight lines, and I think this is truly a map that really offers a little bit of everything here for the people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's literally got a dose of everything for everybody when it comes to the play style inside of the game as well. You can see potentials for close quarters fights, potentials for low versus high, good long lanes, potential line of sight set up with a lot of angles for the wallbang too. And Hort, we know how techie some of the wizards inside of this game like to get when it comes to lining up these potential headshot angles through scenery. And we're going to see much more of it here. Glass to be broken, audio cues to be given, and even some verticality in the horizontal plane here you see from the staircases that are going to make height over bore angles and advantages come to bear when teams consider taking this map to the field. It's going to be a phenomenal presentation of the next stage that each of these players are going to take to when it comes to slaying out in EFT Arena.
Yeah, I mean, As they say, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen, because Battle State Games has been absolutely cooking it up over here with these updates. But speaking about chefs in a kitchen, we got a main man winner here. Zyko Dominion has won themselves an EFT Arena standard key. So be sure to hop in on the Discord, make that support ticket so we could get that EFT Arena standard key over to you, because I know that you are all going to be chomping at the bit to try out this new map come around summertime. And I know I'm excited. I mean, the scenery there's just so much wonderful stuff coming in here from Battle State Games. And what a way to showcase it here through this wonderful show of Hunt Premier and the Arena Cup Series number 3.
Yeah, imagine being the first person. Imagine getting a free ticket to the movie premiere for the next map from Escape from Tarkov Arena. And I'm sure there's going to be a couple more potential ideas of this on the horizon in the future as well. Battlestate Games have spoken about not just a single map, but the idea of multiples coming on the horizon over the next few years in the development. We have been given firsthand the first taste of that experience coming true. And boy, oh boy, does it look good. Now, we cannot forget to match that awesome input from Battlestate Games. We've got a phenomenal grand final to finish off here for the day for the Arena Cup season. Series 3 champions. This is the head-to-head Hort, and this is your final two Titans battling it out for 10,000 euros.
I know I flashed back to yesterday, and now I feel a bit silly because I was asking, I hope we get to see a new map sometime soon. Well, Battlestate Games has heard our cries. They've answered those prayers, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer toward that summer to experience that. For now, all of our attention, all of our focus onto this grand final. It's a best of 5 where the returning champs of the Virtus Pro Polar Bears look to take on XP Academy. And, well, we've seen XP Academy grab that dub. It was a nail biter that went all the way through 3, but now they're going to have to get through Magic. The likes of Rask, who controls that VIP territory hard, FMX, and these nade lineups from Andreezy. It is not going to be an easy task. It's not an easy ask of XP Academy, but will they show up and be the Titans we expect them to be here today?
I mean, Top Aim Sabiri's got many a pocket nade from his backpack to be able to throw. Moyanri, if he is able to bring the shark teeth to bear, the Piranha is going to snap away at the heels of the Virtus Pro lineup that's going to look to speed its way on over the iceberg that we just got gifted to its success. Again, the Polar Bear in the iceberg, well, maybe it's looking for a familiar territory to settle itself in. A habitat might maybe become their most favored map as it falls into the rotation. We'll get to see that in the future, but for now, we are going to decide this over a best of 5. Moyanri, Sarul, Top Aim Sabiri, Evgen. Today, the XP Academy squad in multiple different shades and styles have shown that everybody is able to step up to the mark. But when it comes to it, the one person that I'm looking to be able to hold their own for XPA and the deciding factor in this match versus Virtus Pro is Madara Flow. This is the one member when the XPA Academy lineup that has been down, has looked down, and has been down on the kill feed. And with that all-important shotgun in their hands, that is going to be a vital fighting point in this best of 5.
You know, we can take a quick look at the maps here. I know we're going to be starting out here on Bowl, eventually heading to Fort, but I think back to Skybridge. It was XP Academy's pick here for Skybridge as well. And on the group stage, they dominated Virtus Pro, but we think back to that playoff bracket. Magic, that first half, 17-0. So Virtus Pro has a huge roster, but if Magic can continue to put up big numbers like that, it could be a short day here for Academy.
It's a long match. 5 maps. And it's going to start and end with the same scenes. Fort, Skybridge, Bay 5 are the filling for our sandwich for the final. Is it going to go all 5, Hort? That's the first question. It is a best of 5, so if we see 3 matches go one way, one team's going to find themselves out of this one without having to go the distance. But, I mean, me and Kirk have a little conversation from time to time about the, not curse, but the blessing from us from the casting point of view, where every time we get into a series, it seems to be bound for overtime. It seems destined to go the distance. Not allowed an easy day at the office. Got to grind out for the best type of content, and I wouldn't have it any other way, especially for the grand final. We take time to say thank you to Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games for coming together again to put on such an amazing event as the Arena Cup Series Season 3. The grand final for 10,000 euros is going to be decided by two of the titans from the CIS region who have managed to overcome the EU region to be here representing on either half of that grand final.
It's all going to come down to this for both teams, and it looks so good for XP Academy all the way up until yesterday where they were 2-0'd by Virtus Pro, but we all have our bad days, and this is where it really is important. I wouldn't be surprised if we happen to go to all 5, but if Virtus Pro plays today like they played yesterday, we could have a 3-0, 3-1 on our hands.
Here's the difference, though. Yesterday, Virtus Pro had played through 2 games. XP Academy only played through the 1 before they end up fighting each other in this bracket. Obviously, day 1 saw Virtus Pro take out Ancient Fighters comfortably, but yesterday they played Sicario and they played XPA. They had a little bit more gas in the tank, or a bit more sort of warmth in the muscles as they went into this matchup. The flip side can be said for today, where XPA have had themselves tested very thoroughly by Panderic before coming into this final, where Virtus Pro will be stepping up onto the table for the first time today on the big stage.
Yeah, you know, we talked about that. Panderic Apex played so well through those first 3 maps, 2 for Sicario, then 1 for XP Academy. But as you're playing continuously and time goes on, that mental fortitude, that dexterity all become factors. So XP Academy now has 3 games of their own on the board. Is that something that begins to affect XP Academy as we get late into this series as well? Or is that something that they're going to be able to overcome and navigate through?
It is a huge ask for the XPA squad, given the dominance that Virtus Pro has shown throughout this tournament. The only downfall that we have seen from Virtus Pro throughout the entirety of this was the singular loss in the group stages to XPA. And to bring that to bear, Skybridge and Bowl were the 2 maps that ended up playing over. Obviously, with us playing all 5 here today, you'd like to think that XPA should be able to convincingly convert out on those 2 maps, given the research they've had from previously playing there, and that they showed they were able to adapt and overcome on maps versus Panderic, where they had previously been beaten. The onus is going to be on Virtus Pro to show us that they've got it as well in their team to be able to adapt, overcome, and improvise their way around that XPA strength on those 2 maps if they're going to take it home. First to 3 is actually the name of the game in this final for me, Hort. I think if you're XPA, you are going to want to close this out in 3, and I think if you're Virtus Pro, you're in a similar mindset. Nobody is going to want a slobber knocker of a gunfest.
Yeah, and honestly, I was favoring XPA in the beginning. We saw how well they played against Virtus Pro in those group stages. 9-3 on Skybridge, 9-7 on Bowl. But then once we got into that playoff bracket where things really begin to matter, it was Virtus Pro who dominated on Skybridge. We talked about that magic 17-0 at halftime. You know, they came back and they played very well on these maps that they previously lost to on XPA. So heading into the grand finals, you feel like Virtus Pro has that slight upper hand. They've recently got the number in the card of XP Academy. So I think really the weight and the pressure is on XP Academy here at this point to make those adjustments that they suffered through in that upper playoff bracket and see if they can get a different outcome here in the grand final.
And it was Bowl and Skybridge. Those are the 2 maps that fell. Bowl, going to be our first and our last map in this best of 5 should we go the distance. And Panderic showed that XPA are fallible on this map. They did manage to put a dent into the XP Academy armor when it came to that matchup earlier on. Virtus Pro potentially being shown the recipe for success when it comes to undoing XPA in our first match of the day. So, rather than speculate to accumulate, let's accumulate some information, knowledge, and amazing gameplay on into map 1 of your grand final for the Arena Cup Series Season 3, XP Academy taking on Virtus Pro.
Magic wasting no time to pick off Zarod here. Good pressure up through this mid area as they begin to take space toward that B, and we can see a similar rotation coming around through the spawn side here for XPA, but as you had mentioned, Panderic able to take this map from XPA, and Virtus Pro certainly capable of this as well. If Virtus Pro can find a way to win this first map, they perform better than XPA on 4 as well, even beating Panderic on for it was Virtus Pro earlier, so I think if Virtus Pro can find this first one, they should get the second one, but Evdren finds Andreezy here to bring it back to a 4v4.
A quick trade up as Moyanri finds himself also a flavor of the month in FMX. Ras goes down, Magic goes down, Moyanri's MCX is ringing and rattling heads like it's the easiest job on the list. Hard, however, has a similar form of strength in his own, but the double swing out of XPA claims both the life of the last member and the teammate at the same time. Mistake aside, doesn't matter. The crucial remaining Virtus Pro member is down, and that's the bomb defusal, and XPA start with the lead.
A good round start here for XPA. It was Virtus Pro who had that first initial pick and started off on the right foot, but some big kills back the other direction, more so from Moyanri to turn that round around. And now we see XPA out on top here. They are starting out on that defensive side here. Virtus Pro very comfortable on the attacking side as well. So we'll see what they've got to offer here in round two.
And keep an eye on the minimap as the teams flood out from the spawn to see which way the bomb and its battle buddies are going. Sometimes not necessarily the same direction as the rest of the squad, but as we set up towards Med Short, looks like they're trying to poke towards the A site on this one.
Patience here. Shots ringing out. It's Madara on the marksman class this time, but Magic able to find the headshot here as well. And Magic continues having these early picks, looking to help Virtus Pro win these rounds. They just have to find a way to clutch up.
Interesting. Madara Flow being taken off of that shotgun that we've seen them holding sight with. Now put on the TRG, getting the positioning from Hop Up to play more aggressively. Magic's going to find one onto Evgen. Moyanri trying to use that muscle memory to predict where positioning is from the members in the smoke. Top Aim Severi doing a similar thing, just trying to expend some of that ammo to continue putting pressure down without vision. That denied as Magic finds one of their own as Zarold's head's taken. The bomb is planted, and with 45 left, there's only 2 XPA members to deny it.
Moyanri has a triple already through round one. But FMX has his card. Hard will find Siberia, and Virtus Pro, a good job to answer back here.
Yeah, both of these teams are going to trade rounds quickly back and forth at the beginning of this one. It will only get more condensed the further down into this matchup we get. To begin with, one of these two teams will want to look to the snowball to get a good point on the board, to take that early lead. Neither team is going to let that happen easily.
All tied up. I mean, honestly, all these games have been so good today, and now we're in the grand finals. We wouldn't expect anything less here. VP, an opportunity to take the lead, much like XPA. They've been working toward this B site a little bit more frequently here in this one, and so maybe looking to throw a wrench in the strategy here of XPA.
Time of the essence at this moment in time. Not so stressful. 1:30 on the clock. Virtus Pro trying to work with the utility to find something of a pick. Gonna look to hard. P40 in tow. It's not quite the yellow submarine, but it's gonna help him with the lineup. Up and over. Moyanri plays the positioning well and somehow sneaks between the nades like the goalposts.
And Ras Magic quick to find these picks, and now Virtus Pro looking to find their stride as Hard will find Madara trying to creep through the smoke here. And now Evgen, though, has been filling in here for Cords Disabler and has done a beautiful job filling in this role. But now they need one hell of a clutch. They need 4. There's an ace on the cards, but honestly, the cards stacked against them just a bit.
Shots from Hard hold off to the wards, top apps, and Evgen's going to walk straight into his doom. Virtus Pro claim the second. Take the lead back.
I mean, Crack, this is what we talked about all day. You know, they've got to find a way to put rounds in a row. And so whatever team can do that better and consistently has been able to come out on top here today. So we'll see if XPA can reel it back one more time.
This is why I didn't say anything. I don't want to predict or curse or cast anything into the abyss. I just want to let the action play out, because until one of these two teams starts to separate themselves by putting a couple of rounds together, then it's essentially nonsense. We're yapping at flies in the wind. The Balti's going to ring out again, but the first death goes down from Andreezy to Moyanri. Magic for the second. Virtus Pro strong, but Sibiri's going to drop a 2-piece.
Sibiri, time and time again with these nades, has found 2. Cut it back to a 3v3. The pre-fire and the shots ring out through the smoke, but nothing able to hit the mark just yet. And with that, the device goes down. Virtus Pro has an opportunity here to play for the post plant, but there is a lurking flank coming into play here as well.
Look at how hard it is almost get left out positioning. The MCX sprays over the top. Hard does find top aim Siberi. Evgen has one back as FMX goes down, but Magic will continue to close out those trades with a red color at the bottom of the kill feed.
I mean, Magic is just that magical. Time and time again.
Oh,
Mara,
what?
though, what a shot on the hard. Does he have time?
It doesn't matter. He's going to go off for the aggression. Madaraflow pushing the tempo on it. He's going to start round with the SKS. It almost managed to make it happen, but you can't shoot at a whim and a prayer. The Ethereal is just that for a reason, and it's Magic.
Magic, magic, magic. 9 kills, 1 death. It was a 17-0 halftime on Skybridge yesterday. Already 9-1 here. Hard was 6 as well, and everybody else on the side of EP has a breadstick.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy comms in the casting booth right now. It's Hard 6-2. Magic with 9-1 are doing all they need to for Virtus Pro. Those breadsticks. Yeah, comfortable walking sticks right now for as the rest of the team is sprinting their way through the enemy lineup.
You know, I used to call Svetis a jump shot king, but we see Rask all the time now in this Enforcer class hitting the crazy ones as FMX finds Madara early. And these early picks from Virtus Pro has been just that small deciding factor in separating each of these rounds. They've got 3 in a row, and they're looking to put a 4th on the board.
And we talked about teams taking risks so much through the later section of this tournament. You look at Andreezy peeking through the smoke onto Curtin. He's just spraying for the hopes that something comes through. One little crucial pick could be the go button to flooding that site with the aggression and the numbers. The smoke's going to clear out as Hard finds one from the generator, and Moyanri is going to fall prey. Rask with the shotgun, Zarol for 2, but Rask is going to close him out and gain that site access. Evgen the last alive at a 1v3 as Virtus Pro have site, have the chance to plant.
Virtus Pro. I mean, they've been a juggernaut across many scenes. You know, I know it's a different game, but recently winning some Marvel Rivals titles as well in the pro scene. Virtus Pro won it in Tarkov Arena in the previous Arena Cup series, now looking to be back-to-back champions here as well. But there is so many games to be played here in this series.
Andreezy's on this tight tuck, something starting to become very familiar with for post-plant from Virtus Pro. To check the angle, he's going to step off of the angle, drop down slightly. It's such a tough place to fight into. And although Andreezy does not get the final killing blow, it's Magic that claims it to 10-1. It's just well played all around from the Virtus Pro team. Nobody is letting anybody else get caught out by an aggressive swing, counter positioning, good utility, and the trading blow for blow.
I'm about to hop on Fiverr and see if Magic is offering any coaching lessons. This dude is an absolute beast. I mean, 10-1 already here. Hard 7-8 now as well as the nade lineup reigns true. If it's not Andreezy, it's Hard, and they continue to rain down these nades. It's these early picks. It's this great set of utility that has separated them in the majority of these rounds here, and they've got a nice cushion to work with as FMX will spot Moyanri, and Moyanri will fall to the wayside.
We talked about Panderic and saying what talent they have down the lineup and how well their squad fits the meta because each player fulfills one of the desired roles. Well, you want to evolve from that state as a team. How about having all 5 of your players malleably able to fit all 5 of the roles, or specifically having 2 utility experts that can intertwine with each other and casually swap in and out without a second glance? That one goes deep, just short of the toes of Top Aim Siberi. Cool guys don't look at explosions, but Top Aim Siberi decided he wanted a little bit of sunburn there.
Shout out to the Lonely Island. They've got the player advantage here, though, by 2, and I've said this about Virtus Pro before, but now it feels even more true for Magic. Magic is that guy who's scarier than that gas station bathroom that we talk about. And he's been a menace here today, putting in good work. The rest of the crew filling those roles if they need to, but here's Magic again from behind, and Andreezy will make it look easy. The second kill from Magic, and Virtus Pro is firing on all cylinders. We talked about the luxury of getting into that grand final spot in day 2, so you can relax here in day 3 and focus on that championship, and boy, does it look like Virtus Pro has done just that.
I mean, and they've watched XPA play ball not 3 maps ago, so they'll have information, they'll have done their research, and they will have duly tested and practiced to set up against it. It's just the way the tournament goes. At the end of the day, you have to be one of those teams that's able to adapt on the fly. And when you're given that reprieve, you really do have to take advantage of being able to collect as much information on your other team as you can. XPA have been tested strongly by Panderic to make it to this grand final. If they thought it was going to loosen up as they got into this match, then they were wrong. And they're being told so as such. Evgen is having a great game for XPA, though.
Magic, the Juggernaut, is put down here, so an opportunity for XPA to begin to gather some rounds. As we hear the nade explosions, Moyanri set up in good positioning. We'll find the pick on to Hard, and with that, the device pressing forward has been spotted here. Moyanri has a little help from Evgen on tucked on site here, though.
Smoke's going to dissipate very shortly, and Evgen is sat in a great position to be able to repel the curtain push. Moyanri now moving over to Gen to try and provide some support so FMX doesn't get a free swing on site. It's just going to dance around with death. Roll the dice on the duel. 2 kills from Zarold, though, give him a bit of freedom, and that inspires Moyanri to swing, and FMX's head is also reduced to dust. XPA take the second, and it's looking like it might not go so smoothly into the night. Hot. It might be looking at 5-3 half after all.
Maybe, but the fact that Virtus Pro was able to put 5 rounds in a row on the board here really speaks volumes for them, especially on a map that XPA historically does very well on, but for some reason they have been struggling a bit on Bull here today, as we saw Panderic able to upset them on this map as well.
Timo Janri's completed the battle pass. A wonderful stock coating there. I jest, of course. These players will have access to all of the awesome drip that's been brought in alongside of that cool addition in the battle pass to Escape to Tarkov Arena. That nade's going a little bit long, though. Too good of an arm. Not often a criticism you hear in the game of sports.
Shots ring out. Rask not quite able to find that one. FMX, though, finding Zarold. And again, Zarold is one of these players that has been a staple, a strong glue that holds XPA together. But Virtus Pro just seems to have their number here at the moment. And now another shot from Hard, finding Ev. They continue to find these picks.
5 versus 3, and the numbers are solidly in their favor again. Virtus Pro start to run around the map and stretch the sights. They're applying this pressure like a firmly weighted knife thrown at the adversaries, and as members drop like flies, Moyanri is the sole survivor, but only until the force from FMX follows through.
6-2, what it do, Virtus Pro. If they find to close this one out, or find a way to close it out in dominating fashion, XP Academy could begin to feel the weight of that pressure. We talked about how tough it is for a lot of these teams to battle back in these situations. So that's what makes the great so great. It's going to be up to XPA to do it here.
Yeah, actually, that's a familiar sentence I've not heard in a little while. A shout out to your boy Q, keeping it mean in another scene. Another great caster from different content there. Hot Sauce, absolutely doing it justice on the day. Too true. The battle continues. The sides have been swapped now, though, and Virtus Pro have the shield. XPA, the axe, to try and strike some more fear into the hearts of Virtus Pro. Bearing in mind, this is only the first of a potential 5 maps.
6-2, Virtus Pro, a real opportunity to close it out here. And if they win this first round of the second half, it's really going to spell trouble here for XPA. Seen these nade lineups here. Hard and Dreezy both have had a lot of success here. And this one headed right toward him there. Oh my, that was close. Moyanri takes a ton of damage.
catches the top of the box. I think if that makes it over the top of the lift, that airburst is good for not just one, but two in that kind of radius. Rask is going to probe through with the shotgun. He's going to have the best of one, but not the best of the rest, as Top Aim Sabiri and Madara Flow come to the rescue. 2 for 2.
Sounds continue to ring out, and Zarl to find FMX. They've got the player advantage to work with here. XPA desperately needing to take this first round of the second half. It's not a must-win condition, but it certainly would help them. And unfortunately, having to pressure through that smoke blind hard finds that pick from behind. It's Madara. Magic onto Siberian. Madara with only 1. Magic with 13. This could be a big round here for XPA if they can clutch it up.
Find myself consciously squeezing the arms of my chair.
Yeah.
As we are tucked into a 1v1. Madara, arguably in the better position to recover the bomb, but when he goes to planting, that's where it gets a bit dicey. This is the play I'd be looking for here. He's going to get across one angle and access the B site. And he gives himself the tempo. He's across. Magic decides to play defensive. Thoughts of a counter rotation as he swaps weapon. This time just checking that the shotgun's there. Onto site we go. At the nose, he's going to get time to plant and get off to Pixel, but may have to challenge. He is going to have to challenge. Aztec is here already.
The patience, the pre-fire. It just goes to show what great situational awareness all of these players have here. And there's the pre-fire. Magic, he is the clutch master, the clutch king, doing it like it ain't no thing. 14-3, and Virtus Pro will go up now 7-3, 1 away from match point.
It's just really tough there. I mean, do you plant early and tuck into that right-hand side, or do you go across the site and plant slightly later so that you can get out to orange and play Pixel? Well, small decisions. It could have played out either way from both scenario, but this time, like you said, the angle and the retake onto site was cleared properly and cleanly from Virtus Pro. Mex and Top Aim Siberi have decided that's not stopping them now. The grenade onto site picks up a member, but it doesn't stop the bomb going down, actually. It's FGen that pays the price, but XPA have managed to secure a plant on the A site with 3 members still alive.
And it's these big nade picks that have been able to set Virtus Pro apart here. Sabiri, not a ton of health to work with, but Moyanri with a beautiful shot on to Andreezy. Hard spots one up top, but it's Sabiri to find the first pick onto Magic. Hard able to find one here. Can he find a way to isolate these 1v1s? He spots Sabiri now, the flick. Not quite able to connect. The hip fire is not there as well. Moyanri will wrap it up, and XPA will look to trudge through the trenches.
Really crucial play from Moyanri on Generator there. Decides as the flash comes out from the retake defensive squad to play safe and deep. Tucks himself away in the metal on the side of the scenery. Hides from the flash, and then an over-aggressive battle buddy combo from Virtus Pro falls prey to a quick pick from Moyanri. And as that round closes out, Moyanri's life is kept, ready for the trades. And XPA hold firm for the third. Gap closed to 4. Lots of work still to be done.
Ton of work to be done. Hard, though, with this nade lineup. He's had a lot of success here. But it looks like XPA, the majority of them lingering toward that B side. It's a nice controlled spray from Andreezy to find the first one onto Zarald. And Zarald, who's had some big performances here, but we take a look at Madara, still stuck at 1 kill, and is going to remain stuck there because of Magic, who finds the second one as well.
That's a gross angle to pick the head of the Pixel off, and the third's going to fall prey to it as well. The fourth is in the corridor, unbeknownst to Magic. He might find himself being caught out on an unfortunate positioning here as he drops off to safety, actually. Bomb in there, caught. They're just going to swarm the area around. FGen's going to get a consolation prize and hard until he walks into the scope of who other but none other than the man Magic himself.
Magic, Magic, Magic. A 4K this round, 18 kills on the board, and 5 MVPs already. Here's a quick look at the replay, putting Madara in the dirt. A quick snap to the dome of Moyanri, and he picks up this 3rd kill onto the device carrier as well. Magic making magic happen out here as well, and hard 13 as well. You take a look at it, and even though there's not a ton of kills for these other members of VP, they're holding the angles. They're doing exactly what they need to do to solidify these round wins, and already at match point now.
Quarter of the health off Madara Flow as one of those grenades early on from the defending side just chips away at the health bars of XPA. Moyanri, however, Not satisfied with just chipping away at the health. He's going to remove one of the Virtus Pro. Two of the Virtus Pro members. Hard has the response and shuts him down, but he's 2k deep and well worth the space on the site as Matter of Flow tries to duel off Hard. Does not succeed. FMX inspired takes one of his own as Evgen then trades back onto FMX.
Hard with the moves like Jagger there. I don't know how he avoided death in that one. You can see he's pretty messed up over there, though, but able to maintain his life for the time being. And Magic in great positioning finds Zard. It brings it all down to Evgen and Magic. Great situational awareness. Phenomenal time.
Wrong performance on Battle State Games' Arena Cup Series Season 3. I'm not struggling for words. I am, again, stunned by the strength and performance of the first team coming out in these best of series with such a strong siding from not just one player, but two players, Magic and Hard, in this one, dropping phenomenal amounts of kills in tough situations.
35 between the two of them is absolutely insane when you take a look at the other side, and they might not even have had 35 combined. So Virtus Pro starting out on the right foot here and doing it in commanding fashion. They have to feel good about heading into Fort. We talked about these nade lineups for Endrizi on this map as well. And if Virtus Pro goes up 2-0 in this series, I don't know if I see XPA Academy with a way back in it.
It's going to be map number 2. That's going to set the tone for the rest of the grand final, isn't it? Fort. That's such a concept.
Yeah.
XPA have been shown to struggle on Fort. They managed to overcome that in our lower bracket grand final, but this is not Panderic. Arguably, the polar bear strikes stronger than the panda. And XPA, well, they had one wing clipped in the best of 3 earlier. They've had a second now. The bird only has 2 wings, Hawk. Are we about to see that snowball just be the downfall of the bird descending away from that flight?
He's got one sharp beak, could certainly peck out the eyes of the competition, but you take a look at the history here, and I mean, Virtus Pro was able to 9-4 Panderic on Fort. So you just wonder if XPA has what it takes to topple him here. And you feel like game number 2 is going to be a big deciding factor. It's not to say that the reverse sweep is impossible, but you talk about how tough a sweep is, a reverse sweep that much tougher. And so I think that if Virtus Pro can find a way to get up to match series and championship point through those first 2 games, it very well could be that early day for XP Academy. I mean, we haven't seen Virtus Pro drop a single map since the playoff bracket has started.
It's been a tough ask for either of the 2 teams that would have been coming out of the lower bracket for them to be able to fight back for a chance at the grand final title. But as we roll on into the highlights, we're going to see just how much of a dominant force this Virtus Pro side has been in map number 1. We've had good shots out of Matter of Flow in the first there with that BP from the SKS, but FMX and Hard, well, they set the pace. Andrezi's good for a couple in this, nearly managing to rip the head off through the smoke there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do see that one kill there from Madara that came in round 3, but wouldn't go on to really get another one there. Nice couple kills from Zarald, but it was Virtus Pro who was able to put 5 or 6 rounds in a row. And in a series like this, in this pro setting, you cannot give up more than 2 or 3 rounds at a time, and even that can be very detrimental.
The big concern, and you said this for me too, was Fort and Skybridge, but the other way around, well, Skybridge and Fort was the 2 maps that we played yesterday when these 2 first met. And both of them went Virtus Pro's way. Bowl, now convincingly 9-3, has also gone in their favor on the day. Can XPA survive? They showed they could do the turnaround against Panderic. I think the scenes are set differently for this one as Magic puts some great shots into Madara there. That felt like one of those rounds, Hort, that could have turned the tide of the tempo the other way. That gets one on site by XPA. The bomb is allowed to go off, then, you know, we'll go to 6-4 instead of 7-3, and then, I mean, at 7-3, Magic's just given 3 rounds to go absolutely wild. Great shots off the top apps, including the closeout and a 4K. I mean, it's all you could ask for from one of the top tier teams. They're crowned the Arena Cup Series Season 2 champions for a reason. They're fighting for a second title for that same reason. And it's just down to some great individual and team gameplay. And they don't stop the tempo. We've seen many teams throughout Arena Cup Series go from playing both fast and slow and doing a good job of it. But Virtus.pro has played aggression after aggression after aggression after aggression, so teams are not given that time to adjust.
And we said it before, consistency is key, consistency is king, and that's what Virtus.pro has done time and time again in these big games, in the playoff bracket when it matters. They haven't dropped a single map. You take a look back here at Bull. I hate to do it to you, Matter. 1 kill in 12 rounds. It's just not something that you can have happen from any member on a team if you want to put dubs on the board. You've got to find a way to at least get 3 or 4 kills. You don't need a ton if you have other members that are popping off. We saw that with Magic. We saw it with Hard. But you've got to be able to find more than one. You just have to be a little bit more of an asset to your squad. But we all have bad games. That mental fortitude that we talked about, that's that most important part. You have teammates to lift you up. You can't let your mental dwell on that previous game. You have to take a deep breath and reset. You have to be willing to say, GG's go next. If they could do that on our map, certainly we can do it to them as well.
I'm really hoping. I'm looking for the copium time.
I don't know if that's what happens. That's what you say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a tough argument to fight with the paperwork at this point in time. I mean, I'm looking across to my right and I'm looking at the results. I'm looking at the matches and the maps that have been played. Everything screams this is in the Virtus.pro court. I mean, it almost feels like a tennis match where Virtus.pro are playing doubles versus singles. XPA have the odds so heavily stacked against them. Even given the fact that they've had to play a long, tough best of 3 before this, it all feels like Virtus.pro are very much set up to be able to succeed, but you've got to give them the props. I mean, they've earned that position.
Mm-hmm.
They came out top of their groups. They came out top of the elimination stages without having to drop to that lower bracket. They didn't even come out top of the group, excuse me, actually. They came second in the group as I was realizing my confoundedness. XPA top in their group, but the difference between them and XPA in that group was a draw and a loss, which arguably was the Pandemic squad not being able to convert on that victory, which would have also left them equally tied 4 maps to 2 and at 2 wins to 0 draws and a loss each. I mean, Virtus.pro, they 2-0'd in the first round versus Ancient Fighters. They 2-0'd versus Sicario in the second round for the semifinals in the upper bracket. They 2-0'd XP Academy in their upper bracket final. They didn't lose when it mattered. They were able to drop that game in the group stages. And therefore, they've been able to sit back and relax today on Grand Finals Day and watch everybody else slog it out. And it's proving to pay dividends. Their players look fresh. Their team plays look fresh. The strategy looks locked in and fully in sync. And you know for sure going into game number 2 that prepping up for this grand final, they have been, as a team in a Discord somewhere, making sure the vibes are absolutely on point, because a good, happy mental in a best of 5 is a large part of the bargain.
We're going to get right down into it. It's game number 2. XPA taking on Virtus.pro. They need to find a way to fight back in this one, or Virtus.pro will be up to an early match series and championship point. Can the Polar Bears be the 2-time repeat champions?
Well, this one really will set the tone. If they're able to come out of this, this will put them onto series point and championship point. Matter of Flow starts off with a good early opener, though. Rask back on that shotgun's going to close him down, and Treasy's got some ridiculous aim from the inside of the lobby.
Here, Rask on that Enforcer class, letting the shots ring out. These are the nades from Andrezi we talk about time and time again, but Yanri able to back off to a safer position here as Ed will find that pick on to Rask, and all of a sudden things looking decent here for XPA, but they got to find a way to close out the important rounds, and it starts with that pick on to Andrezi.
Yeah, Evgen, again, 2 kills in the round so far and crucial picks on the bomb each time. FMX is left with the dance of death between him and 3 other members on the Blues. Has he got the blue suede shoes, though?
That is the question. Can he tap dance on the corpse's ashes? XPA, though, a 1v3. They've got good crossfire positioning. They've got the buddy system, and they will be able to wrap up round number 1. Now, they did take round number 1 in that previous series as well before Virtus.pro went on that tear. So we'll have to see how these next couple rounds unfold to at least get a little bit of an idea of how this might play out.
We've seen how phenomenal the one-round adjustment is from the Virtus.pro lineup. So definitely, again, it's going to come back to one of those common underlying slogans we've put underneath the Arena Cup Series Season 3. Which team can put 2 rounds together in a row? Well, if all your ducks are in a row, you're said to be organised. Can XPA claim a couple of those breadsticks and call it a box of them?
Looking for the baker's dozen here. We'll see exactly what they come up with. Got to find a way to slow Magic and Hard down as they were on an absolute tear from that previous session. Magic begins to creep forward here. Andreezy as well. And then we see that device. But there's a lot of space taken here toward that A from XPA as well. And they're into a pretty decent position here. It's all about checking those corners, as we like to say.
Listening to the tapping of the footsteps on the metal in the mid-container as this battle for the mid-control goes down with the Piranha from Moyan reclaiming the life of that Rask. Shotgun versus shotgun goes the way of XPA, and mid-control also falls more in their favor. Flavorably so. Virtus.pro deciding that this different approach. They have no interest in that B site. They're going to push towards A. FMX finds the first. Matter of flow is the first down for the XPA side.
Adara, still a few struggles as Moyanri finds FMX, but Magic able to find that trade. The pre-fire doesn't connect here as well. Magic, you talk about the situational awareness. See if you can come up with something cheeky here. And Dreezy then 8 over the top. And there it is again. On to Evgen. And Dreezy finding these time and time again. Making it look easy. Don't be slacking around the captain as Magic will find Tiberi as well. And now in a 3v1 hard. Able to wrap up Zerald. Gift wrapped and taken. VP, that one round adjustment that you talked about, Crack. And they continue to showcase that talent.
Round for round we went in the previous map to begin with. We said that after round 3, and then that turned to be false as it solidified into multiple, I believe it was 5 back-to-back rounds that Virtus.pro put the pressure on with until we settled at 6-2 going into the half. XPA will not want to look at an uneven half going in on 4, given how tough this map has been for them throughout the entirety of the Arena Cup Series.
Yeah, I strongly feel like XPA has to get at least 3 rounds if they want an opportunity in that next one. But ideally, as we all would, like to get more. Smoke's in the way right now. A few shots ringing out, but you take a look at the mini-map, and for VP, they're all still tucked in around that spawn. So it looks like maybe there was a bit of a disconnect there, and we'll have to work to get those loaded back in. But honestly, it happens right at the beginning of the game. So this is an easy reset for us. And honestly, I'm pretty surprised. We haven't had many difficulties here today. Everything running smoothly. And honestly, we got to give a huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes here in production, always making our job look easy. We certainly appreciate all their hard work in that background. And honestly, I'd be lost without them.
I'm locked in. I've been sat here at my seat, like almost eating the camera at this point because I'm just glued into my desk looking at what's going on during the action. It's been insane to keep up with. And I mean, Blinking, you'll miss it is another comment that we've made quite present and familiarly common with the broadcast here, because you just haven't been able to keep up with the action. One or the other team has seen a pick, and sometimes both teams have seen trades in picks where a Balti's gone off and a grenade's gone off from either side, and both teams have applied pressure at the same times, and that's where we get these really quick, chaotic, calamitous rounds that end up leaving people either in 1v2s, 1v3s, or even at the point where we've seen 2v2s left after it. It's a dice roll that a lot of the teams, the further they get into these maps, they're not so willing to commit to. The first few rounds, both teams are happy to go in hot off the rocks and try and just fight the way through for dominance. But the further they get down, the more people understand each other's positioning, the more that teams are trying to play for, I want a pick. I want to take that man's life without losing any of ours. And they start battle buddying up and slowly isolating these fights for more advantageous site access. And on the attacking side, that's been the thing that's really dominated the tempo in the Arena Cup Series.
Yeah, and who's always choosing the attacking side? Virtus Pro.
Virtus
They
Pro.
just feel so comfortable over there. It's like that home field advantage for them. And the fact that they do so well on the attacking side just often sets them up for that smoother sailing in the second half. They've been able to capitalize on it time and time again. And I can't say it enough, man. Magic is just really impressive. You take a look at the full roster, it's really hard to pick one player, but with the standout performance from yesterday, that 17-0 first half, we saw 10-1, I think, at the first half in this first game as well. And it's just like, man, the dude is doing big time things out here.
Now, do you reckon Virtus Pro? I've got a little bit of a hiccup here. XPA get a slight secret buff, all right, a hidden undervaluing buff, because technically this is a fresh start to the map. So technically the first round, again, could be XPA favored, where Virtus Pro are going to have to trade another back. So we might find ourselves in a 2-2 scenario, given the deja vu. But jokes aside, it is a chance to reassess. You've got a round's worth of information each around where you were successful and around where you weren't. At this moment in time from XPA, as we spoke about it, they need to look at going at it a round at a time. Try and pick one after the other, rather than thinking about match wins or series wins at this point. Just going to focus on putting one foot in front of the other. Now, round after round, we're going to see which of the two teams is going to come out ahead of it. But if XPA are going to start strong, they need to do it by putting consecutive rounds together.
Yeah, I mean, that's the important thing here. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Skip, and we've been saying it all day. From the consistency to the ability to put multiple rounds in succession, it's the small things like that have been able to set these teams apart. And when you add big playmakers like Hard or like Magic that can really come clutch in those big situations, you topple in Rask, who's been a menace on the Enforcer class, FMX with great decision-making, and Andreezy with the nades. Well, things are aligning at the moment for Virtus Pro, but we know the talent that XP Academy has from the whole 5 rosters. We've seen them all with the ability to pop off. Evgen having big games, filling in as that sub as well, but they've fallen just a little bit short on Bull twice today, and now a little bit of trouble in the air for Fort. They're going to have to buckle it down. They toppled Pandaric Apex on Fort when they haven't been able to do so before. Here's their opportunity to topple the Polar Bears, but easier said than done.
Honorable mention to Evgen so far. I think the lineup from XPA extends down to 6 with a similar level of strength. And it's not often you can say that, considering how exceptional the XPA players have performed in this tournament. To say that you have 5 members at that level of the competition, it's normally extremely hard to find a 6th that is at a similar level of skill and of a similar mentality to fit in with that overall team's vibe. So to see that they are able to so comfortably float in and out that substitute there, I mean, it just sets them up for success, doesn't it? You've got one team member that's unable to make it, and the team's still performing at the highest standard all the way up to the grand final. Yes, maybe the team roster and the team lineup might have wished for Cords to be here for the most important part of the day, but you play with the cards that you get put on the table with, right? Life is not the hand that you're dealt, but it's how you play it.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that you really can't even think about, right? The fact is, Cord's not here, so we focus on what we have, and we focus on moving forward with the abilities that we do have. We play to our strengths and try to play around our weaknesses a little bit. But when you have a team like the Polar Bears, they're pretty dang good at exploiting those weaknesses. We talked about when you're in a setting like this, you really can't afford to make very many minor mistakes because any one of these pro teams is capable of capitalizing on any of those mistakes at any given time.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not a chance of forcing unforced errors now. It's of if you don't capitalize on an unforced error that you're dropping the ball. I mean, teams up through the group stages, we were saying, okay, it's a best of 2. So you can draw maps, you can drop a map and still find yourself advantageous if you close out good games. But when it comes down to it in the best of 3 series, especially in an elimination stage, you can't really afford to drop a map. You can't really afford to drop a map that you're specifically favored in. And with that being said, we're going to find out whether Virtus Pro is going to drop a map in this grand final or whether XPA are going to find themselves under even more pressure in map number 2 on Fort. We resume 1 round apiece with Virtus Pro 1-0 in the best of 5.
1-0, Virtus Pro. I mean, we talked about that crazy Cinderella story from Pandaric Apex, but What an equally crazy story to be able to not drop a single game in that upper bracket run if Virtus Pro could find a way to close it out in 3. Well, Yanri letting her rip. He finds the 2K. Magic will get Zarald here as well. And a bit of back and forth early, but Madara dipping around. They've got the player advantage to work with here as Magic FMX still alone. And for 3 players, there's donuts on the board for VP as FMX finds Moyanri and they try to work back into the round.
The shots ring out across Sinks as Magic is going to find the better of Madara Flow. Evgen does have a response with FMX though, but the bomb is down, stuck out on the edge of garden. Shots from Magic are going to take out Top Aim Sabiri to open up the 1v1 and potentially swing that numbers advantage that was in their favor back in his. He doesn't realize that this lone member from XPA is rotating from the other side and therefore that this bomb is an easy pickup. And here, ladies and gentlemen, we are right at the end of the grand final, back on board with a 1 versus 1.
Love this 1v1 camera on board here with both Magic and that sub Evgen. Magic, who has been very devastating here for Virtus Pro, only has about 20 seconds to work with though, and he's trying to bait out a little bit of intel. We can see Evgen just playing back a bit here. Does he hear that device? Now we'll begin to step forward, and oh, what a shot. A quick snap from Evgen, and a much-needed round here for XPA.
And it's Evgen. Substitute stepping up again. It's not surprising. I'm not overwhelmed with shock or any form whatsoever. It's just phenomenal to see that it's relying on somebody else. We've seen time after time after time that this XPA lineup is able to pull this off. But now even Evgen stepping in to fill the shoes of Cords is absolutely firing on all cylinders, just as well as the rest of the team is. Is it enough, though? Is it going to get them over the line? Scrappy ends of the round like that could fall the other way as well. And Madara Flow, well, he's not going to get a chance to take part in this one.
Yeah, Magic's going to find Sabiri pressing onto the site here. That's going to open up the A site as well. And so they'll begin to take up some of this space as that device will come in for the plan. And now from the long side, we can see one member of XPA beginning to shift that direction, 2 through mid here as well. But they've got these angles on lock at the moment here. And you see the crew stepping forward, and Dreezy trying to make their way around. It's Evgen onto Rask, and Evgen's been on a bit of a tear. His heart will find Moyanri. Magic onto Evgen, and now it's all down to Zarald.
I feel like my 3D glasses are a little lopsided at the moment. There's a lot more red filter than there is blue, and suddenly I'm seeing through one eye only as FMX closes out the last XPA member. Virtus Pro level us back 2-2. Hey, we did say it was a restart, Hawk. We did say it could potentially be the first for XPA and then Virtus Pro to adjust again. Well, we're at that 2-2 scenario. Can XPA continue the trend?
Yeah, they've made it this far. They've got a lot of work to do, but this goes, you know, it's important. It goes to show that it is important to have that deep roster, to be able to have a sub that can step up at any given moment and shine. And it's equally as important for those subs to be ready at any given moment so they can step up and maybe get that opportunity to shine and make a name for themselves. So Evgen, that kill leader at the moment here for XPA, but Magic, who's got now 6 on the board, finds Zarald again, and this is where it starts to get dangerous. They can't allow Magic and the rest of VP to start clicking.
On board. Down scope. Evgen just waiting for somebody to push secret. Majority of the mass for Virtus Pro is holding the middle section right now. Also playing the time. FMX peeks out of secret for the first as the positioning change and timing falls. So unfortunate for XPA. Rask and Hard backing up for a 3-piece.
Now it's all down to Madara. Still sitting with that donut, only 1 kill on that last one, and you feel like maybe some of those troubles have spilled over a bit here into Fort. They need to find a way to get this rest of the crew pumping, and now you look at Sabiri, who's also been a dominating force here for XPA, sitting at 0. Zarald only with 1. Moyanri only with 2, and all of a sudden you start to think, what happened? I mean, They've got 2 rounds, but it's been off the back of Evjit and Moyanri.
Also, remembering the first 2 rounds worth of kills were reset because of the reset,
yes.
but
You're right,
agreed
thank you.
completely. Agreed completely. It is scary to consider that, you know, top aim Siberia as well, and this is the one I'm looking to right now for XPA, has been somebody that showed up in such strength versus Panderic to squeeze them over the line that almost feels like they burnt out a little bit too soon. Zarold is caught between a trap and the rat, as Andreezy's already out in the spawn.
Moyanri able to find Magic. Glad you reminded me of that quick reset, because I did forget it happened so fast, but you're absolutely right. Some of those KDs not reflecting those first couple rounds. We will see a bit of a shift in rotation toward the A side, but there's Siberia locking it down. Madara will find one, and with that, they get back on the board here as well after that reset. Andreezy, FMX goes down here as well, and a great round here so far for XPA.
Andreezy last left alive. Bomb is down on the A site, and Andreezy's trying to look through the back lines. Gonna catch the shots onto the person playing headshot. Pro for Evgen. Great shots out of Andreezy to claim the second. Now he's given himself a real chance. The only problem is that health bar is bleeding out extremely quickly, inclusive of that result of the stim. Andreezy's gonna get a bit vocal. He's gonna shout about it for a second as he tops up that health bar.
Andreezy trying to make their way on towards site here. We'll give away a few audio cues. Able to pick up the device. Can he find a pick first, though? No, it's Madara to find Andreezy. And just like that, XPA begins to inch their way back into this one. They'll tie it up once more, 3-3.
It's too scary, though. Andreezy in a 1 versus 4 finds himself a beautiful 2-piece to make it possible, but the damage is dealt. The one thing that can be said about the heavy bleeds in the game, if you don't have your stims to be able to deal with that on the spot, you find yourself literally bleeding out. No pun intended.
Well, both of these teams will have an opportunity to take the lead here in round number 7. Hard, some utility. Rask looking to pressure in and apply some assistance here as Moyanri tucked in some good positioning here as well. But Magic, that early pick yet again. And I feel like we're going to be saying Magic's name a lot here today.
I'm also not going to be surprised that we are after the performance we saw 17-0 the other day. Hard, however, has got the better of Moyanri given the strength. He is absolutely performing at the top of his game as well. And that is something that XPA is going to have to deal with. I mean, 17-0 as a performance out of anybody before the game is over is wild. Remember, that wasn't the finishing scoreline. That was just at the 2/3 of the way through the game point as top aim Siberia drops a bomb. Speaking of bomb being dropped, the spray from Evgen from Mini might have claimed the life of Hard, but just slightly off to the left, nephew.
It was so close. They looked good, but you're right. Just a hair to the left there. Zarold trying to find this pick on Andreezy, but is wasting a lot of ammo out of that mag. Has to pop the reload as FMX Hard find his teammates, and now Zarold pressing forward will be chopped down by FMX. The Polar Bears will maintain that lead here through these first 7 rounds. They guaranteed that tied half. It'll be up to XPA to tie it up once more.
It's a crazy, crazy performance out of both teams so far. And honestly, a slight breather between the first game and the second has given XPA time to recuperate, gather some thoughts, and start to try and put a battle plan together. I mean, they are matching Virtus.pro round for round for the time being, but Virtus.pro had the lead again.
Early nades raining down. We hear some shots, and Rask takes a ton of damage, but still able to find the pick on Moyanri. We talk about how devastating Rask can be on this Enforcer class, and we get to take a first-hand look at it.
Smoke out. Device being planted as Hard is going to push through aggressively for the first. The second comes out as Magic. Magic. There in the background. Zarold for 1 as 1 dips into spawn. Hard does not allow him to pass. This is not Monopoly. Do not collect £200. Do not pass go. Not even pass. Magic denies Zarold any thoughts of attempting the mid lane. That is going to be a Virtus.pro round. 5-3, the half settles, and the swapping of the sides.
He's a magic man indeed, if you want to cue up the tunes, but it's 10-3 this time. It was 10-1 in that first one. continuously showcasing the talent. The rest of the crew, 6-5-3-3, falling in line accordingly here is Virtus Pro. I mean, if they can take it here, you have to plead a strong case for them to be those repeat champions.
It feels like I've got a tune in the back of my head right now. It's kind of a bit of a joke, but so what? We got guns. So what? We both bleed. We're here to have fun, and we're here to succeed. Virtus Pro are absolutely kicking it to them at this moment in time, and that 2-round gap advantage is going to cruise them on to a 5-knuckle shuffle that might be able to spread out to a 9.
Leading at halftime. Again, we talk about the importance of some of these first rounds in that half. Just to help to build a little bit of that leeway. But Rask again in great positioning, finding this pick. At least Madara is able to find that trade, and that's what we're asking for at a bare minimum from XPA.
You've actually hit the nail on the head, and this opens it up as Moyanri does find the better of Andreezy. The shotguns ring true and hard for XPA. As the mini pressure comes through, Zarold is deciding he wants in on the fun too, and FMX gets melted. Magic now looking for some more of that and the namesake to try and find his way out of a 1v4.
Well, the device will eventually go down here as Magic begins to shift forward, trying to clear all the angles with Madara. Great positioning here again, and we talked about the importance of XPA taking this round. They're able to do that and chop that lead down by 1 here. Only 1 single kill that round for Virtus Pro, as it was Rask who was able to find 1, but now XPA an opportunity to tie it up.
It's possible. There is potential. And if this XPA lineup is allowing both of these players to enable themselves, I mean, Moyanri has been devastating throughout this tournament. And like you said, looking to Madara Flow, known to be early in that kill feed to either respond to an opening frag or to leverage it himself.
And Rask has done a good job of just slightly changing up these angles each time here. That's spotted MJ, the shots will ring out, and Rask again continues to collect the bodies. Hard will find Zarold, and there's still one lurking above Rask here as well.
That middle control has settled very favorably for Virtus Pro in this one. Madara Flow is poised to strike, but he senses Rastrum down below. He's going to hit the shots, but not enough to take his life. Both Raskard and FMX bleeding out. But not enough to kill any of them. You even hear one of them screaming about it again. The Virtus Pro PM season game, really frustrated at the damage being dealt.
Tarkov, in my opinion, probably the best voice lines of any game out there to date.
Shut up, goddammit.
Yes, sir, right? and many more that I can't currently say right now, but let's just know that I thoroughly enjoy them as Madara will put hard down.
Oh!
What a snap to Rask! Madara beginning to step it up for his squad.
All it took was a giggle, and apparently our comedy in the casting booth has inspired chaos in the cathedral as 3 members go round, but Virtus Pro see red, and nearly all of XPA are dead as top aim Siberi is caught in a man sandwich between 2 deadly members of Virtus Pro. That's Andreezy and Magic, and the pincer movement comes through. And as does the diffuse, Virtus Pro move to 6.
That's the problem here. I think every time that XPA begins to find a little ground, a little leeway, Virtus Pro always relative to find that quick response here and just keep extending that gap. What a couple beautiful shots there from Madara. We often talk about that single spark to ignite the spectral fire. Can XPA pull off of that? Again, I feel like they've got to find another round or 2 before allowing VP to get closer to that match point.
You hit the nail on the head, and that was Madara Flow taking one of those risks we were asking for, and it was zero hesitation. The shots towards heaven to pre-fire, just to give that pressure so that he can make space to enable to isolate. Hard, however, is playing a little bit of risk-reward of his own, and he gets one. The Colt pressure is matched by the right-hand side, as Zarold has the better of Magic and Hard together. Third in the far corner, as Andreezy takes him out as a response. It's Evgen paying the price for that. Moyanri does find Andreezy with that shotgun. Settles 3v2. Never mind. Zarold says the action is not over for now and claims the late one.
Oh, if Rask could have found one on that crossover, can he get behind him? He does. He finds Moyanri here, and that will begin to chase down Siberi. Siberi running into the waiting arms of a teammate for a little bit of help here. Tucked in toward mid, does Zero pop up? The peak is there, and Zarold will find Rask. XPA willing to work back into this one, not allowing VP to get that extra cushion.
And a big 4-piece from Zarold, including some very smart positioning after the rotation of the bomb there, puts himself in a great position to stop that shotgun from doing that damage that it does. Piranha does not do so well over a headshot box. It's better for the limbs than it is particularly slamming heads. It will kill people, but consistency into the flesh damage is where that shotgun really shines. I mean, 12 and 5 on Magic is a great performance, but as each of the members in XPA start to step up round after round, their scores are starting to match up too.
Zarold, great positioning here. I think he just spotted the tip of that gun from Rask as well, so he's looking to hold this one down. Shots continue to be exchanged to Flick, though, and FMX waiting. Finds Zarold. That's a big opening pick here for VP.
Madaraflow has the better of Magic, and the headshot comes through. Again, something you were asking for, Hot. Zarold is down, but Madaraflow levels the tides, and it's the big pick onto Magic that he finds.
Ooh. Hard. Finding that pick there to give him the player advantage once more. And now Sabiri trying to make something happen. Moyanri will open things up, though, hard. Finding a pick of their own on towards Sabiri, though. And with that, VP able to maintain that player advantage in toward bedroom. Rask finding Moyanri. And he continues to win this battle of the Enforcers.
It's FGen versus 3. FGen versus 2 as Hard gets hit with a wondrous headshot. The bomb now claimed. You've got to think Virtus Pro are going to be aware of this rotation. 2 arrows turn on the minimap and look towards the direction last known. Count to 5 and then realize that hopes alive for a plant are only towards that A site, and they're going to do a 180 themselves and start to match it very shortly.
Yeah, we see him prone over there, just waiting patiently. But they're going to have time to work with, and they've got the buddy system here as well. They just have to make sure they don't give up too much space. They've got to find that trade at a bare minimum, and they should be able to solidify this round. But Evgen has had a couple clutches in this one here already. We'll see if he can pull that rabbit out of the hat.
And look at how well Andreezy has played this. He's waited until Rask is here. The two of them are paired up together, and now Evgen does not have a chance to isolate this. They've done enough time. Separation comes through, though. Evgen has the chance. He gets one, drops, crosses, and gets out of the way to scenery. Time is still left on the clock, and with 18, chance to 1v1.
And here comes the Ring of Rosie once more, but there it is. Andreezy once again making it look easy. He's going to have just enough time here to maybe spare a second and find that defusal, but just in the nick of time, the Polar Bears will survive, and, well, just one away from match point. You take a look, it's 12 for Magic, 10 for Hard, and the rest of the crew right behind them, 7, 6, 6 respectively.
And at the split of the speed run, the separation between the speed of the Polar Bear and the Bird is only a second. Minimal difference, and we see a similar sort of effect on the scoreline. Virtus Pro moved to 7, only separated by 2, but we're going to expect XPA to be hot on their heels. However, this is where they really will be tested, because Virtus Pro are going to come at this next round hard to push it to 8 and start to look at this match point. I wouldn't be surprised if an aggressive defense comes through. Zarold gets the first and the better of one. Magic is instead going to do the same thing on the opposite side of the map, though. Guard and control force Virtus Pro. The side opened up. Hard has one. Magic trying to work that angle with low health as Moyanri takes out Hard. Magic has the better of Sabiri, and the bomb goes down.
Andreezy, the rest of the crew finding picks of their own, and now it's all down to Zarold in a 3v1 here. Has been spotted, but the device is down here in a very awkward position as well. Zarold beginning to make their way back. Did spot Magic on that crossover, though.
Time is still in favor of the attacking side, and Zarold, with some great crosshair placement, is going to remove one of 3 problems that he needs to deal with to start making this work. The second on the far angle, though, is already ready for him, and Andreezy crosshair first up is going to take the round for Virtus Pro. They do move to 8, and they do move to that second map point.
And they've given themselves 3 opportunities to close it out, which in my mind is enough for Virtus Pro. We haven't seen XPA really string more than 1 round together here yet. Maybe once they got 2, but certainly not 3 yet. And so you feel like it favors Virtus Pro, especially with the way they've been playing right now. We talked about the dexterity. We saw Pandaric suffer that. And now XPA, the wings are tattered. They're trying to soar high, but the Polar Bears have the sharp claws, and they've cut them down as Hardwell finds Arnold.
Strikes from either side of the map as Magic for 2 does what Magic does best. And that is snuff out the hopes and the hearts of anybody to deter Virtus Pro from their sweeping of this grand final. They're looking to close this one out as well. And Hard has the final nail in the coffin for map 2. Fort goes to Virtus Pro 9-5, and they go 2-0 in the best of 5 for the grand final.
From 9-3 to 9-5, and now heading toward a map that Virtus Pro has dominated every single time other than that first group stage day where they had suffered just a little bit. But you have to feel like this is in the favor of Virtus Pro. They haven't dropped a single map in this upper bracket run. They have now an opportunity to close it out with a flawless run in this upper bracket and claim themselves the King of the Kings, the 2-time repeat champions. XPA is going to have to pull all the tricks out of the bag in the next one to extend this series and keep the longevity of their lifeline alive.
Skybridge. We're going to go to Skybridge, which is a real interesting concept, bearing in mind that given where we've been for the tournament so far and given how many times that these maps have been picked, Skybridge is the least picked out of all of the matches and therefore placed with the least evidence from either team to build off of. That being said, as you mentioned, this map has looked exceptional for Virtus Pro, and we know what it's going to come down to, Hort. The fight for VIP.
That and the magic factor, I think. I mean, you've got Rask who locks down VIP, and then you've got Magic who pretty much just locks down Skybridge. But there is still a shining glimmer of hope for XPA. We flash back to that group stage where XPA did take on Virtus Pro, and they did win in 9-3 fashion on Skybridge. It wasn't until that upper bracket that Virtus Pro was able to return that favor in similar dominating fashion. So you have to feel like XPA is certainly capable of winning Skybridge away from Virtus Pro, but you take a look at this run in the upper bracket. You take a look at how well Virtus Pro has been playing together, and you just don't know if it's quite possible.
Anything's possible. It's Escape from Tarkov. Just walk into a tripwire, get blown up by a grenade launcher at 6 foot away, you run into the shadow of Tagilla. We've seen it proven many a time over that anything is possible, but Virtus Pro have been the defenders of the possible and the pretenders and protagonists of the possible, and saying that there is no way that there is any way for any team to knock this team off their stride when it comes to claiming a second Arena Cup Series title.
I mean, between Hard and Magic, I think they're going to be the new Tagilla and Killa of the Labyrinth. They've been putting in work here today, and we get to take another close look at some of these highlights. XPA started off on the right foot, and they gathered some rounds in the beginning. It was looking decent for them, but around that midway point, the meat and potatoes in these highlights, we'll start to see Virtus Pro really pull away with it.
Shots on from Magic as he manages to pick Matter of Flow at the end of the round there. Top aim, Sibiri doing just that. Nailing some top aim, but then gets caught. Did a little bit of dancing. FGen's about to get himself absolutely slammed by Andreezy, making some great work of a 1v that doesn't go his way eventually, but shows the potential that this Virtus Pro lineup is bringing to bear. Hard. I mean, it's just hard to stop him at this point.
Yeah, and again, I think it goes back to, how many games some of these teams played. We've seen it as these games or these series have gone on, that time being played has begun to affect these players. I mean, we saw Madara have a ton of trouble in game 1, and then we flash back here, Sibiri, who's been a dominating force. I know there was a reset in those first couple rounds, but still finishing out the game with only 2 kills for Sibiri. And so you just feel like maybe some of the length of these series, has been kind of daunting on them just a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we continue on through the highlights. This is the point that we've gotten to in the tournament where at the end of a round or at the end of the majority of rounds, there are just so many highlights to choose from because these players are playing at the tip-top form of the game, and even through the edge of the smoke, Hard finishes that one off, finding the headshot, and it's been the story of the day as XPA have flooded into this grand final with resistance, strong amounts of it so as well, but the kill feed hasn't stopped with an XPA member. There's always been that additional sort of closing statement that Virtus.pro has had to say on the back end of things, be it a single kill or a double kill to finish it off, that any advantage has just been immediately snapped out from the XPA side.
You know, and I've seen a lot of people out there thinking that they can do better. Well, if you haven't been lucky enough to win an EFT Arena key, you better put your money where your mouth is, because there's a 20% discount across the site here, both on the Battlestate Games site and on the Epic Store launcher. So if you're going to put that money where your mouth is, get that game, get out of here on the battlefield, and go ahead and show us what you can do.
Yeah, and looking at the scoreboard from that second map there on Fort, Magic 16-7, 5 MVPs, Hard 13-8. Great performance out of Moyanri, 10-11. Still a negative KD, but it's the best showing performance out of the XPA squad. And I think between Zarold, Moyanri, and a much better map out of Matter of Flow, the XPA squad this time looked like they might have been able to compete, but might have. It's just not quite enough at the grand final. This Virtus.pro lineup needs everything the kitchen sink and the next door neighbor's oak tree out the back garden throwing at it for you to be able to really hold a consistent level of competition against this type of squad.
Yeah, you know, and we're looking at an XPA team that has now played 5 different games compared to only the 2 of Virtus.pro. And so in that previous one, we seen Madara kind of have a little bit of struggle. Now we see it Sabiri in this one. And I think, you know, having to play so many games throughout the day is something that certainly has maybe affected these players a little bit. It just kind of further reiterates the importance of having that good upper bracket run, of solidifying that championship ship spot just a bit early so that you can have a little bit of an easier time in situations like this.
Definitely going to be grateful for it today. The XPA squad will be feeling the pressure of the time and just the pressure of the endurance tests. I mean, it's not a short day. It's not a short ask either. You've got to play at the highest level of competition under the most pressure you'll experience in Escape from Tarkov Arena in a competitive scene. And you've got to do it over the space of, I mean, anywhere up to as long as 6 to 8 hours sometimes, which can be back-to-back-to-back games that go to overtime. And it's not necessarily the physical. I mean, everybody plays games for hours a day, but that mental drain of having to go through the 3D map in your head alongside playing your own gameplay and working for your team as well as yourself. Tough, tall ask. It's a very tall order for any team. Both of these teams here are displaying the top level of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they certainly deserve to be here. And I thought XPA had a strong chance to upset Virtus.pro, but I felt like they needed to do it in that upper bracket. You know, if they were able to win that and go into that grand finals, I thought very well that they could take this in 3-2 fashion. But having to fight down from that lower bracket, you know, you and I both had considered the thought of either 3-0 Virtus.pro or 3-1 in favor of Virtus.pro. And I feel like that's exactly what we're looking at here today. You know, XPA is certainly capable of digging deep and finding some wins. But can they get 3 maps in a row, especially heading into Skybridge, where Magic and the crew has just been on an absolute tear? You've got Rask, who's been mowing down anybody in VIP, and then Magic just doing whatever Magic wants at this point.
You ask a good question. Is it possible that XPA have a map in them? But this is where I find myself struggling for the overall result. When we're asking the question, is it possible, can they take a map? We should be asking the question, is it possible they can come back 2-3 games here? And I think you made an exceptional point before we started this match that 2 rounds worth of gameplay down, 2 maps in the bag for Virtus.pro. I mean, we're only a couple of letters short of impossible right now.
I honestly, you know, we talked about Pandaric Apex, and we saw a huge upset from them on Sicario. One of the biggest we've ever seen, almost doing it to XPA here. But I think this truly would be the biggest upset of Tarkov Arena Cup Series if XPA could find a way to win 3 games in a row. But we said it the other day, Cracked, they can't focus on that now. They have to focus on 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time, and they started off by taking out Magic.
Oh, and down goes the Shotgun Demon too. Rask has also been banished from VIP. It's XPA favored this time. The nade from the back though, as Hard's going to get one. Top aim Sabiri trades one back with a grenade. Zarold for Hard out of VIP. As FMX then follows in. It's one after the other, and both teams are falling like dominoes inside of the box.
Good start here for XPA. FMX, does he spot the one over top? Sabiri is there on the peak, but Madara is dangerously close here as we see him beginning to shift toward VIP. Is going to be able to grab that device. Is he going to opt to try and rotate away here, though?
Gotta hope that opening chaos success from XPA is almost them turning on the lights inside of the room. As we move on into the nighttime, the XPA squad find themselves up by 3 in the numbers to 1. With 40 seconds left on the clock, and they are defending. So the pressure really is on FMX here, Hort, to make this happen.
Oh, that pre-fire from Madara came just a bit early, and that allowed FMX to find that pick. We see that rotation coming back from the B site. There's Sabiri tucked in toward the back of the site. If he can isolate these ones, there's a real opportunity now, but needed to find out when he catches MJin off. Can he get Sabiri? No! Sabiri coming in clutch when they needed to.
This is the Sabiri that XPA were looking for. This is the man that made them sneak their way almost through that Bay 5 map that Panderic really were starting to look like they were going to be able to fight the way back into. And he's not named top aim without a top game. When he's on it, really is on it. The defiance from XPA stands strong. Zarold for 3, top aim Sabiri for 2. And participation from Moyanri and Madara Flow says the team's firing together with some good synergy.
That's been XPA to take the first round of every single one of these games, though. So we can't get ahead of ourselves just yet. Rask on the jump over. Not sure if he spotted Zarold. Zarold actually saw a piece of the dome there, but unaware if they spotted them as well, as Andreezy will find Madara on the other side of things, and VIP continues to play this game of cat and mouse. Rask and the crew continue. I love this battle that we continuously have over here.
And sir, I call you a swine for reminding me for the fears that we have for this XPA lineup, as the first round has fell in their favor multiple times over. Sir, please, let's break the trend. It's time to reverse the roles. If not for the sake of a best of 5. Honestly, if the gameplay shots out as the shotguns ring, Moyanri's going to run away from that one with his legs removed.
Ooh, hard. A good rotation over here. They find this pick, and it's Sabiri all alone. You can see on that mini-map, though, the rotation coming in relatively quick. And honestly, VP has a ton of space over here toward the A. They can opt to just go ahead and push back that direction here. Is for VP, they've done a great job of biting over this early rotation.
Top aim Sabiri's going to have the better of FMX on the point. He's actually played that 1v1 dance extremely well to level the numbers back to 3 apiece. Almost running onto site, but Hard's a little bit hurt. Get him running, probably on a fracture or a black leg. Calm down. 45. Magic for 1. Zarold responds, though. Insta-kill from Hard to follow it back, and again, Virtus.pro flood the bottom of the feed. Top aim Sabiri, though! Oh, close, but not close enough.
Honestly, it was a beautiful pick by Sabiri there. The initial shots forcing Rask back into VIP, and not sure if he had to pop a reload there, but it allowed him to press forward onto the site, find that pick on Hard, but couldn't quite get that 180 transfer that we've seen from Sabiri so many times. So unfortunately, they're not able to break that curse, and VP battling back in the second round.
We're going to talk about a little bit of history. It was this side that put the 1 dent in the Virtus.pro tracks previously. It was a 3-0, I believe, Hot. But not in the favor of Virtus.pro. So now that we're back on the pitch with the Arena Cup Series title on the line, XPA have got something to prove. Rask goes down. Moyanri with the shotgun is going to win that fight that we have seen time and time again.
Magic, a big pick though, and FMX will supplement in with a pick onto Evgen as Madara continues to cheat forward here. There's a smoke in the way, and down into great positioning. Moyanri and Zarold combined for 2. Up top is Rask, and Zarold on fire now.
XPA might actually be looking to pressure this down, and the member on site is completely removed, and here comes the defuse. XPA are going to take the lead back on Skybridge 2-1. Hot. There's potential.
Yeah, I feel like for me, it's so hard to decide exactly how it's going to play out until we see those sides swapped. We saw a very close game in that last series. It wasn't until we swapped sides that Virtus.pro began to run away with it, but it's Moyanri and, more importantly, Zarold with some big key picks in this round to clutch it up.
God, you know what? I'm not even playing for the side swap this time around. Color me screwed. I'm signing up for the roller coaster. All in at the beginning. Let's ride the train of the hype. Have XPA got what it takes to be able to fight back? It's a best of 5. This will be the first of 3 in massive important steps to be able to make, but FGen's got other thoughts.
Shots from Magic. Not able to connect here as he takes quite a bit of damage. Rask will go down. FGen finds hard here as well, and they begin to cheat toward the B side. There's only one over here, but they need to find a pick and a plant relatively soon.
He slows down as FGen picks up another one. Andrezi's the one that pays the price. The bomb is left precariously inside of the blue train. FMX wanting to fight off some of the shadows around him before able to pick that back up again. But Moyanri creeping up, top aim Siberian support from a different angle. The pressure comes through as the shotgun rings out, and the Piranha claims another. Top aim Siberian has the life of Magic in his eyes. And the thoughts of round 3 in their favor comes through. 3-1 XPA take a further lead and do put back-to-back rounds on the board.
Back-to-back rounds, and that one was a flawless one. They don't even drop a single member there, so XPA maybe went back to the drawing board, studied up here on Skybridge, and has made the proper adjustments needed to be able to combat the Polar Bears here, but still very early on in this one. They've got a nice 2-point cushion. They still need to work to build off the back of it, though.
Straight in goes Magic as he jumps across, and great shots out of the MCX will end the life of Madara Flow before it's begun inside of round number 5. Shots again from Magic finds Zarold, but top 8 Superior's got the airburst.
Ooh, this jump shot from Rask, but he's got help from behind. Hard finds Moyanri. It opens up VIP. FMX finds FGen, who is trying to find an aid, and now Sabiri tucked on site all alone in a 4v1, and I feel like Virtus.pro has a pretty good understanding of what's going on here. We can see that device on the minimap beginning to shift the other direction.
How long till the rotation comes in from the rest of the Virtus.pro members, and who is going to be left to keep top aim Sabiri held hostage? So that's going to be the first point of effect, is if FMX can just trap top aim Sabiri here, Virtus.pro have all the time in the world to set up on the other side. FMX can literally give his life for nothing now. It doesn't matter. Top aim Sabiri held long down, and FMX is not going to give him a chance.
And this is where Virtus.pro has been a little bit better. They do a good job of always keeping this first half close, of reining in that series, even when things might look a little grim early, and then somehow powering forward in that second half. I think it's what really sets them apart. They're just so comfortable on this attacking side here. And so now one away from tying it up. It's up to XPA to keep this lead. One more round win would at least solidify them a tied half, and a great start here.
I think they'd like to improve upon that as well. If they move to 4-2, XPA get themselves 2 in the lead again. You've got to think that that's a 5-3 half with good potential. 6-2 if you really do put foot to the floor at that point and push the acceleration out. Rask and Moyanri back again in the duel of the shotguns.
We love this battle over here at VIP, but honestly, I feel like it's been pretty back and forth between these two thus far in this one, though, Cracked.
Definitely has. We had the pin pull of the grenade as that one goes out towards KFC. Andreezy kites away back from that one and is looking to something of his own. See him looking down at the ground for the lineup. Madara waiting for that jump shot just in case they're peeking for info. Bomb's going to move across, and Madara's in a great position to respond. The first goes down. Andreezy gets blasted through the wall. The third as Madara's positioning is tenfold improved by the fact that Zarold finds one. FMX and Rask have got other ideas though, and inside of VIP is now no longer dominated by Virtus.pro. FMX strays on the reload into the sights of Zarold, and it actually falls 2v1 for XPA. The dominoes fall, and the colors are good for the Blues.
Forward, Sabiri tucked in good position here, trying to play that crossfire. Doesn't come in from behind here, though, Evgen. And this is a great decision here by FMX to rotate around to give him that right angle peek. Has to be careful of Sabiri, though.
Shots ring out from both sides as the dance continues. Evgen swaps places with FMX. Outward pressure, tries to force the sandwich swing. FMX just trying to play with the thoughts of both members. He goes in to challenge Evgen, but Evgen will not allow him to pass, and that is going to be the XPA 4. And a guaranteed tied half at minimum, Hawk.
Guaranteed tied in half, and I feel like we really haven't been able to say that for XPA yet in this series. So already looking a bit better here on Skybridge, and honestly, if they could just find a way to get one more of these next two rounds, it really would be great for them.
This is talk about the tempo. We've not necessarily seen XPA in this grand final yet be in charge of the tempo, but solidifying a secured, guaranteed even half definitely is something to be said for that tempo. An early grenade magic dances through that and survives with only a fraction of health being ticked off. Pre-fire sprayer's magic probes through sandwich. The second is going to push through to him, and that's going to be Zarold giving his life to great positioning and shots from magic.
Andreezy, aware that Madara was here last time. Trying to get some help here from Magic, but there's one coming in the backside. That's Moyanri, but it's hard to find Magic. And another rare TK coming out from VP as Moyanri will find hard. And right back to a 3v3.
Shotgun rings out. Legs get taken. FMX's thoughts drop to the floor, but Andreezy's got a grenade and a gun to go with it. 2 lives claimed. 2v1, but barely just so. Andreezy is, okay, a little healthier than he was a second ago as we see that getting topped up quickly, but there's not much left to be said of Andreezy right now, Hawk.
No, but the lucky thing is you've got the buddy system. You could allow Andreezy to maybe have that first initial pick or swing rather, and allow Rask to find the trade, but surprised we haven't seen him maybe rotate here. That smoke coming out, you got to wait for it to plume though, and almost getting caught off guard. Rask will take a bit of damage.
Yeah, set up for something like you said, a little bit of nerves almost, or maybe just overconfidence as the jump across catches a little bit of the health bar of Rask. The bomb tap plant gets taken down, going to double swing into it, and Andreezy is going to call for cover. Between the two of them, Virtus.pro play out exactly like you asked, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's an important round for VP. I feel like they couldn't really afford to go down this far, and now they have an opportunity to win, or to have a tied half, excuse me. But we talked about XPA just needing one of those next 2 rounds. Well, they didn't get that one. If they can find a way to get this one, they'll at least have that winning half heading into the next half.
You have to think Virtus.pro enthused now. They're going to come out from the spawn. The IGL is going to say again, but with feeling this time. And it's going to be a much cleaner round, you would think. That being said, 4 trailer park Virtus.pros went round the outside. Rask, fake bait and sandwich. Okay, he's going to take the shots as well. He's not even fake bait for now. He's just on a headhunt.
Big pick from Evgen. Now Madara finds Rask as well. FMX on the return fire. Gets Ev. Sabiri lurking on the other side. Here's the device. Andreezy continued to creep forward on the crap walk. FMX did find Madara on the other side of things here, and all of a sudden it begins to open things up. Sabiri in a tough spot, and Andreezy drops him, and now Zarold has at least given up some of that intel here. And again, 3v1, VP playing with numbers.
The device is planted, 50 seconds on the clock, and Zarold has more than 3 problems. 3 members and a clock to have to play against. Is at least going to remove the light bleed. And looking at the health being topped up, that's Perfotoran as well as the cheese coming in. A little bit of additional top up. Shots from the top of blue ramp, though, is going to have hard closing out any thoughts of a retake. Virtus.pro do go into the half dead even after XPA have secured it. Those 2 rounds in a row, though, might be a little bit of a tap on the mental going into the swap.
Yeah, you always talk about how the momentum can, shift the drop of a dime, and certainly gathering 2 rounds before halftime is something that could propel Virtus Pro forward. But I feel like XPA is a little bit more locked in here in this series, and they've been off to a good start. We've got that tied half that we were asking for, but it's really important for them to come out swinging. They've got to find a way to win one of these first 2 rounds here in this next half as well. But ideally, you hope to see them get that first one.
This is where we talk about the danger of XPA on the attack, because the team that looks like they are not favored in the matchup, going on to the attacking side second, like we say, unless this is your map pick, you normally tend to favor a defensive half. So 4 and 4. I mean, XPA have given themselves a chance. They're going to need to start putting a couple more of those rounds together that we were asking for, that we saw in the first half.
That aggression from VP not paying off this time, as Magic will be dropped by Zarld. Up into an advantageous position is hard, but immediately dropped, and Zarld's on a tear. A 3K looking for more as Moyanri will drop FMX, and Andreezy all alone on the B site.
I thought Top Aim Siberia had saved the grenade for a second there. Actually, just another piece of utility being thrown out towards the E-box. Secure that plant. Andreezy is the last left alive, thanks to the aggression onto site. The smoke cover still helps nonetheless. You do not want to give somebody like Andreezy, as we saw in the previous map, free 1v1s. In the one before last time, he was good for 2. Now for the jump shot, Andreezy's going to step out into multiple members, including a prone, Madara Flow. And that is good night. XPA starts off the half 5-3 with a round in the lead.
We talked about the importance of them trying to gather this first round and stifle that momentum that Virtus Pro began to put up at the end of that first half. They certainly have done a good job of that here, but it's all about powering forward, finding those rounds in bunches. And for the first time here, we see Magic down with just 5, hard with 5 as well, but FMX has been stepping it up in that department.
The bomb is going for an extremely aggressive push towards the A site this time around. With one person on either side of them. Actually, an additional member hiding on the backside. Great use of the grenades. XPA are going to have a relatively good access here in a second. The member in Sandwich is the lone problem. You have to take the space in KFC versus that Sandwich push. Once that's been dealt with, I mean, VIP has control. Hard's backed off. Magic does, however, get one, though. And there goes the control of VIP.
And once Magic starts to pop off, things get dangerous. FMX finds one. Sabiri onto hard here as well, but Sabiri all alone in a 3v1. And you take a look, there's a long lurking flank coming into play here for VP.
They're ticking at the bomb, almost the lifeline for the end of the round. Virtus Pro do claim that one, and the Tides get leveled up 5 apiece. Oh, strength out of Magic again. A 4K. Like, I've lost the amount of digits on my hands to be able to count the amount of times this man has had 4 out of 5 kills in a round, let alone a full 5-piece.
Magic already up to 9. FMX has been holding it down for the time being, keeping that spot warm for Magic, but you have to wonder if things beginning to click now as having a couple big rounds in a row. It's been a 4-1 split here for VP for the majority of it, but they've struggled defending this B side. I'm surprised we haven't seen XPA head this direction just a bit more.
Sarald holding out towards lane 1 as 3 members of the defending side are about to rotate across his crosshair, but the smoke that covers them off is actually going to give them a very good amount of safety. Time around, Virtus Pro have a lot of strength and response, but 1-for-1 Andreezy and Moyanri have the opening action on the play. Evgen in a great deep position, though, somehow misses the shots onto FMX. That could be crucial.
I mean, we've been saying it all day. When you're playing against pro teams like this, neither team can afford to make any minor mistakes, as we see the capitalization time and time again, but it's Sabiri with a downtown nade there. Moyanri able to pick up that device and back off just a bit here. Raska's going to go down to Zarl, and now XPA an opportunity.
Zarald in and out, the footsteps not quite timed as well as Magic's were, and he ends up winning the kill on that trade. Top aim, Siberian, the bomb on site have some form of control until they run into the fight, and Hard finds the back of one. Moyanri for the second, but Hard causes it out. Virtus Pro inside the dance of death, Hort. They are getting the better of the chaos at the moment.
Yeah, now all of a sudden you start to see things shift. It was XPA really controlling the pace of this game so far, but now all of a sudden VP finds themselves on top. FMX with 12, Magic has come alive with 10, and everybody else doing what they need to do to solidify these late rounds. It's been the second half of the game that's continuously haunted here for XPA. They've got to find a way to buckle down.
It is only a one-round difference, and given the way that the two maps have gone before this, there's a much better showing out of XPA. I was waiting for that to come through the kill feed, because we saw both Rask and Moyanri going into VIP again, and always the sound of the shotgun in the back of our eardrums reminds us that battle is far from over.
Dreezy letting it sing through the smoke, but not able to find that target just yet. Hard coming in from behind here as Evgen finds FMX, and Moyanri turning around a bit late. Magic Hard combined for 2. Hard can't find that one onto Ev though, and that's a big pick as Ev will find a 2K.
Andreezy is there to respond on site, and the bomb is fully defusable, with Top Aim Siberia being the only member left alive to be able to pressure this. And in the 1v1, the smoke on the left-hand side is going to make Top Aim Siberia's life particularly difficult. Andreezy knows where he needs to push. Top Aim Siberia does the dance of death with him, pulls him back on both sides. 1 for 1 and 20 seconds on the clock. Someone's going to have to decide to dance soon. Top Aim Siberia wins it! XPA move back to 6-6.
You felt like XPA really needed to clutch up that round, and they do. Siberia, big round for them after being stifled a bit on forward, and so we're really seeing some of these big key members come alive on both of these sides. And Cracked, what a game 3 it would shape up to be if we found ourselves in overtime.
I wouldn't have bet on Top Aim Siberia before today, but after watching him in the match against Panderic inside of that site on Bay 5, you wouldn't bet against him after witnessing the way that he worked his magic between the two players and made that fall to his advantage again. The dance with death goes in the way of the man named Top Aim. Rask, however, has got the better of Moyanri on the response to the Piranha. This revenge battle going back and forth like the dominoes. Hard, however, consistently getting in on the action and backed by FMX for one onto Matter of Flow. Now, 2 members of XPA have to fight all 5 of Virtus Pro.
Dabiri, a good start on to Hard here, though. Has had some big key clutch moments, and now looking for another one. A lot of VP members scattered across the site here. Does he know Magic's on the other side?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. And up comes Magic and pop like a jack in the box. Down goes Top Aim Siberia, and up comes Magic out of the shadows.
And now all of a sudden the pressure really mounting here for XPA. Evgen all alone here against 4 talented members of the Virtus Pro Polar Bears, and Evgen just trying to check all of these angles. There's so many spots to look here on Skybridge, and now considering that rotation away has been spotted though.
Only out the back of VIP. Rask is going to bring the shotgun out, but Evgen's got the shots from the spear to stop him from trying anything like that. Damage dealt down to Evgen's body though, and as the last alive, he's bleeding out.
FMX just killed Magic. It's from a 4v2 to a 2v1, and all of a sudden, Evgen, a potential possibility, but you nailed it. That light bleed there, time slowly ticking away.
Well, there's no way, and he's pulled the switcheroo as well. He's broken the ankles. We're playing basketball and arena all at the same time. He's managed to give himself enough space to maybe get access to the site in time. He's going to have to check to make sure there's not a lurker, and by the time that happens, somebody's going to push up. The plant is going to be difficult, especially if he comes around from Graffiti side. FMX plays it perfectly. The swing is up, and FMX claims his prize.
Great job by FMX, because even if FMX doesn't get that kill, at that point, there's not enough time to find that plant. Virtus Pro solidifies the round regardless of that kill, and now they are 1 away from match point. It's been continuous struggles in the second half for XPA, but they're very close in this one. They're holding on by a thread, and it's going to come all down to these next few rounds.
He goes just about far enough to break the ankles, but he goes just too far to get back in time to be able to execute on the play. It's millimeters with the difference in the guidelines and the margins, but That's the difference on the day when it comes to the grand final for the Arena Cup Series Season 3. Virtus.pro are up 2-0 in the maps and 7-6 at a crucial point in Skybridge. They are 2 rounds away from the double down on the title. Moyanri for the first onto hard as Magic as a response into Zaryl's lane 1 belongs to Magic. Does he realize there are 3 figures on the other side of the train?
And does he care? He should now, because Moyanri will put him in the dirt. Rask answers back. Sabiri, Madara both finding picks. And Dreezy, the last to go down. And XPA ensuring that they tie it up, making sure Virtus.pro doesn't go to match point too early here.
I mean, keep playing with this kind of gameplay and we will call it cinema. I could watch this forever. This is the game we were looking for. Slightly favored for the first 2 for Virtus.pro in the first 2 maps for this best of 5, but where Bowl and Fort were slightly tougher for XPA, here on Skybridge, shockingly so, where Virtus.pro have looked so darn good on this map. XPA are matching them round for round.
What an incredibly important round here for both squads. The opportunity to solidify at least overtime as Magic finds that first pick. Hard hearing the footsteps, the jump across, he can't connect. Moyanri's there as well. The spray goes out and hard, dropping the Enforcer class. Tucked into between a rock and a tough place here. The 180, hard, a 3K, and may have just set VP up for success.
I mean, you've got to think absolutely right. For VP, this is the round that gives them a guaranteed second shot at winning it all. For XPA, it's you can't lose this because this is your last chance. It's either guarantee an overtime or leave it to a potential that's you done and dusted in the best of 5 in 3. Now, Madaraflow really is playing on the edge of the knife with the edge of the smoke and inside of red. He's going to step through. Magic is going to go down. Madaraflow might have just made a crucial move. Top him, Sabiri. Oh, are they going to swing it? Just a second, get past Red Train in time. No, shots ring out. Red Train is challenged. FMX finds the first as Madaraflow goes down, and now it's all on a 1v.
Not only is it a 1v3, but the device down in a very awkward position. FMX with that dub, and VP has guaranteed themselves overtime, but an opportunity to close it out in dominating fashion. They haven't dropped a single map in this playoff bracket, and they're looking to close it out in dominating fashion.
I thought they'd managed to do that then. I had 100% almost convinced myself that XPA had found the small gap to get through to be able to give themselves some freedom from the Virtus.pro pressure, but just as it comes to bear, the bomb is the second through the angle, not protected enough to be able to get through safely, and as it goes down, top aim Sabiri is left helpless with only himself to fight his way out of the depths. Now, Virtus.pro have guaranteed overtime at least, but 1 series, an Arena Cup Series championship point.
Chance to close it all out here and become back-to-back repeat champions for VP. XPA holding on by a dear thread at the moment.
And rightly so, of a potentially the most monumental occasion for the Virtus.pro lineup. The chaos and silence settles in the arena as Magic picks up the first. XPA now only 4 members left to be able to defend the chance at this title. The round slows down with the bomb sat towards Sandwich. XPA have numbers and presence of mind that the flank is close by. Shots out of Magic somehow with the angle being covered by Moyanri. Still finds 1, but Magic's good for 2 as Evgen goes down from behind. And slowly and steadily, Hawk, the hopes are drifting away.
Yeah, Magic with that ties the kill lead with 17. FMX goes down, so Magic a chance to take that kill lead away. Not really something that's too important, but Moyanri will put him down in a 2v2.
They've given themselves a chance. But you know what Virtus.pro has been like when it comes to chances. They are able to stifle them out immediately, and Andreezy's got the first. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, he says. Rask calls him to kite him into the angle, and Rask is going to tap challenge, but Moyanri jumps, and Andreezy knocks him out of the sky. He says wings are only destined for champions, and that's our 9th. Skybridge is closed out. Virtus.pro do double down, reclaim the title of Arena Cup Series champions.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, your Arena Cup Series 3 champions. They are back-to-back two-timers. The Polar Bears have done it again, and they did it flawlessly, not dropping a single map in this playoff bracket. And if there was any questions about whether they deserve to be here, about whether they were those previous champions, I think all of those questions have been laid to rest here.
Yeah, questions bring answers. And at the end of the day, that's why we all jump into the arena, is to settle those questions with some definitive answers. And you want to talk about definitive. There have been many performances across many a player through Arena Cup Series Season 3 that have been definitive. But FMX in this last one here takes the MVP. I think when it gets down to it, for the argument MVP of the tournament, I think it's going to be extremely hard to argue anything other than Magic, but we're going to get to find that out in the future. Magic has been absolutely slaying out. The confirmation for you guys at home with the graphic on screen, the Escape from Tarkov Arena Competitive Cup Series Season 3 champions is Virtus Pro. Your lineup, Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX and Andreezy, and you can see on screen there, long live the champs, because this is not just their first, this is their second consecutive title.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because that's immediately where my eyes drifted to. Long live the champs. The Polar Bears have come out on top yet again, and there was no storm to weather for them. They were the storm. They were the destruction out here in the Tarkov Arena series here today, and I have to agree with you. If this MVP is given to anyone other than Magic, that is a complete disservice.
That being said, there's been so many amazing plays out of everybody on that lineup. I mean, yesterday we did speak about how exceptional Andreezy has been with that utility. The other thing that has stayed true, tried and tested, almost as consistent as the EU's Captain King of consistency, and that is himself, is Hard and FMX have slayed out. I mean, I can't still, even thinking back through the grand final, consider a moment where one of the two names has hit the kill feed and the other has either not been on the receiving end of also dealing damage in that trade, or being taken out on the back of a reverse trade in the 1-for-1. And Rask, well, dare we ask whose VIP belongs to now? Because I think it's been put out on the table for everybody to see. That box belongs to the man with the mask and the shotgun. The Polar Bears claim that golden box at the end of the Cup Series bracket.
Yeah, for me, I think one of the most impressive teams and surprisements here today, though, was Pandaric Apex on that 2-0 against Sicario. We take a look at the bracket here, and we get to see everybody's run. You take a look at that top spot, though. It was Virtus Pro 2-0 all the way to the grand finals, where they 3-0. They knocked off Sicario last season. They did it again this season. This time in that second round, it was Pandaric who had such a tough fight here today, but man, did they come out swinging. And we didn't expect them to dominate Sicario as much as they did. It felt like they were going to be able to beat XP Academy. I mean, they took game number 1. It went to Fort, where they're known to dominate, but at the end of the day, so many games played, they just couldn't quite find a way to finalize it. And so XP Academy moved on, but at the end of the day, Virtus Pro, again, 3-0 fashion. Magic, Hard, the rest of the crew, everybody playing so well today and consistently throughout the entirety of both weekends. So certainly well-deserved here for the Polar Bears.
Yeah, I mean, what more could you have asked from the third season of the Arena Cup Series? From starting it off with the group stages, drops, a quest given to us live on broadcast, all the way down to today's action, where we've received that cyber green skin in the drops, which will be on your accounts in the very near future. So don't stress, folks. It's there. It's locked in. You know, going to be robbed. It's just coming soon. Just like all good things in Tarkov, the best ones come to those who wait. In addition to that, we did not have to wait for the best performance from one of the 4 teams from the EU or the CIS region. We got delivered that today in the grand final, and Virtus Pro have absolutely claimed and crowned themselves the best team on the day. As well as that, folks, you got a brand new look at a new map, exclusively brought to you here on the Hunt Premier channel. The first people to see it, exposed nowhere, anywhere previously before this. You guys got to look at Iceberg, the tip of the iceberg, which I'm sure that quote could be crowned in gold from the mythical Hort over the top of those screenshots, as that goes all over the socials, I'm sure, from today. We are going to get to take a quick look at that map again. And Hort, please just remind us exactly what it is that the folks have been exposed to so exclusively here today.
I mean, this is the beautiful sanatorium painted on the cliff here. And we talked about it will be added not only to Blast Gang, but to Checkpoint as well. And you've got this indoor scenery, this rugged library that's been tattered, that spiral staircase in the background to really showcase not only this verticality in the inside, but in the beautiful outside scenery here as well. This tattered building that's been just damaged throughout these war-torn events. And you take a look around, there's a lot of open sight lines here. There's even a trolley near the steps. I mean, you really get the best of both worlds. You have that close quarter combat. You have these long sight lines. And I mean, it's just so aesthetically pleasing to the eye.
I mean, that's the other thing, isn't it? You're going to be slightly distracted whilst running around the battlefield because you're going to be looking at all these cool scenes and sights that they've put in inside of this one. One of the more picturesque environments in the Battlestate games scenery. I mean, it's akin to something from the scenes outside of Shoreline and the passages in the woods, but that combined with, I don't know, something new, a look on this, like you say, almost a complex, a resort of a form, combined with this grand entrance here, the tiled flooring, stark white lighting that just adds, it's almost like an air of animosity inside of the room here in the lobby hut. I'm assuming that will probably end up being a familiar call out in the near future. This, the library, I'm sure, one we're going to look to. The spiral staircase we spoke about from earlier on, and the cool lighting and how that casts underneath a nice warm ambient feel, but a slightly colder, icier look on the top there, Hot.
Yeah, and honestly, you and I have made some speculations, but we all got to see this map at the same time. And I know you and I were talking in between breaks that we're hoping because there's so much verticality on this map, we might see some separate bomb sites, one up on a second or third floor and one down below. So we can all make speculations about what we might see from this wonderful and beautiful looking map, but we are going to have to wait a little closer to summer to find out a little bit more.
I can't wait to get involved with it. As soon as the map drops, it's going to be the first thing that I'm sure that most of the teams in the competitive scene will be immersifying themselves in, because when it comes down to the competitive gameplay, map picks and bans are becoming something that's more and more prevalent as the environment expands. Not being familiar with one of those scenes was something we saw that potentially affected the results in the Arena Cup series for Season 2. Now Season 3 is put to rest and Season 4 will be, I'm sure, due on the horizon in the future. Teams will be preparing for that throughout their regional tournaments and the other invitationals that are going on throughout the scene at this moment in time. HPLNA has already driven a force throughout 2025. HPL EU2, Epic Winline has been playing games. The OAL concluded as the APAC region is also taking to the stage. Everyone and anybody that is trying to get involved with Escape from Tarkov on a casual or a competitive basis is really enthused with how the scene is growing. And people are representing that in all of the events that are starting to pop up.
So many great events coming up, but we've got at least one more great thing in store for you all at home watching. We've got a very interesting interview coming up with one of the members here from Virtus Pro. We're going to take a short break to get them loaded in here so we can chat with them. So don't go too far, excuse me. When we come back, we'll have that amazing interview.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 3 Grand Finals Day. We've completed and concluded the action, and we have crowned our two-time champions now. And thanks to a moment of their spare time, we've been joined on the casting desk for an interview with one of those victorious players from that Virtus.pro lineup. FMX, first of all, congratulations and welcome to the desk for a chat and an interview after a phenomenal three-game victory. How are you feeling?
Big thanks. I'm really happy now. We was hard working and it gives the result. As
Yeah,
you
no,
see.
and I was thinking, when we got to see you guys in the group stage, you did fall to XPA 2-0, and they beat you in pretty dominating fashion in those first two maps. What changed from that point in the group stages to where once you head into the playoffs and you're going to face them for that first time, you 2-0 them? What's going through your team's head, both through that day and then also today as you got to see these games play out?
After this game, we was really sad, but we didn't. But we just did hard work, and we played screams. We watched demos. We made new strats. Changed absolutely everything, and it gives a good result.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of adjustments that you guys made from that match versus XPA in the group was a big difference to what you brought to the table today. I am curious, bearing in mind you had that information from the match in the groups versus XPA, were you more scared to face XPA or the Panderic squad or maybe Sicario today? Do you think the toughest opponent found you in the final? Or did you have somebody else that you think might have given you a bigger run for your money?
I think every team is good in other moments. So I can say that someone on top, we just played against who we got.
He said, it doesn't matter who we play against. We're confident in ourselves to take that dub. And one thing I really enjoyed, FMX, is you and your squad, you're not afraid to start out on attack. It's attack, attack, attack. And so we see that confidence from you. In those first couple of days on Skybridge, it was just nonstop, rush it down A. Really great use of utility. But we did see you really mix up that strategy here on Skybridge today. I mean, were you guys confident heading in today? Once you were able to win those first two matches, what was the team talking about there as you're getting ready and prepped to head into Skybridge?
We was just talking to not to lose this motivation and just push them and push and just shoot head.
Yeah, shoot heads.
Yeah.
The aggression on the day was definitely something that your team has been seen to be very strong for. Hort made a good point. You've chosen to attack when you've been given the opportunity to, for side selection, to attack and be offensive on that attack. The way this meta plays right now, your team doesn't necessarily have a TRG main like the other teams in the meta right now. Do you think it plays a big part, or do you think that your team's dynamic doesn't need that weapon and it fits better to that of the shotgun?
I think we doesn't need it. We have Rask, and he's just enforcer player. He's enforcer in real life, So we don't need sniper. I think it is powerful weapon, but we don't need it.
I think one thing I want to know is, what are you guys feeding Magic? I mean, he had a 17-0 start on Skybridge the one day. We saw a 10-1, I think, to start out the first game. It was like a 10-3 in the next game. What are you guys feeding Magic? That man is an absolute monster.
I can say that we are eating the same food with him. We are making same order. So I'm
Same
eating
meals.
same, yeah.
Do you are you able to maybe share a little bit of an insight as to what it is that you're eating? Is there good words to describe what it is that you guys have? Is it a simple bowl of Weetabix in the morning, or I don't know, maybe every gamer's favorite, a cup of ramen? What's the flavor of Virtus.pro right now?
What's the flavor? Oh, I really don't know. Maybe seafood pasta,
Ooh, okay. Fancy boy, get fancy with it. I mean, honestly, you guys did such a great job today. You guys played so consistently well. You didn't drop a single map in that playoff bracket. I mean, if anybody questioned whether you guys deserve to be champions, I think that can all be laid to rest. It was an absolute phenomenal showing from you and the entire crew here today. You guys consistently play well, like that cohesive unit. And honestly, it was an absolute pleasure to be able to watch and get to cast a truly great weekend here.
Big thanks to you for congratulations. Big thanks to our fans who was cheering for us. Thanks, everyone. Mwah.
Honestly, it's a phenomenal performance. We got to speak to one of your team the last time you took home the victory for Arena Cup Series Season 2. We've now got to speak to yourself here at the same principle, at the precipice of success for Arena Cup Series Season 3. And the one thing that I spoke to last time was the motivation and the mental in the team. And again, we see you here sitting, rightfully so, with a big smile on your face. You've just won, 10,000 euros for your team, your brand, and for yourselves through some exceptional gameplay. But also, you mentioned it, that team's mental was kept up through the entirety of that process. It was a long, grueling day for the teams that had to challenge you. And to be knocked down a bit, even being pushed so hard by a team like XPA, that mental really is a big part of keeping it successful. So well done to you guys on the day. I think a thoroughly deserved victory. Every single one of you at different points showed out at being exceptional. And I mean, Virtus Pro is becoming a household name for Tarkov. If you're a fan of the top tiers of competitive scene, who's going to be able to take you down first? I don't know. We'll have to wait till next time to find out.
Might even be able to see him on that new map next time as well. But I think I just got one more two-part question, at least on my end, before I'm done. Do you have a favorite skin in the Battle Pass?
I think my favorite note is from Battle Pass. It's Cyber Green from Twitch Drops. It looks really cool. But
So
from
the
Battle
Cyber
Pass,
Green?
I think, skin on 76 level, maybe yellow stripes with black. It looks
And
cool.
also, was there any team throughout this tournament that did just surprise you a little bit? Was there any, even if it wasn't a game that you were playing, just kind of spectating, was there any one team, other than yourselves, obviously, that maybe stood out just a little bit or did surprise you here this time?
I think we was working and watching demos, so no one surprised us. We was ready to everything.
It's the best way to be, honestly, isn't it? Being prepared for any element inside of the game is something that really does allow your team to have that extra edge. We spoke to its strength in the game when it came to utility, Andreezy being able to throw grenades, Hard being able to throw grenades, and like you said, just that mental fortitude as a team and the ability to adapt where you take a 2-0 loss in the group stage, you tear the entire rule book apart and just start from scratch. And you're able to turn that around in just under a week's time is a phenomenal showing. Really good work ethic from the team as a whole. And, it paid off prices on the day. 3-0 in a best of 5 that could have been a long, tough, hard-fought fight. And you guys made, I don't want to say quick work of it, but you definitely made clean work of it. So congratulations, I think. And that is going to round out the interview. FMX, any final words before we send you off so that myself and Hawk can thank these wonderful viewers for hanging with us for so long for this amazing entertainment? Anything to say to the fans or maybe the folks at home?
I could say thanks to everyone, to production, to everyone viewer on the stream. Thanks for watching. We are making a competitive scene on Arena, so it's really great. And thanks for our Virtus Pro fans. I love you.
Much love all the way around. And again, your Arena Cup Series 3 champions. They're the back-to-back champions for a reason. We're going to have to wait a little while before we can see if they three-peat. But that is FMX from the Virtus Pro Polar Bears. Congratulations again on your dub and a job well done here throughout both weekends.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the close. And I mean, it's almost like he is magic. Wait, we get a second glance. Nope, brought him back for a second. We're playing tricks.
So hot, we had to do a double take,
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? They're not going to be removed from any scene inside of the arena easily. Going to be forcing their way back. You might lose a round, but they take a round back. Virtus.pro showing that they were able to fight tooth and nail all the way to the death and claiming their second consecutive Arena Cup Series 3 title. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm just going to give it to Hort and say thank you all for joining us. It's been a beautiful experience. All of you guys in the chat have absolutely crowned the top of the entertainment with some amazing comments, some crazy comms, and some great call-outs for the gameplay. You've all earned yourself some amazing rewards if you've been locked in for the drops. Maybe some of you even got to walk away with an Escape from Tarkov Arena key. But nonetheless, you've definitely had some epic entertainment, and we thank you for being here.
Hey, we know there's one more additional winner walking away with that EFT Standard Arena key. Miss Hellcat, a familiar name amongst the scene and well-deserved there. Congratulations to you on that key. And I'm sure you know the drill, but be sure to get in that Discord, create that support ticket so we can get you the copy of that key. But before we get going today, we got a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross as we want to touch base and remind everybody that that Battle Pass is currently free. There's a fat 20% discount if you weren't lucky enough to win a key here today. So there's still an opportunity to collect the game, both on the Battle State page or on the Epic Store launcher now. And you've got that Battle Pass for free. We got to showcase that wonderful new map of Iceberg with all of you here today. You guys getting to see it the exact moment that Cracked and I and the rest of it got to see it. And I reminded you earlier, you've got to join the Discord. You have to follow the socials because Hunt Premier is coming back with a really exciting tournament next month. But we're not going to tell you too much about that just yet. You're going to have to wait, hold out, and maybe do a little investigating yourself. But before we get going here today, it wouldn't be complete without taking a moment to thank everybody behind the scenes. There is so many people working here to make this show run flawlessly, to make Cracked and I's job so much easier. And obviously, no specific order because every single one of these members are phenomenal. But over in that observer feed, we've got Damien, Preppy, Schmitty, and on the crew, Cynthia, Phoenix, Gandalf, Steffi, Step Sherpa, the Turbo Bear. And up top of that management crew, we've got Boosh and Klish pushing out the highlights as well. We cannot forget our all eye in the sky of King Connor. And of course, the legendary Philbo, who continues to put on these phenomenal events through Hunt Premier, continues to give out these free keys and giveaways. And of course, Connor's streaming PC for carrying the heavyweight and the load of all of us. We want to give a shout out to all the players who participated in this wonderful tournament and our champions of Virtus.pro. And it wouldn't be complete without thanking you loyal viewers at home. We appreciate each and every one of you for keeping it hype and kicking it with us. We look forward to seeing you follow us on the socials so you can stay up to date with what we got going on next month. That legend with a beautiful head to my digital left is the one, the only, my brother from another mother across the pond, Cracked Wisdom. I am your favorite mustache caster, maybe hot sauce. But with that being said, guys, we hope you have a wonderful rest of the weekend, and we look back or forward to seeing you back here next month. Peace.